where the sea remembers. Take a slow breath and imagine that the modern world has quietly slipped away. The glow of your phone disappears. The hum of distant traffic fades into silence. Streetlights become stars, highways become dusty paths, and before long, even history itself begins to blur. The centuries fall away one after another, like waves gently washing footprints from a lonely shore. Now there is only the sea. It stretches beneath a sky crowded with unfamiliar constellations, glittering over dark water that has carried merchants, raiders, kings, dreamers, and more than a few people who probably should have stayed home. Somewhere beyond the horizon, an oar dips into the water with a soft splash. A ship creaks. Sailcloth snaps in the night breeze. Someone is trying to find his way home. Or perhaps someone is remembering him. That, strangely enough, is where the Odyssey truly begins. Not with Odysseus, not with Troy, not even with Homer. It begins with memory. Because long before stories were written down, before libraries collected scrolls, before scholars argued over translations in candlelit rooms, history survived because people remembered. They repeated stories beside fires, inside crowded halls, during long winters, or while repairing fishing nets beneath the Mediterranean sun. Every telling changed the story just a little. A brave warrior became slightly braver. A storm became darker. A monster grew another row of teeth. Someone who merely survived became a legendary hero. And if enough generations agreed, well, that version became the truth. Or something wonderfully close to it. Tonight, we're drifting into that uncertain place where myth and history overlap so perfectly that separating them becomes almost impossible. It is a world where gods walk among shepherds, where bronze armor flashes beneath a scorching Greek sun, where kings feast from golden cups while farmers worry about rain, where sailors believe every distant island might hide either friendly strangers or creatures eager to eat them for dinner. And honestly, considering the Mediterranean's history, that wasn't the worst survival strategy. Because the Odyssey is not simply a fantasy, nor is it entirely history. It is something stranger. It is the memory of a civilization standing on the edge of collapse. It is the echo of a real Bronze Age world, transformed through centuries of storytelling until ordinary sailors became heroes. Difficult voyages became impossible adventures, and dangerous coastlines became homes for monsters. As we wander through this ancient landscape together, we'll meet gods, kings, merchants, pirates, queens, bronze smiths, wandering poets, and archaeologists separated by thousands of years, yet strangely connected by the same question. Did any of this really happen? The answer, as you might expect from history, is wonderfully complicated. Because history rarely gives us neat endings. History prefers whispers. And tonight, we'll listen carefully. The Mediterranean, nearly 3,500 years ago, looked surprisingly familiar from a distance. The sea was still impossibly blue. Olive trees still clung stubbornly to rocky hillsides. The smell of salt drifted inland each morning. Goats still climbed cliffs with an enthusiasm that suggested gravity was more of a polite recommendation than an actual law. Some things never change. But beneath this familiar landscape stood a civilization utterly unlike our own. The Bronze Age. It is called the Bronze Age because bronze changed everything. Before iron became common, before steel reshaped empires, humanity relied on an alloy of copper and tin. It sounds simple enough. Mix two metals, pour them into molds, create swords, helmets, axes, chisels, spearheads, farming tools. Simple. Except there was one tiny problem. Copper and tin rarely existed in the same place. So suddenly, every kingdom depended upon trade. Copper might come from Cyprus, tin perhaps from Anatolia, Central Asia, or places even farther away. Nobody entirely agrees where all the tin originated. Even modern archaeologists continue debating it, which means Bronze Age merchants probably spent an impressive amount of time arguing over shipping routes. Some traditions are eternal. The result was something remarkable. The Mediterranean became connected by enormous networks of commerce. Ships carried metals, grain, wine, perfumes, pottery, ivory, gold, amber, spices, textiles, timber, and ideas. Ideas, after all, weigh almost nothing. They're excellent cargo. A merchant leaving Egypt might eventually reach Crete. Another continued toward mainland Greece. Someone else sailed east toward the Levant. Farther north lay Anatolia. Every harbor buzzed with unfamiliar languages. Every palace welcomed foreign traders. Every successful voyage strengthened relationships that stretched across hundreds of miles of open water. It almost resembled globalization. Except everyone also owned considerably more spears. The Bronze Age was sophisticated. Magnificent palaces rose above surrounding towns. Roads linked settlements. Engineers diverted rivers. Craftsmen created jewelry so intricate that modern museums display it beneath carefully controlled lighting. Kings corresponded across continents. Diplomats exchanged gifts. International marriages maintained alliances. Letters traveled between kingdoms discussing politics, trade disputes, military threats, and occasionally requests that sounded suspiciously like polite complaints. "My brother," one king might write, "you promised 20 horses." Another replied, "I sent 18. The remaining 2 probably wandered off. History, despite appearances, has always involved paperwork. And misunderstandings. Mostly misunderstandings. In mainland Greece, powerful kingdoms emerged upon rocky hills crowned by massive stone fortresses. Today we call them Mycenaean kingdoms. The people themselves would simply have thought of home. The greatest among these cities included Mycenae, Pylos, Sirens, Thebes, and perhaps most famously for our story, Ithaca. Whether the historical Odysseus ruled there remains impossible to prove. But the island itself certainly existed. Small, rocky, mountainous, not exactly paradise. Which perhaps explains why anyone leaving desperately wanted to return. Funny how home works that way. The Mycenaeans built enormous defensive walls using limestone blocks weighing several tons each. Later Greeks stared at these ancient ruins with complete disbelief. Surely ordinary humans couldn't move stones so large. Obviously giants must have built them. Cyclopes, perhaps. One-eyed monsters. Hence the modern name. Cyclopean walls. Sometimes ancient people invented myths to explain ruins. Sometimes we still do. The difference is mostly vocabulary. Within these palaces lived kings known as wanaks. Below them served nobles, priests, scribes, administrators, soldiers, craftsmen, servants, and countless laborers whose names vanished almost immediately after they died. History remembers kings. Civilization depended upon everyone else. Every palace functioned like the beating heart of its kingdom. Officials recorded taxes. Storehouses collected grain. Workshops produced weapons. Priests organized ceremonies. Messengers rode between settlements. Accountants counted livestock. Someone, somewhere, inevitably worried that inventory numbers didn't quite match. Apparently, bureaucracy survived every age. Life for ordinary people rarely resembled heroic poetry. Farmers woke before sunrise. They plowed rocky fields, harvested olives, pressed grapes, raised sheep and goats. Children carried water from springs. Women spun wool into thread. Blacksmiths sweated before blazing furnaces. Potters shaped clay vessels destined for distant markets. Fishermen watched weather with anxious eyes. A poor harvest could mean hunger. One failed voyage might destroy a family. Disease appeared without warning. Infant mortality remained heartbreakingly common. Even wealthy households expected tragedy eventually. The Bronze Age glittered with gold. It also smelled strongly of livestock. Both realities existed simultaneously. Sometimes when we imagine ancient civilizations, we picture only marble temples and heroic warriors. But history happened in kitchens, in fields, inside smoky workshops, around evening fires where exhausted families quietly shared bread, onions, cheese, olives, and perhaps watered wine if fortune smiled kindly. That ordinary world matters. Because Odysseus fights to return not simply to glory, but to dinner, to family, to familiar hills, to the smell of home after rain. Those simple things become precious only after they're lost. Religion filled every corner of existence. The gods watched constantly, or so everyone believed. Mountains housed divine beings. Springs sheltered nymphs. The sea belonged to powerful forces beyond human understanding. Storms arrived because someone offended somebody. Good harvests reflected divine favor. Plagues suggested divine anger. Lightning settled arguments rather decisively. The Olympian gods familiar today already existed in recognizable forms. Zeus, Hera, Athena, Poseidon, Apollo, Artemis. Though their stories would continue evolving for centuries, religion wasn't merely belief. It structured society. Before journeys, sacrifices were offered. Before wars, priests interpreted omens. Before harvests, prayers filled temples. When ships departed harbor, sailors glanced nervously toward the horizon and quietly hoped Poseidon happened to be in a generous mood. Unfortunately, Poseidon often wasn't. And somewhere, perhaps in a palace hall glowing with torchlight, a singer lifted his voice. Not Homer. Not yet. One of countless unnamed poets whose songs slowly evolved across generations. He sang of ancient heroes, of impossible battles, of distant islands, of clever kings. His audience listened while servants poured wine. Children struggled to remain awake. Old veterans nodded quietly as familiar names echoed through the hall. The stories belonged to everyone. Nobody imagined they would survive 3,000 years. Nobody expected strangers on distant continents would one day discuss them. Nobody knew archaeology would eventually uncover ruined palaces buried beneath centuries of dust. They simply listened. The singer probably changed details depending upon his audience. Perhaps this king deserved slightly more praise. Perhaps that battle became longer. Perhaps the monster grew larger. Perhaps the hero became wiser. Stories breathe. Every telling reshapes them. That flexibility kept them alive. Had they remained fixed, they might have disappeared. The sea itself became the greatest storyteller of all. Look at a map of the Aegean. Hundreds upon hundreds of islands scatter across blue water like stepping stones left by absent-minded giants. Some islands appear close enough to swim between. Others vanish into haze. Every voyage demanded courage. Weather shifted suddenly. Wind disappeared without warning. Hidden reefs shattered hulls. Pirates waited behind rocky headlands. Fresh water ran dangerously low. Navigation depended upon stars, experience, landmarks, and optimism. Mostly optimism. Night sailing carried particular terror. Without modern lights, darkness swallowed everything beyond the ship. The sky reflected perfectly upon calm water until sailors could scarcely distinguish heaven from sea. One wrong course, one unexpected storm, one broken mast, and home might disappear forever. No wonder monsters found fertile ground inside sailors' imaginations. Spend enough nights drifting through fog while exhausted and dehydrated. Eventually, every oddly shaped rock begins resembling something with teeth. For centuries afterward, these voyages continued. Trade flourished. Palaces accumulated wealth. Kings gained prestige. Craftsmen perfected astonishing skills. The world seemed stable, prosperous, permanent, which is usually the moment history quietly begins sharpening its knives. Because civilizations, like people, often mistake long periods of success for immortality. The Bronze Age kingdoms believed their world would continue forever. The ships would keep sailing. Harvests would keep growing. Kings would keep ruling. The gods surely approved. As if that could ever go wrong. Far away, forces were already gathering. Climate shifted. Earthquakes trembled beneath ancient cities. Trade routes grew fragile. Empires competed. Unknown raiders tested coastlines. Entire kingdoms would soon vanish within a single lifetime. The world that inspired the Odyssey stood unknowingly upon the edge of one of history's greatest collapses. But before everything falls apart, there is another city we must visit. A city whose towers overlook the narrow waters connecting the Aegean Sea to the Black Sea. A city praised in poetry, burned in legend, buried beneath centuries of earth. A place that many believed never truly existed, until archaeologists started digging. And there, beneath layers of forgotten civilizations, they discovered something extraordinary. Not the Troy of perfect legend. Something far more fascinating. The real one. The city that refused to stay a legend. The night is quiet now. The sea behind us has settled into a gentle rhythm, each wave brushing the shore with the patient certainty of time itself. Somewhere nearby, crickets sing among dry grasses. A cool breeze drifts over the rocky hills of the Aegean, carrying the scent of pine resin, salt, and distant wood smoke. Ahead of us rises a hill. It does not look especially impressive. In truth, if you walked past it today without knowing its history, you might think it was simply another hill among thousands that dot northwestern Turkey. But beneath your feet lies nearly 4,000 years of forgotten cities. One built atop another, layer after layer, generation after generation. Every time disaster struck, people rebuilt. Every time invaders came, survivors returned. Every time the earth shook, new walls rose from old foundations. Like a phoenix that preferred masonry over feathers. This is Hazarlik, and somewhere beneath these stones, maybe Troy, or perhaps several Troys. History, as usual, refuses to make things simple. For centuries, educated people argued over whether Troy had ever existed at all. The story seemed far too dramatic. A beautiful queen, thousands of ships, 10 years of war. Great heroes, gods interfering in battles. A giant wooden horse. It sounded less like history and more like an enthusiastic fisherman explaining why the fish escaped. Honestly, it was this big. Naturally, many scholars believed Homer had simply invented everything. The Iliad and the Odyssey, they argued, were magnificent literature, but nothing more. Wonderful stories. Zero history. Case closed. Except, history enjoys embarrassing people who declare cases closed. Because in the 19th century, an extraordinarily determined German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann became obsessed with proving Homer right. Now, Schliemann was complicated. He was brilliant, rich, passionate, also spectacularly overconfident. The sort of person who entered archaeology with all the subtlety of a battering ram. Imagine someone convinced they already knew the answer before beginning the excavation. Then imagine handing that person dynamite. Yes, actual dynamite. Archaeologists today still shudder a little when discussing Schliemann. He arrived at Hazarlik in the 1870s convinced that this lonely hill concealed Homer's Troy. And to his credit, he was correct. Mostly. Unfortunately, he was also convinced the fastest way to reach it involved digging an enormous trench directly through the middle of the site, which destroyed priceless archaeological layers forever. Future archaeologists have spent generations quietly muttering, "Why? Why would you do that?" Because archaeology is slow. Schliemann preferred speed. Think of trying to find an old photograph in a family album by tearing out every page until you found it. Technically, you might succeed, but everyone else would be horrified. Still, despite his destructive methods, Schliemann uncovered something astonishing. Not one city, 9 major cities. Eventually, archaeologists identified even more distinct occupation layers. Each city built upon the ruins of the previous one, each separated by centuries, each telling part of an enormous story stretching across millennia. The Troy of Homer, if it existed, was buried somewhere among them. The challenge became figuring out which one. Modern archaeology points most convincingly toward what scholars call Troy 6 and Troy VA. These cities flourished during the Late Bronze Age, precisely when many historians believe a historical Trojan War, if there was one, would have occurred. Around the 13th century BCE, not exactly as Homer described, but perhaps close enough to preserve a distant memory. Troy 6 was magnificent. Its defensive walls curved elegantly around the hill. Massive limestone blocks supported mud-brick fortifications several meters high. Watchtowers overlooked surrounding plains. Wide gates controlled access. The city's builders understood engineering remarkably well. Visitors approaching from the coast would have seen strong walls gleaming beneath the Anatolian sun, impressive enough to discourage casual attackers. Inside lived merchants, craftsmen, farmers, priests, children chasing one another through narrow streets, women grinding grain, bronze workers hammering glowing metal, dogs barking, donkeys complaining. Life, real life, not myth, just people. People who had absolutely no idea future generations would wonder whether they existed. Troy occupied one of the most valuable locations in the ancient world. Stand upon its walls. Look northwest. Beyond lies the Dardanelles, a narrow waterway connecting the Aegean Sea with the Sea of Marmara and ultimately the Black Sea. Every ship passing between these waters came remarkably close. Trade, taxes, opportunity, control this location, and you influenced commerce across enormous regions. It was ancient real estate at its absolute finest. Location, location, location. Even in the Bronze Age, merchants from Greece, Anatolia, the Levant, perhaps farther still, all passed nearby. Cargoes included copper, tin, grain, olive oil, wine, wool, precious stones, timber, ivory, perfumes, and luxury goods fit for kings. Every arriving ship carried news, political gossip, marriage alliances, rumors of distant wars. Stories became another valuable commodity. One captain might describe Egyptian temples. Another spoke of Mycenaean palaces. Someone else claimed to have seen sea monsters. There was probably always one sailor who insisted everything had happened to his cousin. It usually hadn't. The people of Troy were not isolated. Far from it. Clay tablets discovered elsewhere in Anatolia mention a kingdom called Walusa. Many historians believe Walusa and Ilios, the Greek name for Troy, may actually describe the same place. The linguistic similarities are remarkably persuasive. Another name appearing in Hittite records is Ahiua. Many scholars identify Ahiua with the Achaeans, the Mycenaean Greeks. Suddenly, the world of Homer begins quietly emerging from historical documents. Not dramatically. No smoking spear. No official invitation reading. Welcome to Troy. Please park your horse outside. History almost never works that way. Instead, we find fragments, hints, pieces that fit together just well enough to become fascinating. The Hittite kings corresponded with rulers of Walusa. They negotiated treaties, discussed military affairs, mentioned disputes involving Western powers. Sometimes they intervened politically. Sometimes they worried about rebellions. In other words, exactly the sort of diplomatic complications that often precede unpleasant wars. The Bronze Age was astonishingly interconnected. Imagine dozens of kingdoms stretching from Greece to Mesopotamia, each ruled by ambitious kings, each dependent upon international trade, each balancing alliances that could collapse unexpectedly. It resembled a giant web, strong, efficient, beautiful, also incredibly vulnerable. If one kingdom suffered famine, trade suffered. If another experienced civil war, merchants became nervous. If pirates attacked shipping lanes, everyone paid higher prices. Some things remain remarkably familiar. Letters exchanged between great rulers reveal surprisingly human concerns. One king apologizes for delayed shipments. Another requests military assistance. Someone complains about gifts that weren't impressive enough. Diplomatic etiquette mattered deeply. Giving another ruler fewer horses than expected could become an international incident. Human pride has always traveled well. Now imagine living inside Troy itself. The sun rises over the eastern hills. Morning light reaches the city walls. The gates open. Farmers lead animals toward surrounding fields. Merchants arrange goods in shaded marketplaces. Children fetch water. Bronze smiths begin heating furnaces. Temple attendants prepare offerings. The smell of baking bread drifts through winding streets. Outside the walls, vineyards spread across gentle slopes. Olive groves shimmer silver-green beneath warm breezes. Shepherds guide flocks across grassy hills. Life appears peaceful, comfortably ordinary. Of course, history often looks peaceful immediately before everything changes. No one wakes expecting to become legendary. The ruling elite of Troy likely lived within fortified sections near the summit. Large houses contained storage rooms filled with grain. Imported pottery decorated wealthy dining halls. Jewelry crafted from gold and amber reflected international trade. Fine textiles covered furniture. Servants hurried between kitchens and courtyards. Political decisions unfolded behind thick stone walls. The king, whoever he happened to be, balanced diplomacy carefully. Friendly relations with neighboring kingdoms ensured prosperity. Hostility invited disaster. Perhaps he welcomed foreign ambassadors. Perhaps he hosted lavish feasts. Perhaps musicians performed while guests reclined with cups of wine. Outside, ordinary citizens continued repairing roofs and tending gardens. History often remembers banquets, rarely the people washing dishes afterward. One question has fascinated historians for centuries. Was there really a war? Not necessarily a 10-year siege exactly as Homer described, but some conflict substantial enough to inspire generations of storytellers? The archaeological evidence offers intriguing possibilities. Troy 6 appears to have suffered severe earthquake damage. Walls collapsed. Buildings cracked. Nature struck first. Then came rebuilding. The next settlement, Troy VJ, shows unmistakable signs of hardship. Storage jars multiplied. People apparently stockpiled food. Homes became more crowded. Defensive preparations increased. Then, destruction. Fire. Violence. Arrowheads. Human remains. The city ended catastrophically around 1180 BCE. Exactly who attacked remains unknown. Perhaps Mycenaean Greeks. Perhaps neighboring Anatolian rivals. Perhaps internal conflict. Perhaps several disasters combined. History refuses certainty. But something terrible happened. The memory survived. And memory has remarkable habits. Suppose your grandparents witnessed the destruction of their city. They told your parents. Your parents told you. You told your children. Generation after generation. Details shifted. Heroes became greater. Villains darker. Battles longer. The story slowly gathered poetry. Then came gifted singers. Each performance polished the tale further. Eventually, centuries later, a poet named Homer, or perhaps several poets whose work became associated with that name, transformed these inherited memories into masterpieces. The real war, whatever it had been, became immortal, not because every detail was factual, but because every emotion was true. Loss, longing, pride, love, regret, those never become outdated. Now let us consider one remarkable absence. Archaeologists have never found evidence for giant wooden horses. No surprise there. Wood rarely survives 3,000 years. Besides, if someone burned the city, wooden objects would hardly leave convenient labels saying, "Legendary horse. Please display in museum." Yet many historians suspect the famous horse may symbolize something else. Perhaps it represented a siege engine. Perhaps a battering ram. Perhaps an earthquake. Poseidon, after all, ruled both horses and earthquakes in Greek mythology. Curious coincidence. Or perhaps simply brilliant symbolism. Others argue the horse reflected a clever military deception now impossible to reconstruct. Whatever inspired the legend, it clearly captured imaginations unlike almost anything else in ancient literature. Because the horse represents more than strategy. It represents trust. The moment a city opens its own gates. Sometimes the greatest dangers arrive disguised as gifts. A lesson civilization keeps relearning. As centuries passed, Troy disappeared beneath dust. Empires rose. Empires vanished. Persians marched across Anatolia. Alexander the Great visited the site. Romans admired Homer. By then, the original Bronze Age city had already become ancient history. Even ancient people explored ancient ruins. Imagine that. Standing among crumbling walls already thousands of years old. Wondering who once lived there. Asking the same questions we ask today. Time folds strangely like that. Meanwhile, across the Aegean Sea, another kingdom prospered. Smaller, rockier, less glamorous. A place of steep cliffs, stubborn farmers, and narrow harbors. Its king would become one of literature's most unforgettable figures. Not because he was the strongest. Not because he was the fastest. Certainly not because his journey home went according to plan. Quite the opposite. His greatest weapon would be patience. His greatest strength would be his mind. And his greatest challenge would begin only after the greatest war of his age had already ended. Because while most heroes dream of victory, Odysseus would discover that surviving the peace could be far more difficult than surviving the war itself. The kingdoms of bronze, gold, and ambition. The dawn arrives quietly. Mist hangs over olive groves. A rooster calls somewhere beyond a stone wall. The first rays of sunlight spill across rocky hills, turning the pale limestone golden for only a few precious minutes before the Mediterranean heat begins its steady climb. A fisherman pushes his small boat into calm water. A shepherd whistles to his dogs. Smoke rises from village hearths. And high above them all, on a fortified hill crowned with massive walls, a king is already awake. Not because kings enjoyed early mornings. Almost nobody ever has. But because ruling a Bronze Age kingdom meant living in a world where peace was fragile, neighbors were ambitious, and someone was almost always plotting something. 3,000 years before Rome dominated the Mediterranean. before classical Athens built its marble temples, before Sparta became famous for raising impossibly disciplined warriors. The Greek mainland belonged to another civilization. Today we call them the Mycenaeans. To themselves, they were simply the people of their own kingdoms, the men and women of Mycenae, Pylos, Thebes, Sirens, or Ithaca. Their world would inspire Homer, even after that world had vanished. If we could stand outside the citadel of Mycenae around 1250 BCE, the first thing we would notice is not beauty. It is power. The walls rise from the hillside like cliffs shaped by human hands. Some stones weigh more than 10 tons. Each enormous block fitted carefully beside another without mortar. Together they form fortifications so immense that later Greeks genuinely believed only giants could have built them. It is understandable. Even today they feel almost impossible. When sunlight strikes these pale stones, they glow with quiet authority. No delicate decoration. No unnecessary elegance. Simply strength. The builders wanted every visitor to understand one message immediately. We are difficult to conquer. Simple. Effective. Timeless. Approaching the main entrance, we pass beneath what modern archaeologists call the Lion Gate. Two great lions, or perhaps lionesses, stand facing one another above the doorway, carved into stone more than 3,000 years ago. Their heads are missing now. Time is rarely gentle with sculpture. But even without them, the gate feels imposing. Every ambassador, every merchant, every returning soldier, every messenger carrying good news or terrible news, walk beneath these silent guardians. Imagine their footsteps echoing across worn stone. The smell of horses, bronze armor clinking softly, dust rising beneath sandals. The nervous excitement of arriving at one of the richest cities in Greece. Because Mycenae was wealthy, very wealthy, gold flowed through its royal households. Imported goods arrived from distant lands. Fine pottery decorated banquet halls. Exotic ivory reached craftsmen. Amber traveled astonishing distances from northern Europe. This kingdom stood at the center of an international trading world. Its rulers wanted everyone to know it. Within the citadel lies a bustling palace. Not enormous by modern standards. Certainly not compared with later imperial capitals, but impressive nonetheless. The heart of every Mycenaean palace is a great hall called the Megaron. At its center burns a circular hearth. Smoke escapes through an opening high above. Massive wooden columns support the roof. Painted walls depict warriors, chariots, spirals, hunting scenes, perhaps dolphins leaping through painted waves. Bright colors fill spaces where we often imagine only bare stone. The ancient world loved color. White marble ruins sometimes fool us into believing antiquity was pale and restrained. It wasn't. Bronze gleamed. Blue pigments shimmered. Red ochre covered walls. Purple textiles draped furniture. Gold reflected flickering firelight. The Bronze Age was surprisingly vibrant. Now imagine entering this hall during an evening feast. Torches dance against painted plaster. Musicians play lyres. Servants carry roasted lamb, fresh bread, olives, figs, honey, and wine diluted with water. The king sits upon an elevated throne. Nearby gather nobles wearing finely woven cloaks fastened with bronze pins. Warriors recount old battles. Poets sing familiar stories. Dogs wander hopefully beneath tables searching for dropped scraps. Some things truly never change. Outside, guards patrol the walls beneath brilliant stars. Inside, politics unfolds beneath polite conversation. Every toast carries hidden meaning. Every marriage strengthens an alliance. Every gift expects another in return. Hospitality, known later as xenia, becomes sacred. Treat your guests well. Because someday, you may become the traveler seeking shelter yourself. This simple custom will shape nearly every chapter of the Odyssey. The palace is not merely a royal residence. It is the administrative engine of the kingdom. Here, scribes spend long days recording everything imaginable upon small clay tablets. Grain, livestock, wine, perfume, bronze, weapons, taxes, textiles, workers, sacrifices. Nothing escapes the attention of bureaucracy. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of these tablets. At first, nobody could read them. The strange script became known simply as Linear B. For decades it remained a mystery. Many assumed it recorded some unknown language. Then, in 1952, a young architect named Michael Ventris accomplished something extraordinary. He deciphered it. To widespread astonishment, Linear B recorded an early form of Greek, the language of the Mycenaeans. Suddenly, silent clay tablets found their voices again after more than 3,000 years. History can be wonderfully dramatic. Sometimes the greatest archaeological discovery isn't a golden crown. Sometimes it's finally understanding someone's shopping list. The tablets reveal a surprisingly organized society. Palaces carefully managed production. Officials assigned workers. Craftsmen received raw materials. Religious offerings were documented. Inventories were checked. Everything flowed towards centralized authority. At least, when everything worked. The entire system resembled an intricate machine. Efficient, powerful, also fragile, because centralized systems depend upon stability. If the palace burns, records disappear, trade stops, authority collapses. We'll return to that thought later. For now, life appears prosperous. The Mycenaean world revolved around honor. Reputation mattered enormously. A king's wealth demonstrated divine favor. A warrior's courage inspired loyalty. A family's prestige influenced marriage. Public generosity earned admiration. Public humiliation lingered for generations. Sound familiar? Human beings have always cared deeply about what everyone else thinks. Social media simply changed the technology, not the instinct. The heroes celebrated in Homer reflect these values perfectly. They seek glory because glory survives death. They pursue honor because honor grants immortality through memory. In a world where life remained uncertain, being remembered became a kind of second life. The warriors themselves fought very differently from the later Greek hoplites most people imagine. This is still the Bronze Age. Armor could be astonishingly elaborate. One remarkable suit discovered near Dendra resembles something almost futuristic. Bronze plates covered nearly the entire body. Large shoulder guards. Protective neck pieces. Heavy greaves. Boar's tusk helmets decorated with ivory. When reconstructed today, it looks almost medieval. Or perhaps something from a fantasy film. Except, it was real. Imagine wearing such armor beneath a Mediterranean summer sun. The battle might end before your patience did. Still, for elite warriors, protection justified discomfort. Because bronze weapons were expensive, armor even more so. Only wealthy nobles could equip themselves fully. War remained, in many ways, an aristocratic profession. Chariots also played an important role, not necessarily charging dramatically into dense combat exactly as Hollywood loves to portray. Instead, they likely functioned as fast transport for elite warriors. A noble might ride toward battle in a chariot, then dismount, fight on foot, return quickly if needed. Think of them as expensive Bronze Age military taxis. Very prestigious, probably difficult to park. Horse breeding required considerable resources. Maintaining chariots demanded skilled craftsmen. Again, war reflected wealth. Yet beyond palaces and battlefields stretched another Greece entirely. Thousands of ordinary villages. Stone houses. Mud brick walls. Thatched roofs. Families who rarely saw kings. Their days revolved around weather rather than politics. Rain meant survival. Drought meant anxiety. Olive harvests determined fortunes. Goats escaped fences with remarkable consistency. Children learned practical skills almost as soon as they could walk. Girls spun wool beside mothers. Boys followed fathers into fields. Grandparents told stories after sunset. Life remained hard. Not miserable every day, simply demanding. There were weddings, festivals, music, laughter, harvest celebrations. Children inventing games that no adult fully understood. Human happiness persisted despite uncertainty. It usually does. The sea connected every kingdom. Stand upon a cliff overlooking the Aegean. Hundreds of islands stretch toward the horizon. Some appear close enough to touch. Others fade into blue haze. For experienced sailors, these islands formed stepping stones across the sea. For inexperienced ones, they formed opportunities to become hopelessly lost. Navigation relied upon stars, winds, birds, coastlines. Memory. A captain who misunderstood any one of these might accidentally transform a routine trading voyage into an unforgettable disaster. Odysseus, as we shall discover, becomes something of an expert in exactly that sort of adventure, though admittedly not always by choice. Trade enriched Mycenaean Greece beyond anything earlier generations had imagined. Ships departed carrying olive oil, wine, pottery, fine textiles, crafted bronze goods. They returned loaded with copper from Cyprus, luxury items from Egypt, ivory from Africa, glass, perfumes, rare woods, and, perhaps most importantly, tin. Without tin, bronze production stopped. Without bronze, weapons disappeared, tools became scarce, agriculture suffered, military power weakened. One humble metal quietly supported an entire civilization. It is a useful reminder that history often depends upon resources most people never think about. Modern societies have their own equivalents. They simply fit inside smartphones instead of swords. Religion accompanied every aspect of daily life. Before sowing seeds, sacrifice. Before launching ships, sacrifice. Before war, definitely sacrifice. If a king wanted reassurance, priests interpreted the behavior of birds, examined offerings, or searched for signs of divine approval. Sometimes the gods appeared cooperative. Sometimes they remained frustratingly mysterious. Human beings have always wanted certainty. The universe has always preferred ambiguity. The Olympian gods occupied a curious place in Bronze Age belief. Some already appear on linear B tablets. Poseidon, interestingly enough, may even have been more prominent than Zeus during parts of the Mycenaean era. The sea governed everything. Trade, travel, food, war, storms. A civilization surrounded by water naturally respected the god who ruled it. Whether he deserved that respect is another matter entirely. Poseidon had a temper, a truly impressive temper. Odysseus would eventually discover this in the most exhausting way imaginable. As prosperity grew, so too did ambition. Kings sought greater influence. Neighboring rulers competed quietly. Marriage alliances shifted. Trade rivalries intensified. Diplomatic letters crossed seas. Messengers rode dusty roads carrying promises that would soon become disappointments. The international world remained balanced, but only just. Imagine a beautifully stacked tower of bronze cups. Stable, elegant. One careless movement. Everything crashes. The late Bronze Age world approached precisely that moment. No single kingdom realized how close they stood to catastrophe. Most civilizations don't. History rarely announces itself politely beforehand. There is no messenger arriving with a scroll reading. Attention everyone. Civilization ends next Tuesday. Please plan accordingly. Instead, tiny cracks appear, almost invisible. A delayed shipment here. A failed harvest there. Pirates become bolder. Alliances weaken. Earth trembles beneath palace floors. People adapt, then adapt again, until one day, adaptation is no longer enough. But before collapse comes ambition on a grander scale. Across the sea, in prosperous Troy, another royal court conducts its own diplomacy. A prince prepares to sail. A queen in distant Sparta will soon welcome an unexpected guest. The gods, according to poets, are already arguing among themselves. Whether those gods truly existed matters less than what they represented. Desire, jealousy, pride, love, vanity, all the wonderfully complicated emotions that have started far more wars than swords ever have. The greatest conflict of the Bronze Age is about to begin. Or perhaps, the greatest story ever told about the Bronze Age. Either way, the winds are changing. And somewhere beyond the horizon, a young Trojan prince named Paris is about to make one decision that storytellers would remember for the next 3,000 years. The apple, the prince, and the road to Troy. Night settles gently over the Bronze Age once again. The last glow of the sun slips beneath the western horizon, and the sea slowly changes from brilliant blue to deep violet. Fishing boats become dark silhouettes against the fading light. Somewhere in the hills, cicadas finally fall silent, surrendering the evening to owls and the whisper of warm wine through olive trees. This is the hour when stories grow larger. Not because people intentionally exaggerate them, although they certainly do, But because darkness has always encouraged imagination, a mountain becomes a sleeping giant. A distant torch becomes a wandering spirit. A creaking ship becomes something alive beneath the waves. And when generations gather around a fire, passing stories from one voice to another, history begins quietly borrowing clothes from mythology. The Trojan War begins exactly this way. Not with armies, not with kings, not with ships, but with a wedding. Because, as history repeatedly demonstrates, weddings can become astonishingly complicated. According to Greek tradition, the trouble began with the marriage of Peleus, a mortal king, and the sea nymph Thetis. The gods themselves attended the celebration. Imagine the finest banquet the ancient world could conceive. Golden cups overflowing with wine. Roasted meats seasoned with herbs gathered from Mediterranean hillsides. Fresh bread still warm from stone ovens. Music echoing beneath the stars. The immortals laughing together as though nothing could ever disturb such perfect harmony. Almost everyone received an invitation. Almost. One goddess did not. Eris, the goddess of discord. Now, if someone carries the official title of Goddess of Discord, excluding her from your celebration is perhaps understandable, also perhaps unwise. Because, naturally, Eris responded exactly as the Goddess of Discord would. She arrived anyway, not with an army, not with a curse, simply carrying a single golden apple. Upon it were written 3 deceptively simple words. For the fairest. She tossed it into the gathering, then left. Sometimes history changes because of enormous battles. Sometimes it changes because somebody knows exactly how to start an argument. Immediately, 3 powerful goddesses claimed the apple. Hera, queen of the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom. Aphrodite, goddess of love. Each insisted the prize belonged to her. Zeus, despite ruling Olympus itself, displayed a remarkable instinct for self-preservation. He refused to decide. Honestly, it may have been one of the wisest decisions attributed to him. Instead, the judgment would fall to a mortal, a young prince living far away in Troy. Paris. Imagine waking one ordinary morning to discover you've been appointed judge in the most dangerous beauty contest in existence. There were no good outcomes, only different varieties of disaster. Who exactly was Paris? The historical answer and the mythical answer drift gently together. In Homer, Paris is a prince of Troy, the son of King Priam and Queen Hecuba. He grows into a handsome young nobleman. Graceful, cultured, not especially interested in warfare compared to his older brother Hector. Many later storytellers portray him as charming, but somewhat soft. This reputation has never been entirely fair. Paris was certainly capable of fighting. He simply lacked Hector's relentless sense of duty. If Hector represents responsibility, Paris often represents desire. It is a contrast that shapes the entire Trojan legend. The myth says Hermes escorted the 3 goddesses to Mount Ida near Troy. There they appeared before Paris, one after another, each offering a gift. Not because divine beings were incapable of bribery. Quite the opposite. Hera promised power, rule over vast kingdoms, political greatness. Athena offered wisdom, military brilliance, victory in battle. Aphrodite smiled. She offered something far more dangerous. The love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite, whether from youthful passion or simple human weakness. History leaves us to decide. The apple changed hands. The other 2 goddesses never forgave him. Nor, according to Greek mythology, did they ever forgive Troy. One choice, one moment, one lifetime of consequences. Of course, if we gently step away from mythology for a moment, another possibility appears. Perhaps there was no golden apple. Perhaps there were no divine beauty contests. Perhaps the entire episode symbolizes something much older. Political rivalry, marriage diplomacy, competition between kingdoms. The Greeks often explained historical conflicts through myths involving the gods. Doing so transformed ordinary politics into cosmic drama. It also made for much better storytelling. Imagine Homer beginning instead with detailed discussions of trade agreements and regional diplomacy. Perfectly accurate, perhaps. Less memorable. Now let us travel south across the Aegean Sea. Far from Troy, far from Mount Ida, to another prosperous kingdom. Sparta. Today many people associate Sparta with disciplined soldiers and severe military training. That image belongs to a later age. Centuries after the Trojan War. The Bronze Age Sparta of legend was a royal court like many others. Rich farmlands surrounded the palace. Horses grazed nearby. Servants moved through busy courtyards. Bronze armor gleamed in storage rooms. And ruling over this kingdom was King Menelaus. His queen, Helen. Helen occupies a curious place in history. Or rather, in mythology. She is introduced as the most beautiful woman in the world. Every generation has repeated the phrase. Poets celebrated her. Artists painted her. Playwrights debated her choices. Historians questioned her existence. Beauty became both her greatest blessing and her greatest burden. Imagine living beneath such expectations. Never simply being a person. Always becoming a symbol. The face that launched 1,000 ships. A phrase so famous that people often forget it originated from poetry rather than historical record. Whether a historical Helen ever lived remains impossible to know. But women like her certainly existed. Royal daughters often married foreign kings. Their marriages sealed alliances. Their happiness rarely received much consideration. One day, according to tradition, King Menelaus departed on royal business. Perhaps attending a funeral. Perhaps negotiating politics. Ancient sources differ. While he was away, Paris arrived. As a guest, hospitality in the ancient Mediterranean carried sacred importance. A traveler entering your home received food, shelter, protection. Even if he had been a stranger only moments earlier. Breaking these customs offended both society and the gods, which makes what happened next particularly awkward. Paris and Helen fell in love. Or, Paris abducted Helen. Ancient writers never entirely agree. Some portray genuine affection. Others describe kidnapping. Still others suggest Aphrodite herself manipulated events beyond human control. The uncertainty matters. Because every version reveals something different about how later generations understood responsibility. Was Helen a willing participant? A victim? A political prize? Perhaps storytellers themselves could never decide. By the time Menelaus returned, Helen was gone. So was Paris. Together they sailed across the Aegean toward Troy. Imagine the silence inside the Spartan palace. Servants avoiding eye contact. Messengers arriving breathless with conflicting reports. The king standing motionless as realization slowly settled upon him. His honor had been shattered. His hospitality violated. His queen disappeared. Whether motivated by love, pride, politics, or revenge, war now seemed almost inevitable. Menelaus did not stand alone. Years earlier, when Helen's many suitors competed for her hand in marriage, her father had wisely required each nobleman to swear an oath. Whoever married Helen, all the others would defend that marriage if necessary. At the time, it probably seemed sensible, a practical solution preventing jealous rivals from fighting one another. No one expected the oath would eventually summon nearly every major Greek king into a single coalition. Promises have curious ways of surviving long after people wish they had never made them. Messengers departed in every direction, across mountains, across islands, across the sea, calling kings to fulfill ancient obligations. Some answered eagerly, others less enthusiastically. Odysseus, king of rocky Ithaca, reportedly attempted one of history's more creative methods of avoiding military service. Legend claims he pretended to be insane. He yoked an ox and a donkey together, then plowed the shoreline while sowing salt instead of grain. It was an impressive performance. Unfortunately, another Greek leader suspected deception. He placed Odysseus' infant son directly in front of the plow. Odysseus immediately steered around the child, which rather spoiled the illusion of madness. The trick failed. He would go to war after all, because of course he would. Legends rarely permit clever people to escape so easily. Another reluctant recruit was Achilles. Young, extraordinarily gifted, already surrounded by prophecy. His mother, Thetis, supposedly knew that if Achilles fought at Troy, he would earn eternal glory, but die young. If he stayed home, he would live a long, peaceful life. Unknown, forgotten. Imagine facing such a choice. Fame or family, immortality through memory, or ordinary happiness. Greek heroes almost always choose glory. Whether that choice is admirable or tragic remains one of Homer's deepest questions. Across Greece, preparations accelerated. Bronze spearheads sharpened, ships repaired, sails woven, food stored, chariot wheels inspected. Priests sacrificed animals seeking favorable omens. Families embraced sons and husbands uncertain whether they would ever return. Children watched fathers disappear beyond the horizon. Many never saw them again. Behind every legendary army marched thousands of ordinary human stories. Stories rarely celebrated in epic poetry. Yet perhaps the most important of all. How many ships gathered? Homer famously speaks of more than 1,000. Modern historians remain skeptical. Ancient poets enjoyed large numbers. Reality was likely smaller. Perhaps a few hundred vessels. Perhaps fewer still. Even so, organizing such an expedition would have represented an astonishing logistical achievement. Supplying thousands of warriors across the sea for years demanded extraordinary planning. Food, fresh water, weapons, replacement equipment, medical care, limited though it was. The campaign itself may tell us more about Mycenaean organization than any surviving palace. If something resembling the Trojan War truly occurred, it demonstrates a remarkably sophisticated society. Soon the Greek fleet assembled at Odyssey. Hundreds of masts rose above the harbor. Bronze helmets flashed beneath the morning sun. The smell of pine tar, seawater, leather, smoke, and nervous anticipation filled the air. Some men dreamed of glory. Others quietly missed home before they had even departed. The sea stretched before them. Somewhere beyond it waited Troy, a wealthy city protected by massive walls. A city that had no idea it was about to become immortal. And above them all, according to the poets, the gods watched with quiet interest. Because once the ships sailed, nothing would ever be the same again. 1,000 ships beneath the morning sky. For a little while, let your thoughts drift with the tide. The shoreline is still dark, touched only by the faint silver light that comes just before dawn. Hundreds of ships rest quietly in a sheltered bay, rising and falling almost together with the breathing rhythm of the sea. Their hulls creak softly, ropes stretch and relax. Somewhere, a sailor snores beneath an overturned shield. Another is already awake, staring toward the eastern horizon, wondering whether the day ahead will bring glory or simply another blister from rowing. War rarely begins with shouting. More often, it begins with waiting. Waiting for favorable winds. Waiting for orders. Waiting for courage to arrive. Or perhaps hoping it never does. This is Odyssey. At least, according to Greek tradition. A sheltered harbor where the greatest coalition the Greek world had ever assembled prepared to sail toward Troy. Whether every detail happened exactly this way is impossible to know. But something extraordinary almost certainly occurred during the Late Bronze Age. The kingdoms of Mycenaean Greece, usually independent and often competitive, appear to have acted together. That alone is remarkable. Convincing neighboring kings to cooperate has never been easy. Ask almost any diplomat in history. Imagine walking along the beach before sunrise. Ships line the coast as far as you can see. Not enormous vessels by modern standards. Most are perhaps 20 to 30 meters long. Long, narrow hulls built from pine and oak. Their curved prows rise proudly above the waves. A single square sail hangs furled for now. Rows of oars rest neatly along each side. When the wind failed, human muscle would take over. There was no alternative. Every mile demanded effort. Every voyage demanded endurance. These ships were marvels of Bronze Age engineering. Fast enough to cross open seas. Strong enough to survive Mediterranean storms. Though perhaps not always comfortably. Very few ancient sailors would have described sea travel as relaxing. Each vessel carried its own little community. A captain. Experienced sailors. Warriors. Perhaps a priest. Perhaps a craftsman capable of repairing damaged equipment. Food stores filled every available space. Large clay jars contained water. Others held olive oil or wine. Dried figs, barley, cheese, salted meat, fishing gear, spare ropes, extra spear shafts. Every item carefully loaded because forgetting something at sea could become surprisingly memorable. There were no convenience stores halfway across the Aegean. The Greek camp itself buzzed with nervous energy. Blacksmiths hammered final repairs onto helmets and spearheads. Carpenters reinforced hulls. Priests prepared sacrifices. Messengers hurried between royal tents carrying instructions. Servants cooked meals over open fires. The smell of roasting meat drifted across the shoreline, mixing with salt air and with smoke. Some men laughed loudly. Others sat quietly sharpening blades, already sharp enough. A few probably wondered whether pretending to be sick was still an option. Unfortunately, that opportunity had passed several weeks ago. Among these kings walked Agamemnon, brother of Menelaus, ruler of mighty Mycenae, commander of the Greek coalition. In Homer's poems, Agamemnon is neither purely heroic nor entirely villainous. Instead, he feels surprisingly human, proud, powerful, often generous, sometimes stubborn, occasionally making spectacularly poor decisions. History tends to remember such rulers, mostly because everyone else has to deal with the consequences. Leading independent kings required diplomacy almost as much as authority. Each ruler commanded his own followers. Each possessed personal ambitions. Each expected respect. Agamemnon stood first among equals rather than absolute monarch. Keeping such an alliance united may have been his greatest challenge. Not far away stood Odysseus, king of Ithaca. Compared with some of his companions, his kingdom was modest. Rocky hills, small villages, few great palaces, little fertile farmland. Ithaca would never rival Mycenae's wealth. Yet its king possessed something more valuable than gold: his mind. Even before the Odyssey begins, stories describe Odysseus as unusually clever. Not merely intelligent, creative, patient, able to solve problems others never noticed. Sometimes through diplomacy, sometimes through deception, usually through both. In heroic poetry, strength earns admiration. Cleverness earns survival. Odysseus specializes in survival. Nearby stood another young warrior whose reputation had already begun spreading across Greece. Achilles, still very young, perhaps barely older than 20. Strong, swift, confident, almost frighteningly gifted in battle. Yet beneath that confidence lingered the shadow of prophecy. According to tradition, his mother had warned him, "Fight at Troy, win everlasting fame, die young, remain home, live peacefully, disappear into history." It is difficult to imagine carrying such knowledge every day. Every decision becomes heavier, every sunrise more precious. Achilles walks toward Troy fully aware that victory itself may become his executioner. Then there was Nestor, king of Pylos, already elderly compared with many warriors. Wise, experienced, fond of giving lengthy speeches. Modern readers occasionally smile at this habit. His companions probably smiled too, politely, because interrupting respected elders has rarely been considered wise. Yet Nestor represented memory itself. He remembered older wars, older kings, older victories. His advice connected generations. Every army needs someone who has survived long enough to remind everyone else that glory often looks different afterward. Perhaps the most overlooked members of this enormous expedition were not kings at all. They were ordinary sailors, farmers temporarily carrying spears, young men leaving home for the first time, experienced fishermen who understood currents better than politics, craftsmen recruited because every army requires practical skills. History remembers heroes. Campaigns depend upon ordinary people. Someone repaired broken sandals. Someone baked bread. Someone cleaned wounds. Someone buried the dead. Without them, there would have been no epic. The gods, according to Greek tradition, soon intervened once again. The fleet could not sail. The wind refused to blow. Day after day, the sea remained frustratingly calm. The sails hung motionless. The waiting continued. Ancient people rarely accepted weather as random. Everything possessed meaning. Priests searched for explanations. Eventually, they reached a terrible conclusion. The goddess Artemis had been offended. Only one sacrifice would satisfy her. Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Few stories from Greek mythology reveal the emotional cost of leadership more painfully than this one. Versions differ. Some claim the sacrifice occurred. Others say Artemis rescued the girl at the final moment, replacing her with a deer. Either way, the legend reflects an uncomfortable truth. Ancient warfare demanded heartbreaking choices from everyone involved. Families paid the highest price long before battles even began. At last, The wind arrived. Perhaps naturally. Perhaps because stories required it. Hundreds of sails unfurled together. White cloth caught the morning breeze. Oars dipped into sparkling water. Commands echoed across the harbor. The fleet slowly began moving. Imagine standing upon the shore watching ship after ship disappear beyond the horizon. First the nearest, then those farther away, until only tiny white specks remained against endless blue. Then nothing, only sea. Many who watched knew they would never see those ships return. Sometimes intuition proves painfully accurate. The crossing itself took days, perhaps weeks, depending upon weather and stopping points. Ancient ships rarely ventured recklessly into open ocean. Instead, they often followed coastlines or island chains whenever possible. Each evening crews searched for suitable beaches. Ships were pulled ashore, meals prepared, guards posted. At dawn, everything began again. Travel remained exhausting. Rowing under Mediterranean sun quickly became miserable. Hands blistered, shoulders burned. Salt dried upon skin. Fresh water remained precious. Storms could appear unexpectedly. One violent squall might scatter an entire fleet. Navigation required constant attention. The sea respected no king. Eventually, the coastline of northwestern Anatolia appeared ahead. Rolling hills, wide plains, the distant heights surrounding Troy. For generations afterward, poets would imagine this first sight dramatically. Trumpets, heroic speeches, prophetic declarations. Reality may have been quieter. A captain simply pointing toward land. There, another sailor nodding. So that's Troy. Sometimes history begins with remarkably ordinary conversations. The Greeks established their camp upon the beaches outside the city. Tents rose. Storehouses were constructed. Ships lined the shore. Defensive earthworks perhaps followed. Fresh water sources became essential. Foraging parties searched surrounding countryside. Soon thousands of people occupied a temporary settlement that would endure year after year. Temporary, becoming strangely permanent. The Trojans watched from their walls. Perhaps curious, perhaps worried. Certainly aware that these newcomers were not ordinary merchants. Yet neither side could know what lay ahead. If a historical conflict occurred here, participants probably expected a relatively brief campaign. Ancient wars often lasted only a single season. Plant crops, fight, return home before harvest. Simple. Except Troy, according to tradition, refused to fall. 1 year became 2. 2 became 5. 5 became 10. Whether literally or symbolically, the message remained clear. This would become no ordinary war. During those long years, life settled into routines. Not glamorous ones. War is surprisingly repetitive. Patrols, repairs, training, negotiations, small raids, occasional skirmishes, waiting, endless waiting. Heroes still needed breakfast. Armor still rusted. Shoes still wore out. Arguments still erupted over supplies. The extraordinary slowly became ordinary. That may be one of history's saddest truths. Human beings can adapt to almost anything, even war. Inside Troy, life also continued. Markets opened. Children played. Temples received offerings. Women fetched water. Craftsmen worked. Fields beyond the walls required cultivation whenever conditions allowed. No city survives 10 years solely by watching enemies from towers. People must eat. Animals must graze. Bread must be baked. Life insists upon continuing, even beneath the shadow of siege. Perhaps that persistence explains why Troy became such a powerful symbol. Not merely because it fought, but because it endured. As months became years, both sides accumulated grief. Names disappeared from campfires. Families received no messages. Children grew without fathers. Parents died before sons returned. Even victory, if it came, would never erase those absences. Epic poetry celebrates courage. Careful listeners also hear exhaustion, homesickness, regret. Odysseus, perhaps more than any other hero, embodies that longing. Unlike Achilles, who seeks immortal glory, Odysseus increasingly dreams of something smaller. A familiar harbor, a stone house, his wife, his son, a quiet evening beneath the stars. Sometimes the greatest adventure is simply getting home. He does not know it yet, but his real journey has not even begun. Because before the wanderings, before the Cyclops, before the Sirens, before the endless sea, there is still one more chapter of the Trojan War to endure. A chapter dominated by two extraordinary men, one defending his city, the other chasing a glory that will outlive him. Hector and Achilles. The fate of Troy now rests upon their shoulders, and history is about to remember both forever. Hector, Achilles, and the long shadow of war. The night has grown quieter. The stars now hang high above the Aegean, bright enough to cast faint silver reflections across the sea. The wind has softened, and somewhere beyond the Greek camp, waves continue their endless conversation with the shore, a conversation they began thousands of years before Troy was built, and one they would continue thousands of years after Troy had become nothing more than buried stone. War, however, is never endless. To the people living through it, it certainly feels that way. But eventually every siege, every campaign, every kingdom, every empire reaches the same unavoidable destination: an ending. The people standing beneath Troy's towering walls could not yet see that ending. All they could see was another sunrise, another patrol, another funeral, another day. Years passed. Whether Homer's 10 years should be taken literally or poetically hardly matters. The important truth is that the war became long enough for an entire generation to grow exhausted. Imagine a young soldier arriving at Troy barely old enough to grow a proper beard. By the time the fighting finally ended, he might be approaching middle age. His closest friends would be gone. His armor repaired so many times that little of the original remained. His memories of home would begin to blur around the edges. Children back in Greece would have grown into teenagers. Fathers would have died. Harvests would have come and gone. Life continued everywhere except here. The war had become its own strange world. Within the Greek camp, rivalries slowly sharpened. The alliance had been held together by necessity rather than affection. Every king commanded his own followers. Every noble carried his own pride. Honor mattered almost as much as victory, perhaps more. This is one of the great themes of the Iliad. People often imagine ancient warfare revolving around territory or wealth. Those certainly mattered. But Homer repeatedly returns to reputation, respect, public recognition. To lose honor before your companions could feel worse than losing treasure, sometimes worse than losing life itself. It is difficult for modern audiences to fully appreciate this way of thinking. Yet once we understand it, the behavior of the heroes suddenly makes much more sense. The greatest conflict inside the Greek army did not begin with swords. It began with an argument. Agamemnon, commander of the coalition, demanded recognition of his authority. Achilles believed his own achievements deserved equal respect. Neither man possessed much talent for backing down. A dangerous combination. The dispute centered on war prizes, captured women assigned to victorious warriors according to Bronze Age custom. To modern readers, these practices are deeply disturbing. They remind us that heroic poetry emerges from societies whose values often differed profoundly from our own. Homer does not entirely celebrate these customs. Instead, he quietly reveals how treating human beings as trophies poisons everyone involved. The argument escalates. Voices rise. Hands move toward sword hilts. Only the intervention of the goddess Athena, according to the poem, prevents immediate bloodshed. Whether one sees this as divine intervention or poetic symbolism, the meaning remains powerful. Wisdom restrains anger, at least for a moment. Achilles makes a decision that changes everything. He refuses to fight. The greatest warrior in Greece withdraws to his ships. His followers, the Myrmidons, remain with him. The Greek army suddenly loses its strongest champion. Not because Troy defeated him, because pride defeated him. History has witnessed this tragedy repeatedly. Powerful alliances weaken not by external enemies, but by internal resentment. The Trojans could hardly believe their fortune. One of their deadliest opponents had removed himself from the battlefield. Inside Troy, another figure quietly emerged as the true heart of the city. Not Paris, not King Priam. Hector. If Achilles is the brightest flame in Greek tradition, Hector is perhaps its steadiest light. He is courageous without seeking unnecessary glory, strong without arrogance, a devoted husband, a loving father, a loyal son, above all, a man carrying responsibilities he never asked for. Unlike Achilles, Hector cannot simply withdraw from the war. His city depends upon him. His family depends upon him. Every decision he makes carries the weight of thousands of lives. One of the most moving scenes in all ancient literature unfolds not on a battlefield, but upon the walls of Troy. Hector returns briefly to the city. His wife, Andromache, rushes to meet him. Their infant son is with her. She begs him not to return to battle. "Stay, please. Find another commander. Let someone else fight." She has already lost her father, her brothers, her family. She cannot lose him too. Hector listens. He understands completely, yet he gently refuses. Not because he wants to die, quite the opposite. Because he believes his duty leaves no other choice. He lifts his son into his arms. The child begins crying, not from fear of his father, from fear of the great bronze helmet with its horsehair crest. Hector smiles, laughs softly, removes the helmet. Only then does the little boy calm down. It is such a wonderfully human moment. For a brief instant, the legendary warrior disappears. Only a father remains. Perhaps that is why Hector continues touching readers after nearly 3,000 years. He reminds us that history's greatest heroes were still ordinary people when they came home at night. Outside the walls, the fighting grows increasingly fierce. The Trojans press forward. Without Achilles opposing them, they gain confidence. Greek positions begin collapsing. Ships themselves come under attack. For ancient armies, losing the fleet would mean disaster. Those ships represented transportation, supplies, escape, home. If they burned, the Greeks might never leave Troy at all. Watching these defeats from his camp, Achilles remains furious. Not with the Trojans, with Agamemnon. His anger blinds him. He refuses repeated requests to return. Eventually, his closest companion, Patroclus, approaches him. Few relationships in ancient literature have inspired more discussion than theirs. Friends, brothers in arms. Perhaps something deeper. The poem leaves room for interpretation. What remains beyond doubt is their extraordinary loyalty. Patroclus cannot bear watching the Greeks suffer. He asks Achilles for permission to wear his armor into battle. Perhaps, from a distance, the Trojans will mistake him for Achilles himself. Perhaps fear alone will stop their advance. Reluctantly, Achilles agrees. At first, the plan works brilliantly. The gleaming armor appears upon the battlefield. The Trojans hesitate. Whispers spread. Achilles has returned. Greek morale surges. The enemy begins falling back. Momentum shifts. It almost works. Almost. Patroclus, caught up in success, pushes farther than Achilles instructed. Closer to Troy's walls. Closer to Hector. The two warriors meet. The battle reaches its terrible climax. Hector kills Patroclus. Only afterward does he discover the truth. The fallen man is not Achilles. Too late. The damage is done. A messenger carries the news to Achilles. Everything changes. His anger toward Agamemnon disappears instantly, replaced by grief. Pure, overwhelming, unbearable grief. This moment reveals something timeless about human nature. Hatred can seem enormous, until loss reminds us what truly matters. Achilles mourns not merely a fellow warrior. He mourns someone who shared his entire life. Someone who understood him. Someone who is now gone forever. His sorrow becomes almost frightening. His mother, Thetis, visits him. Again, mythology and emotion blend together. She brings new armor forged by Hephaestus himself, the god of fire and metalworking. The shield he creates becomes one of the greatest artistic passages in world literature. Rather than depicting only warfare, it portrays an entire universe. Cities, harvests, dances, wedding celebrations, farmers plowing fields, stars, rivers, the sea, life itself. It is as though Homer quietly reminds us what war threatens to destroy, not merely armies. Everything. Achilles returns to battle. The Greeks rejoice. The Trojans feel dread. The unstoppable warrior has come back. Only now, he no longer seeks glory. He seeks vengeance. And vengeance rarely knows moderation. His assault becomes relentless. Riverbanks fill with fallen soldiers. The fighting moves ever closer to Troy. Finally, only Hector remains between Achilles and the city. The Trojan prince stands alone outside the gates. Behind him, his parents plead from the walls. "Come inside. Save yourself." Hector hesitates, then remains. Some responsibilities cannot be abandoned, even when hope has vanished. Achilles approaches. The two greatest warriors of the age face one another beneath the walls of Troy. For one unforgettable moment, Hector loses his nerve. He runs. Around the city they race. Once, twice, 3 times. The image almost feels strangely human. Even the bravest heroes experience fear. Eventually Hector stops, turns, accepts his fate. The duel begins. It ends quickly. Achilles strikes the fatal blow. The defender of Troy falls. The city watches in silence. What follows is among the darkest moments in the Iliad. Consumed by grief and rage, Achilles ties Hector's body behind his chariot and drags it around the walls. It is an act of profound dishonor. Even the poem itself seems uncomfortable with it. Great heroes remain capable of terrible cruelty. That, perhaps, is Homer's greatest insight. No one becomes less human because they are legendary. If anything, they become more human, capable of astonishing courage, and astonishing failure. Days later, another unforgettable scene unfolds. An old man enters the Greek camp alone. King Priam, father of Hector, guided, according to myth, by the god Hermes. He kneels before Achilles. The king who has lost almost everything kisses the hands that killed his son. Then he asks, simply asks, for Hector's body. Achilles looks at the grieving father, and suddenly sees his own father, far away in Greece, old, waiting, perhaps never to see his son again. For the first time since Patroclus died, his anger softens. He weeps. Priam weeps. The two enemies share food together, not as king and conqueror, not as victor and defeated, simply as two fathers trapped inside history. It is one of the most beautiful moments ever written, because even amid the greatest war, compassion survives. Sometimes quietly, sometimes unexpectedly, but it survives. The Iliad ends here, not with the fall of Troy, not with the wooden horse, not with victory. It ends with Hector's funeral, a reminder that every great war is ultimately measured not by battles won, but by lives lost. Yet the city still stands. Its walls remain unbroken. The greatest trick in ancient history has yet to be imagined. And Odysseus, the patient king of Ithaca, is about to prove that intelligence can sometimes accomplish what 10 years of warfare never could. The horse of wood, the fire of bronze, and the last night of Troy. The stars have shifted. Hours have passed since Hector's funeral. The fires burning outside the walls of Troy glow a little lower tonight, and the sounds of the Greek camp seem strangely subdued. Even the sea feels different. Its waves arrive more gently, as though the Mediterranean itself has grown tired after witnessing so many years of bloodshed. 10 years, or perhaps fewer, or perhaps more. History and poetry continue their quiet disagreement. But whatever the exact number, one truth remains. The war has lasted far longer than anyone expected. The children born during the first year are now old enough to carry water. Young soldiers have become veterans. Bronze armor has been repaired so many times that scarcely any original metal remains. The men on both sides have learned something every long war eventually teaches. Victory is rarely glorious while you're still waiting for it. Imagine standing atop Troy's great walls at sunrise. The familiar Greek camp stretches along the shoreline. Hundreds of tents, rows of ships, columns of smoke rising from morning fires. For years, this view has never changed. Until today, something is different. The camp is empty. At first, nobody believes their own eyes. Surely this is some trick of morning fog. But as the sun climbs higher, reality becomes impossible to ignore. The tents are abandoned. The ships are gone. The beaches lie strangely silent. No shouting. No soldiers. No smoke from cooking fires. Nothing. Only gulls circling above the shoreline. After nearly a decade, the Greeks appear to have finally surrendered. One can almost imagine the conversations beginning inside Troy. They've gone. Surely not. They must have. Perhaps they grew tired. Perhaps their supplies ran out. Perhaps the gods abandoned them. History reminds us that human beings are remarkably eager to believe good news, especially after years of fear. Yet there is one thing still standing near the abandoned camp. A gigantic wooden horse. Its smooth timber catches the morning light, towering above the beach, silent, motionless, waiting. Few images from world literature have become as famous as the Trojan horse. Children recognize it. Artists paint it. Military academies discuss it. Computer security experts borrowed its name thousands of years later. Quite an impressive career for a horse made of wood. But before accepting the legend at face value, let us pause for a moment. Because this is precisely where myth and history become almost impossible to separate. Did such a horse truly exist? No archaeological evidence has ever confirmed it, nor should we necessarily expect it to. Wood disappears. Cities burn. 3,000 years erase many things. Modern historians have proposed countless explanations. Perhaps it was a siege engine. Perhaps a symbolic offering. Perhaps a battering ram shaped like a horse. Perhaps an earthquake remembered through poetic imagery. Or perhaps, against all expectations, some form of giant wooden structure genuinely played a role. The honest answer remains beautifully frustrating. We simply do not know. The horse itself occupies a curious place in Greek symbolism. Poseidon ruled both horses. And earthquakes. An earthquake had already damaged one level of ancient Troy centuries before its destruction. Could later storytellers have transformed natural disaster into divine symbolism? Possibly. Others point out that horses represented nobility, prestige, and military strength throughout the Bronze Age. A horse offered to the gods might have seemed perfectly believable. Perhaps that very believability became the foundation of the deception. History often hides inside symbols. Back inside Troy, debate erupts. Not everyone trusts the mysterious gift. The priest Laocoon reportedly voices immediate suspicion. According to Virgil's later account, he delivers one of antiquity's most famous warnings. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Wise advice, applicable surprisingly often throughout history. To demonstrate his point, Laocoon throws a spear into the horse's wooden side. The hollow structure echoes. A strange sound. Enough perhaps to make everyone pause. Or perhaps not. Because optimism can be wonderfully persuasive, especially after 10 exhausting years of war. Then comes one of mythology's most dramatic moments. Great sea serpents emerge from the water. They attack Laocoon and his sons. Whether understood literally or symbolically, the effect upon the Trojans is immediate. Many interpret the priest's death as punishment from the gods. The warning is ignored. It is remarkable how easily fear and hope reshape human judgment. The same event can appear either as coincidence or destiny, depending entirely upon what one wishes to believe. Another figure enters the story, a Greek named Sinon, captured, or perhaps pretending to be captured. He tells the Trojans an elaborate tale. The Greeks, he claims, built the horse as an offering to Athena. They sailed away. Leave the horse untouched, or better yet, bring it inside the city. Doing so would supposedly secure Troy's future prosperity. It is an extraordinary performance, one of history's, or mythology's, great acts of deception. Odysseus would certainly approve. In fact, many traditions credit him with inventing the entire plan. Not through strength, not through numbers, but through understanding something profoundly human. People often deceive themselves long before anyone else deceives them. Slowly, laboriously, the Trojans begin pulling the horse toward the city. Imagine the effort. Massive ropes, dozens, perhaps hundreds of people hauling together. Wooden wheels groaning beneath enormous weight. Children running alongside. Musicians playing. Citizens cheering. After years of fear, celebration finally feels possible. The gates open. The horse enters Troy. The city welcomes its own destruction. Whether this happened literally matters almost less than why the story endured. Because every civilization recognizes the danger hidden within misplaced confidence. The celebrations continue deep into the night. Wine flows generously. Music fills the streets. Torches illuminate courtyards. Families embrace. Soldiers finally remove heavy armor. For the first time in years, many sleep without expecting battle at dawn. Imagine the relief. Imagine the exhaustion. Imagine believing the nightmare has ended. Outside the walls, the sea remains strangely quiet. According to the legend, Greek warriors hide inside the horse. Odysseus, Menelaus, Neoptolemus, others whose names survive in ancient lists. Hour after hour they remain cramped inside darkness, listening, waiting, not daring to cough, not daring to move. Imagine the silence, the smell of fresh timber, sweat, leather, bronze, the distant sounds of celebration filtering through wooden planks, every passing minute stretching endlessly. Patience, once again, becomes Odysseus' greatest weapon. Meanwhile, far beyond the horizon, or perhaps hidden behind a nearby island, the Greek fleet waits. Ancient poets say they anchored behind Tenedos, close enough to return quickly, far enough to remain unseen. Night deepens. Stars wheel overhead. One signal appears. Perhaps a torch. Perhaps a beacon. Whatever the method. The fleet turns back. Hundreds of ships glide silently toward Troy beneath cover of darkness. Oars dipping almost soundlessly into black water. No battle cries. Not yet. Only the sea. Inside the city, the horse opens. Warriors descend. They kill the guards. Open the gates. The returning Greek army pours into Troy. Then begins one of the most tragic nights in ancient literature. Fire spreads rapidly. Wooden roofs ignite. Smoke fills narrow streets. Bronze weapons flash in torchlight. Families flee in confusion. The city that endured 10 years of siege falls in a single night. It is impossible to know exactly how much of this reflects history, yet archaeological excavations reveal something haunting. One layer of Bronze Age Troy ended violently. Buildings burned. Walls collapsed. Human remains lay where they fell. Some catastrophe unquestionably occurred. The poets transformed those ashes into immortal memory. King Priam dies. Different traditions describe different circumstances. Some say he falls beside an altar. An old king meeting his end within the palace he spent decades protecting. Queen Hecuba survives only to face slavery. The royal family scatters. Children disappear into history. Some escape. Many do not. The victors themselves pay a terrible moral price. War rarely distinguishes cleanly between justice and cruelty. Victory often carries its own grief. One Trojan, however, escapes. Aeneas, carrying his elderly father upon his shoulders, leading his young son by the hand, leaving burning Troy behind him. Centuries later, Roman poets would transform this single image into the foundation myth of Rome itself. History echoes unexpectedly. One civilization's ending becomes another civilization's beginning. And what of Helen? Ancient storytellers never fully agreed. Some portray Menelaus ready to kill her. Others claim he lowers his sword the moment he sees her. Beauty once again altering history. Whether she returned willingly, whether she regretted everything, whether she possessed any real choice throughout these events. The questions remain open. Perhaps that uncertainty explains why Helen continues fascinating readers today. She resists simple judgment. By dawn, Troy is gone. Smoke rises into a pale morning sky. The mighty city whose walls once seemed invincible has become blackened ruins. The Greek kings celebrate victory. They believe their long ordeal has finally ended. They dream of home, families, peace, fields waiting to be cultivated, children scarcely remembered. None of them realize something almost ironic. The Trojan War was the easy part, because returning home would prove infinitely more difficult, especially for one clever king from rocky Ithaca. A man who offended the wrong god. A man whose greatest journey begins only after the greatest war of his age has already ended. As the Greek ships raise their sails and leave the smoking ruins of Troy behind, Odysseus turns his face toward home. He believes the voyage will take weeks. Instead, it will take 10 years. And every island waiting beyond the horizon will become part of one of humanity's greatest stories. Home is somewhere beyond the horizon. The fire behind us is fading now. Far across the sea, Troy has become little more than a dark smudge beneath the morning sky. Thin columns of smoke still rise into the air, twisting slowly before disappearing into the warm Mediterranean breeze. The war is over, or at least, everyone believes it is. The warriors who survive begin loading the last of their supplies. Bronze helmets are stacked beside coils of rope. Clay jars filled with fresh water are carefully secured beneath benches. Sailcloth flutters overhead, while shipwrights make final repairs to hulls that have already endured years of hard campaigning. There is excitement in the air, a quiet sort of excitement, not the thrill that comes before battle. Something gentler, the excitement of going home. A word so simple, home. Only 4 letters in English, yet perhaps the most powerful destination in all of literature. Because for Odysseus, home is no longer merely a place. It has become an idea. Imagine standing aboard one of the Greek ships as it leaves the shores of Troy. The sea is calm. The morning sun glitters across thousands of tiny waves. Behind you, the ruined city grows smaller every hour. Ahead, nothing but open water. The smell of salt fills the air. The sail snaps gently above your head. Somewhere nearby, sailors begin singing old rowing songs they haven't sung since before the war. One man speaks excitedly about his vineyard. Another wonders whether his children will recognize him. Someone else laughs and says he hopes his wife hasn't remarried. The others laugh. Mostly, ancient humor often carried uncomfortable truths. Odysseus stands quietly near the stern. Unlike many of the younger warriors, he does not celebrate loudly. He watches the coastline disappear. Perhaps he thinks about the friends who never boarded these ships. Achilles, Ajax, Patroclus, Hector. Even enemies become strangely familiar after enough years. War creates peculiar relationships. The men you fight every day gradually become part of the landscape of your life. Then suddenly, they're gone. Victory often feels emptier than expected. If there truly was a historical king behind the legend of Odysseus, he would have belonged to the Mycenaean world we explored earlier. A palace administrator, a military leader, a sailor accustomed to navigating the complicated geography of the Aegean. He would have understood winds, currents, safe harbors, dangerous reefs, seasonal storms. Ancient navigation was less about conquering nature than negotiating with it. The sea always had the final vote. The Mediterranean appears peaceful from a distance. Modern tourists often experience its calm blue waters and imagine an endlessly gentle sea. Ancient sailors knew better. Without modern weather forecasts, every voyage carried uncertainty. Storms could develop astonishingly quickly. Strong winds funneled between islands. Hidden rocks waited beneath clear water. Fog erased familiar landmarks. Navigation depended upon memory, stars, birds, cloud patterns, and years of experience. Even then, nothing was guaranteed. The sea rewarded humility. It punished confidence. Greek mythology explains Odysseus' long journey through the anger of Poseidon. After blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus, who happened to be Poseidon's son, the sea god vowed revenge. It is a wonderfully dramatic explanation, yet perhaps it also reflects something deeper. To Bronze Age sailors, the sea itself must have seemed almost alive. One voyage passed without incident. The next ended in disaster. Identical ships, identical crews, different outcomes. How else could they explain such unpredictable fortune? The gods gave personality to nature. Poseidon became the face of every unexpected wave, every broken mast, every storm appearing from nowhere. Before we begin following Odysseus from island to island, it is worth remembering something surprising. The Odyssey is not a straightforward travel diary. It never claims to be. Instead, it feels like dozens of sailors' stories woven together into one magnificent tapestry. Listen carefully to almost any experienced sailor. Eventually, they begin describing unusual islands, strange coastlines, unexpected encounters, mysterious weather, remarkable escapes. Now imagine collecting those stories for centuries, then handing them to one of history's greatest poets. The result might look very much like the Odyssey. The first stop on Odysseus' journey comes quickly. Too quickly. The city of the Cyclones. Located, according to tradition, along the coast of Thrace. His men raid the settlement successfully. At first, they capture supplies, take treasure, celebrate. Then they make a mistake repeated throughout military history. They stay too long. Instead of leaving immediately, they linger. Victory encourages carelessness. The surviving Cyclones summon reinforcements from inland. Fresh warriors arrive. Battle erupts again. This time, Odysseus suffers heavy losses. Several men from each ship are killed before the Greeks finally escape. It is a small episode compared with everything that follows. Yet it establishes an important pattern. Again and again, the greatest danger comes not from monsters, but from ordinary human decisions. The fleet continues southward. Days pass. The coastline slips slowly by. Sometimes rocky cliffs rise directly from the sea. Elsewhere, long sandy beaches curve gently toward distant hills. Dolphins occasionally swim beside the ships. Seabirds circle overhead. The Mediterranean remains breathtakingly beautiful. Beauty and danger often share the same address. Then the weather changes. Homer describes a great storm sent by Zeus. Whether understood as divine punishment or simple meteorology hardly matters. The effect remains the same. Dark clouds gather. The wind rises. Sails strain violently. Rain lashes the decks. Lightning flashes across black water. The neat formation of ships dissolves almost immediately. Every captain struggles simply to remain afloat. Imagine trying to steer a Bronze Age vessel through towering waves using nothing but muscle and determination. The sea does not care how famous you are. Kings and common sailors become equally small during storms. For 9 days the fleet drifts. 9 days. Perhaps symbolic. Perhaps literal. Either way, an eternity for exhausted sailors. Fresh water grows scarce. Food becomes soggy. Sleep arrives only in brief, uncomfortable moments. Hands blister from clinging to ropes. Salt covers everything. Even conversation fades. Eventually, survival occupies every thought. Then, land appears. This island seems peaceful, almost unbelievably peaceful. Green meadows stretch inland. Fruit grows abundantly. The air itself feels strangely calm. Its inhabitants are known as the Lotus-Eaters. They welcome strangers kindly. No weapons. No hostility. No suspicion. Instead, they offer fruit. The lotus. Who exactly were the Lotus-Eaters? Historians have wondered for centuries. Perhaps they represent a real North African people. Perhaps a memory of unfamiliar plants. Perhaps simply a poetic symbol. The lotus itself may not refer to the flower modern readers imagine. Instead, it might describe the sweet fruit of the jujube tree or another native plant. Whatever its botanical identity, its literary meaning is unmistakable. Several of Odysseus' men eat the lotus. Immediately, something changes. Not madness. Not poison. Something quieter. They lose the desire to return home. Home no longer matters. The past gently dissolves. The future seems unnecessary. Only the pleasant present remains. At first glance, it almost sounds wonderful. No anxiety. No grief. No ambition. Only peace. Yet Odysseus recognizes the danger immediately. To forget home is to lose yourself. Memory shapes identity. Without memory, who are we? He drags his companions back to the ships by force. They protest, begging to remain. He ties them beneath rowing benches if necessary, then orders the fleet to depart immediately. It is one of the earliest moments revealing Odysseus' peculiar leadership. He does not always give people what they want. He gives them what they will later thank him for. Sometimes, not always. His decisions become increasingly complicated as the journey continues. The Lotus-Eaters also carry another fascinating interpretation. Perhaps Homer quietly comments upon nostalgia itself. Everyone dreams of forgetting hardship, of escaping painful memories, of abandoning responsibility. The Lotus offers exactly that. Comfort without purpose, peace without growth. Odysseus refuses, because home cannot be reached by forgetting who you are, only by remembering. Leaving the island behind, the ships once again enter open water. The sea sparkles beneath afternoon sunlight. Gentle waves slap rhythmically against wooden hulls. For a little while, everything feels almost normal. Perhaps the worst is over. Perhaps the storm was the final challenge. Perhaps the voyage home will now continue peacefully. Ancient literature loves such moments. The calm before unimaginable trouble. Ahead rises another island. Rocky. Mountainous. Covered with forests. Smoke curls upward from hidden valleys. Goats wander freely across grassy slopes. There are caves, fresh springs, good grazing land. It appears deserted, or nearly so. Odysseus decides to investigate. He leaves most of his men aboard the ships, taking only a carefully chosen group ashore. They carry wine, food, Weapons. Curiosity. Curiosity, history repeatedly reminds us, can be both humanity's greatest strength and its most dangerous habit. The cave they discover is enormous. Inside are baskets overflowing with cheese, shelves lined with milk containers, pens crowded with sheep and goats. Everything suggests the owner has merely stepped away for a short time. Odysseus' companions immediately propose the sensible plan. Take the food. Leave. Quickly. Before the owner returns. Simple. Practical. Safe. Odysseus refuses. He wishes to meet the mysterious shepherd. To exchange gifts perhaps. To learn who lives here. To satisfy his curiosity. It is an entirely human decision. One that will become famous for all the wrong reasons. Because the shepherd returning toward the cave is no ordinary shepherd. He is called Polyphemus. And before dawn breaks again, Odysseus will discover that cleverness sometimes creates dangers just as easily as it solves them. The greatest encounter of his journey is about to begin. The Cyclops and the man called Nobody. The evening settles softly across the sea once again. A pale moon rises above the rocky islands, silver light spilling across quiet water until the entire Mediterranean seems to shimmer like polished bronze. Somewhere in the distance, waves break gently against limestone cliffs, their rhythm slow and hypnotic, as though the sea itself were telling an ancient story. Odysseus does not yet know it, but he is about to become part of that story forever. Not because he is the strongest man alive, not because he wins the greatest battle, but because he thinks differently. The encounter with the Cyclops has survived for nearly 3,000 years because it celebrates something surprisingly unusual in heroic literature. Not muscles, not courage, not destiny, intelligence. Although, as we shall soon discover, intelligence accompanied by just a little too much pride. The cave is enormous, larger than any ordinary shepherd could possibly require. Stone walls curve high overhead until they disappear into darkness. The cool air smells of damp earth, fresh milk, sheep's wool, and wood smoke. It is clearly inhabited, yet whoever lives here is absent. Odysseus' companions move cautiously through the cave. Shelves overflow with carefully made cheeses. Large clay vessels contain milk. Woven baskets stand filled with food. Pens nearby hold lambs and young goats. Everything suggests a remarkably organized household. Not the home of a wild beast. The home of someone who understands farming. Whoever lives here works hard. The men exchange nervous glances. One whispers the obvious. We should leave. Take some cheese. Take a few animals. Return to the ships. Be gone before sunset. Honestly, it is excellent advice. Exactly the sort of practical thinking that keeps sailors alive. Odysseus ignores it. Later in life, perhaps, he would have admitted this was not his finest decision. Curiosity has always been one of humanity's greatest gifts. It built civilizations, mapped oceans, sent people to the stars. It has also led countless individuals into caves occupied by creatures considerably larger than themselves. Balance is important. Odysseus wishes to meet the owner. Perhaps exchange gifts. Perhaps learn something new. Perhaps simply satisfy his own curiosity. It is a deeply human impulse, one that history repeatedly rewards, until it suddenly doesn't. As the sun sinks toward the horizon, heavy footsteps echo across the hillside. The sheep return first. Hundreds of them. They crowd through the entrance. Behind them comes the shepherd. At first, only his silhouette fills the doorway. Then he ducks beneath the rocky entrance and steps inside. He is enormous. Not merely tall. Immense. Broad as an ancient oak. His hands could probably lift one of Odysseus' companions with disturbing ease. His beard hangs thick across his chest. His clothes are made from rough animal skins. And in the center of his forehead, one great eye watches the cave. Polyphemus. The Cyclops. Now, before we continue, let us pause briefly. Because the Cyclops has inspired historians almost as much as poets. Did Homer invent him entirely? Perhaps. But scholars have proposed fascinating possibilities. Some ancient people discovered fossilized skulls of prehistoric dwarf elephants on Mediterranean islands. These skulls contain one large opening in the center where the elephant's trunk attached. To someone unfamiliar with elephants, it looks remarkably like the eye socket of a giant one-eyed human. Imagine stumbling upon such a skull. The conclusion almost writes itself. Others suggest the Cyclopes represent distant memories of isolated shepherd communities viewed as strange outsiders. Or perhaps they simply embody every frightening story sailors told about unfamiliar islands. The truth remains hidden, which somehow makes the story even more enjoyable. Polyphemus notices the strangers immediately. His single eye narrows. He does not smile. Hospitality, so sacred among civilized Greeks, means nothing to him. He asks only one question. "Who are you?" Odysseus answers politely. He explains that they are sailors returning home from Troy, travelers seeking the traditional generosity owed to guests. Food, shelter, perhaps gifts. He invokes Zeus himself, protector of strangers. It is a perfectly reasonable speech. Unfortunately, Polyphemus has little interest in Zeus, or manners, or diplomacy. Sometimes civilization ends exactly where shared customs disappear. Without another word, the giant rolls an enormous stone across the cave entrance. The rock is so massive that none of the Greeks could possibly move it. Then, with horrifying calm, he reaches down, grabs two men, and eats them. The scene is shocking even by the standards of ancient mythology. Homer does not present Polyphemus as merely dangerous. He presents him as the complete opposite of civilization. He raises sheep but ignores hospitality. He farms but rejects community. He possesses intelligence yet lives outside law. Everything Greek society valued. The Cyclops rejects. Night passes slowly. The surviving Greeks huddle together in silence. No one sleeps. Every whisper echoes. Every movement risks attracting attention. Odysseus considers killing the sleeping giant immediately. Sword in hand. One quick strike through the throat. Problem solved. Except, another problem appears. If Polyphemus dies, who moves the stone blocking the entrance? The men would starve inside the cave. Sometimes the obvious solution creates an even greater disaster. So Odysseus waits. Patience. Again. Morning arrives. Polyphemus wakes, milks his sheep, eats two more unfortunate Greeks for breakfast, then drives the flock outside. Before leaving, he carefully replaces the giant stone across the entrance. The prisoners remain trapped. Imagine the silence after he leaves. Not relief, only dread, because evening will certainly come again. And with it, the shepherd. Odysseus begins thinking, not panicking. Thinking. This distinction matters enormously. Heroes often rely upon courage. Odysseus relies upon observation. He notices a massive wooden club lying beside the wall, freshly cut from an olive tree, still green, heavy enough that several men together struggle to lift it. A plan slowly forms. Not perfect, perhaps impossible, but better than waiting to become dinner. The Greeks trim the club, sharpen one end, hide it beneath animal dung. It is hardly glamorous work. Most successful survival plans rarely are. Then they wait. Again. Waiting becomes one of Odysseus' greatest skills, knowing exactly when not to act. Evening falls. The sheep return. So does Polyphemus. Again he seals the entrance. Again he devours two sailors. Only afterward does Odysseus approach him carrying something precious. Wine. Not ordinary diluted wine. Strong wine received earlier from the priest Marin. Powerful enough that a little goes a very long way. Odysseus offers it as a gift. The Cyclops drinks. His eye widens. He asks for more. The giant has likely never tasted anything quite like it. Soon, he becomes thoroughly drunk. Then comes one of the most famous conversations in world literature. Polyphemus laughs. "What is your name?" A simple question. Odysseus smiles. "My name is Nobody." Or in Greek, Udis. Nobody. No one. It is a brilliant answer. Not because it sounds impressive, because it will sound ridiculous later. The greatest trick often appears completely ordinary at first. The wine overwhelms the giant. He collapses into deep sleep. His snores shake the cave. Now, the moment arrives. Odysseus and his remaining companions retrieve the sharpened olive stake. They harden its tip in the fire. Then, working together with every ounce of strength they possess, they drive it into the Cyclops' single eye. The cave erupts with terrible screams. Polyphemus thrashes wildly. The smell of burning wood fills the air. The giant tears the stake free. Blood and tears stream down his face. Blind, enraged, his cries echo across the island. Other Cyclopes gather outside. What happened? Who is hurting you? They shout through the darkness. Polyphemus roars back. Nobody is attacking me. There is silence. Then confusion. If nobody is attacking you, perhaps the gods have sent your illness. Go back to sleep. The other Cyclopes leave. Odysseus' clever answer has worked perfectly. For a moment. At least. Morning comes once more. The blinded giant cannot see. But he is not foolish. He knows the Greeks must escape somehow. He sits directly beside the entrance. One by one, he feels every sheep leaving the cave. No man will slip past unnoticed. It seems hopeless, until Odysseus notices the sheep themselves. Each Greek ties himself beneath the belly of a large ram, hidden by thick wool. The animals shuffle slowly toward daylight. Polyphemus reaches down, feeling only their backs, never thinking to check underneath. Sometimes intelligence defeats strength simply by asking different questions. At last, fresh air, sunlight, freedom. The Greeks untie themselves, run toward the ships, drive the captured sheep aboard, push desperately away from shore. The sea once again becomes their ally. Polyphemus hears the commotion. He stumbles toward the sound, lifting enormous boulders, hurling them blindly into the sea. The rocks crash into the water with thunderous force. Waves nearly overturn the escaping ships. Ancient sailors surely recognized this image. The coastline itself attacking them. Nature transformed into myth. Then, Odysseus makes one final mistake. Perhaps the only mistake greater than entering the cave in the first place. Safe at sea, out of immediate danger, he cannot resist. He shouts back toward the shore, boasting, mocking the defeated Cyclops. His companions beg him to remain silent. He ignores them. Pride has quietly replaced caution. Finally, he reveals his true name. I am Odysseus, King of Ithaca. Now Polyphemus knows exactly who escaped. The blinded giant raises his hands toward the sky. He calls upon his father, Poseidon, god of the sea. Hear me, if my son truly belongs to you. Grant that Odysseus never reaches home. And if he must, let him arrive late, alone, having lost all his companions, to find suffering waiting for him. The sea falls strangely quiet. The prayer drifts across the waves. Odysseus cannot hear the answer, but the Mediterranean has been listening, and from this moment onward, every wave carries the quiet anger of a god. The real Odyssey has finally begun. The keeper of the winds, the cannibal giants, and the island where time stood still. The sea is calm again. It almost seems to apologize. After the terror of the Cyclops, the Mediterranean stretches beneath a pale blue sky as gently as polished glass. The ships move steadily westward, their oars dipping in perfect rhythm. Flying fish occasionally leap from the water. Seabirds will lazily overhead. For the first time in many days, the men begin to smile again. Perhaps the worst is behind them. Perhaps the Cyclops was simply one terrible misfortune. Perhaps Poseidon has already forgotten. If only the gods had possessed such short memories. Ancient sailors understood something that modern travelers often forget. A peaceful sea could become a violent one within hours. The Mediterranean is surrounded by mountains. Cold air rushing down valleys collides with warm sea air. Sudden winds appear with astonishing speed. One moment the water resembles a mirror. The next, it resembles a battlefield. 4 Bronze Age mariners. Weather forecasts consisted mostly of experience, hopeful guesses, and occasionally looking nervously at suspicious-looking clouds. The sea remained wonderfully unpredictable. Several days later, Odysseus and his fleet approach another unfamiliar island. Unlike the rocky wilderness of the Cyclops, this place appears almost welcoming. Green hills roll gently toward sheltered bays. The harbor lies remarkably calm. Smoke rises peacefully from distant homes. Everything suggests order rather than danger. This is the island of Aeolia, home of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Whether we understand him as a god, a minor deity, or perhaps the poetic memory of an exceptionally skilled navigator, his role is fascinating. The Greeks imagined the winds as living forces. Each had its own personality, its own direction, its own habits. Someone, they believed, must surely govern them. Aeolus receives Odysseus with remarkable generosity. Again, we encounter that sacred tradition of hospitality. Food appears almost immediately. Fresh bread, roasted meat, sweet wine, soft beds. After weeks aboard cramped ships, such comforts must have felt almost unbelievable. Imagine sleeping beneath a proper roof after months of hearing nothing but waves against wooden hulls. The silence alone would seem miraculous. For an entire month, Odysseus remains as Aeolus' honored guest. The two men talk long into the evenings. Perhaps they discuss Troy, perhaps navigation, perhaps the endless unpredictability of kings. Ancient storytellers seldom describe every conversation. Sometimes imagination quietly fills the empty spaces. When the time finally comes to depart, Aeolus presents Odysseus with an extraordinary gift. A leather bag, heavy, carefully tied shut. Inside, every unfavorable wind. Only the gentle west wind remains free, enough to carry the fleet safely home. It is one of mythology's most beautiful images. The storms themselves captured and restrained. Chaos neatly folded away inside leather. Whether this episode preserves some forgotten knowledge of navigation is impossible to know. Perhaps experienced sailors understood seasonal wind patterns far better than outsiders realized. Perhaps the bag of winds symbolizes carefully guarded sailing instructions. Or perhaps it is simply magnificent storytelling. Not every mystery requires solving. Some are more enjoyable when they remain mysteries. Odysseus accepts the gift with gratitude. Then the ships depart once more. Day after day, favorable winds carry them steadily toward Ithaca. The voyage progresses wonderfully. No monsters, no storms, no disasters, just home drawing steadily closer. Imagine the excitement building aboard each vessel. Sailors begin recognizing familiar constellations, perhaps familiar coastlines. Some even speak about what they will do first after landing. One dreams of embracing his children. Another imagines drinking wine from his own vineyard. Someone jokes about sleeping for an entire week. Home no longer feels like a dream. It feels real. At last, the mountains of Ithaca appear upon the horizon. Odysseus himself can see smoke rising from distant villages. His own kingdom, his own home, his own people. After 10 years of war and countless dangers at sea, the journey is almost over. Almost. Exhausted beyond words, Odysseus finally falls asleep. It is perhaps the safest moment of the voyage. The sea remains calm. The shoreline lies within sight. His men can surely manage the final stretch. Surely. Then curiosity strikes again. Only this time, it belongs to someone else. The sailors begin whispering among themselves. What is inside the bag? It must be treasure. Gold, perhaps. Why else would Aeolus give it only to Odysseus? Notice how suspicion quietly replaces trust. After years of hardship, the human mind often expects unfairness. Surely the king has hidden riches while everyone else receives nothing. No one considers the obvious possibility that the bag contains exactly what Odysseus said it contained. Because impossible explanations sometimes appear more believable than ordinary truth. One sailor loosens the knot. Another helps. The leather bag opens. Instantly, the imprisoned winds explode outward. A roaring tempest erupts across the sea. The peaceful waves transform into mountains of water. Sails snap violently. Ships scatter in every direction. The coastline of Ithaca disappears into darkness. When Odysseus awakens, home has vanished. The fleet has been blown all the way back across the sea. Sometimes the greatest tragedies arrive when success seems absolutely certain. Heartbroken, Odysseus returns to Aeolus. Surely the keeper of the winds can help again. Instead, Aeolus refuses. He believes no ordinary misfortune could explain such astonishing failure. The gods themselves, he concludes, must oppose Odysseus. Helping him would invite divine anger. The doors close. Hospitality ends. The fleet departs once more. This time, without hope. Even Odysseus begins wondering whether home truly remains possible. Days later, the ships reach another coastline. Steep cliffs surround an unusually narrow harbor. Everything appears strangely quiet. Almost too quiet. This is the land of the Laestrygonians, another race of giants. Unlike the solitary Cyclops, These giants live together in a proper city. Odysseus grows cautious. Experience has taught him something valuable. He anchors his own ship outside the harbor. The rest of the fleet sails inside. One careful decision, one instinct. It will save his life. Messengers enter the city seeking information. At first, everything appears ordinary. Then they meet the queen. She is enormous. Her husband follows, equally gigantic. Soon the terrible truth becomes clear. The Laestrygonians are cannibals. The messengers flee. Too late. The giants seize massive rocks from surrounding cliffs. They hurl them downward into the trapped harbor. Imagine dozens of enormous boulders crashing among tightly packed ships. Wood splinters instantly. Masts collapse. Men leap into the sea. Many never surface again. The harbor becomes a prison. One by one, the Greek ships are destroyed. Only Odysseus' vessel, waiting outside, escapes. This episode carries echoes of real geography. Throughout the Mediterranean, narrow natural harbors can become deadly traps. An attacking force controlling the entrance leaves little room for escape. Whether inspired by an actual ambush or entirely imagined, the story reflects genuine nautical wisdom. Never enter an unfamiliar harbor too confidently. Always leave yourself an escape route. It is excellent advice. Even today, Odysseus watches almost his entire fleet disappear. Think about the scale of the loss. He left Troy with 12 ships. Now, only one remains. Hundreds of companions have vanished. Not through glorious battle, not through heroic sacrifice, simply because they trusted the wrong harbor. The Odyssey quietly reminds us that survival often depends less upon bravery than upon fortune. The lone surviving ship sails onward. Its crew exhausted, hungry, grieving. No one sings now. No one speaks much at all. The sea feels larger than ever. Each island promises uncertainty. Each new coastline raises uncomfortable questions. Who lives here? Friend? Enemy? Something worse? Eventually, another island appears. Thick forests cover gentle hills. Smoke rises peacefully from hidden valleys. Lions wander through woodland. Curiously, they do not attack. Instead, they approach visitors almost like tamed dogs. Beautiful. Calm. Impossible. The island belongs to Circe. Circe has fascinated readers for centuries. A sorceress, a goddess, a priestess, perhaps all three. Perhaps none. Some historians suggest memories of powerful female religious figures inspired her legend. Others see reflections of unfamiliar herbal knowledge. Ancient medicine often seemed magical to outsiders. Someone understanding rare plants could easily appear capable of enchantment. Whatever the historical origin, Circe represents transformation, both literal and symbolic. Half of Odysseus' remaining crew enters her palace. The halls are magnificent. Rich tapestries hang from wooden beams. Bronze lamps glow warmly. The smell of fresh bread fills the air. Circe welcomes them kindly. She serves food and wine. The sailors relax. After months of hardship, civilization itself feels almost suspiciously comforting. Unfortunately, their suspicions arrive too late. Circe quietly mixes herbs into the wine. The men drink. One by one, they begin changing, not merely in appearance, in identity. Soon pigs wander where sailors once stood. Their minds remain human. Their bodies do not. A remarkably unsettling image. Perhaps one of mythology's most powerful metaphors. Because people often become what they repeatedly choose. One man escapes. Eurylochus. Terrified, he races back to the ship. He tells Odysseus everything. The tale sounds impossible. Yet impossible stories have become strangely common. Odysseus draws his sword. He sets off alone towards Circe's palace, determined to rescue his companions. He does not know that another meeting awaits him first. A meeting that will change the course of his entire journey. Along a quiet forest path, a young traveler suddenly appears. Or perhaps, a god in disguise. Hermes has come, and he carries a small white flower whose power may prove greater than any sword. The next chapter of the Odyssey is about to become even stranger. The sorceress, the dead, and the edge of the world. The forest is quiet. Not the uneasy silence of the Cyclops cave, nor the lonely stillness that settles over the sea before a storm. This is a softer silence. Sunlight filters through tall oak and pine trees, painting golden patches across the mossy ground. Somewhere nearby, a spring trickles over smooth stones. Birds call lazily from the branches overhead. It is difficult to imagine that this peaceful island hides one of the most mysterious figures in all of Greek mythology, Circe. For thousands of years, she has appeared in poems, paintings, operas, novels, and films. Sometimes she is a villain, sometimes a healer, sometimes a lonely woman feared simply because she possesses knowledge others do not understand. Like many figures from ancient myth, she refuses to fit neatly into a single category. Perhaps that is why she remains so fascinating. As Odysseus walks toward her palace, another traveler suddenly appears upon the forest path. Young, graceful, carrying a traveler's staff. It is Hermes, messenger of the gods. Or perhaps, if we choose a more historical reading, this meeting symbolizes something different. Unexpected wisdom arriving just when experience is no longer enough. However one interprets it, Hermes offers Odysseus a remarkable gift. A small white-flowered plant. Its roots are black. Its blossoms shine pale as moonlight. The gods call it moly. Mortals, Hermes warns, cannot easily find such a plant. Modern scholars have debated its identity endlessly. Snowdrops, garlic, wild onions, mandrake. No one agrees. Perhaps no real plant ever inspired it. Perhaps several did. Ancient herbal knowledge often appeared miraculous to those who lacked it. The line separating medicine from magic has always been surprisingly thin. Hermes gives simple instructions. When Circe offers wine, drink it. When she casts her spell, it will fail. Then, when she reaches for her wand again, draw your sword, not to kill her, only to surprise her. Confidence, Hermes seems to suggest, is often the strongest form of magic. Odysseus reaches the palace. Everything appears exactly as Eurylochus described. The building is beautiful. Bronze doors gleam beneath afternoon sunlight. Smoke rises peacefully from the roof. Inside, Circe sings while weaving upon a magnificent loom. Ancient poetry often introduces remarkable women through weaving. It symbolized patience, skill, order, the careful creation of stories themselves. Thread crossing thread, memory crossing memory. History, after all, is woven together much the same way. Circe welcomes her unexpected guest warmly. She offers food, wine, comfort. Odysseus accepts. The enchanted drink touches his lips. She raises her wand, speaks mysterious words. Nothing happens. For the first time in perhaps centuries, someone stands before her completely unchanged. Odysseus draws his bronze sword. Circe steps backward in astonishment. Not fear exactly. Recognition. She understands immediately. Only divine assistance could have protected this stranger. What follows is surprisingly gentle. Rather than battle, conversation. Circe swears an oath not to harm him. She restores his companions to human form. Not merely restored. According to Homer, they become younger, healthier, almost renewed. There is something deeply symbolic here. After unimaginable hardships, kindness itself becomes transformative. Then something unexpected happens. Odysseus remains. Not for days, not for weeks, for an entire year. A full year passes almost unnoticed. The sailors eat well, sleep comfortably, repair equipment, recover their strength. Imagine how extraordinary such peace must have felt. No storms, no monsters, no battles. Fresh bread every morning, warm fires every evening, soft beds, good wine, conversation. For the first time since Troy, life resembles normality again. It raises an interesting question. Why leave? After everything they have endured, why continue risking death? The answer reveals the heart of the Odyssey. Because comfort is not the same as home. Circe's island offers safety, not belonging. The men begin reminding Odysseus gently, then more firmly. Their families still wait. Their homeland still waits. Years continue passing elsewhere. Eventually, even paradise can become another prison. Circe understands. She does not try to stop them. Instead, she offers guidance. The journey home, she explains, requires one final impossible task. Odysseus must travel to the land of the dead. Imagine hearing such instructions. Cross the sea. Find the entrance to the underworld. Speak with the spirits of those who have died. Then return. Ancient mythology rarely believed in easy directions. The voyage north feels unlike anything before it. The sea grows colder. The sunlight weaker. Mist begins gathering across the water. The cheerful blue Mediterranean slowly disappears beneath gray skies. Whether Homer imagined an actual northern coastline or simply the edge of the known world hardly matters. Emotionally, the landscape changes completely. The world itself seems older here, quieter, as though even time moves more slowly. Eventually, they reach a desolate shore. No villages, no shepherds, no birdsong, only wind moving through barren trees. Circe instructed Odysseus carefully. Dig a trench. Pour offerings of milk, honey, wine, water, scatter barley. Promise sacrifices upon returning home. Then, blood. Ancient Greeks believed the spirits of the dead required blood temporarily to recover memory and speech. It is one of the Odyssey's darkest and most haunting images. As the blood fills the trench, shapes begin emerging from the darkness. Not monsters, people, countless silent figures. The dead. Imagine them gathering slowly through drifting mist. Faces barely recognizable. Voices like distant echoes. Some eager, some confused, all drawn by memory. The underworld in Homer differs remarkably from later religious traditions. It is not primarily a place of punishment, nor reward. Simply, existence after life. Gray, quiet, melancholy. A place where even kings become shadows. The first spirit Odysseus meets surprises him completely. Elpenor, one of his own sailors. A young man who died accidentally on Circe's island. Drunk, he fell from the palace roof. His companions had departed without realizing his body remained behind. Even heroes overlook ordinary tragedies. Elpenor asks only one thing. Return. Give me a proper burial. Remember me. It is a heartbreaking reminder that remembrance itself becomes a sacred duty. To be forgotten was, for the ancient Greeks, almost a second death. Then another familiar face appears. Anticlea, Odysseus' mother. He left for Troy believing she was alive. Now he discovers she died while he wandered. Not through violence, not through disease, simply from grief. Waiting. Imagine standing before your mother's spirit, unable to embrace her. 3 times he reaches toward her. 3 times his hands pass through empty air. It is one of the Odyssey's quietest moments, and one of its saddest. Some losses cannot be repaired, even by completing the journey home. Finally, the prophet Tiresias arrives. Unlike the other spirits, he retains clear wisdom. He drinks from the blood, then speaks. His prophecy shapes everything that follows. Yes, Odysseus will reach Ithaca, eventually, but only after terrible suffering. He must avoid harming the sacred cattle of Helios. He must remain patient. He must expect hardship even after reaching home. Notice something remarkable. Tiresias never promises an easy ending, only a possible one. Ancient wisdom often sounds exactly like that. The dead continue gathering. Agamemnon appears. His story did not end happily. After returning home from Troy, he was murdered, not by foreign enemies, by his own wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. The mighty commander who survived 10 years of war dies at his own dinner table. History possesses a cruel sense of irony. Agamemnon warns Odysseus. Trust carefully. Appear unexpectedly. Not every homecoming brings joy. Next comes Achilles. Surely, Odysseus thinks, the greatest warrior in Greek history must now rule proudly among the dead. Instead, Achilles says something extraordinary. He would rather live as the poorest laborer upon earth than reign over every spirit below. For all the glory he earned, life itself proved more valuable. This single conversation quietly overturns much of heroic culture. The man who chose eternal fame now questions the price. It is one of Homer's deepest reflections. Ajax appears too, still angry, still refusing reconciliation after the dispute over Achilles' armor. Even death has not softened every wound. Some resentments, Homer suggests, outlive the body itself. An uncomfortable thought, yet perhaps an honest one. The underworld gradually fills with legendary women. Ancient queens, mothers, heroines, then great warriors. Minus judging disputes. Orion hunting forever. Sisyphus endlessly pushing his stone uphill, Tantalus forever thirsty beside unreachable water. Whether these punishments belong to Homer's original vision or later traditions expanded them, they reveal a universal truth. Human beings have always imagined justice continuing beyond death. Eventually, the number of spirits becomes overwhelming. Odysseus feels genuine fear, not fear of battle, fear of remaining too long among the dead. He returns quickly to his ship. The black sails catch the wind once more. The living depart. The dead remain. There is something profoundly human about this entire episode. Rather than depicting death as a place of certainty, Homer presents mystery, questions, memory, regret, love. The underworld becomes less about punishment than about perspective. Only after speaking with the dead does Odysseus fully understand what home truly means. Not wealth, not kingship, not victory. The people waiting there. The people already lost. The people still remembered. The ship turns once more towards Circe's island. One final visit. One final meal. One final night before the greatest dangers of the voyage begin. Because Circe has more warnings to give. Warnings about creatures whose songs no sailor can resist. A narrow passage where two monsters wait forever. And an island where the sun itself keeps sacred cattle. The hardest choices of Odysseus' life still lie ahead. The sea has not finished testing him. Not even close. The song no sailor could resist. The night feels different now. Not darker. Simply older. The stars above the Mediterranean seem almost close enough to touch, scattered across the sky like countless tiny fires reflected upon black water. The sea has settled into a slow, steady rhythm, each wave rising and falling beneath Odysseus' ship as though the world itself were breathing in its sleep. Behind them, the land of the dead has disappeared into mist. Ahead, the greatest tests of the Odyssey still wait. Not battles, not armies, temptations, and perhaps those have always been the more difficult enemies. The ship returns briefly to Circe's island. This time, there is no fear, no enchantment, no hidden danger, only hospitality. Circe prepares one final feast for the weary sailors. Fresh fish roasted over glowing coals. Warm bread still fragrant from the oven. Olives, honey, goat cheese, dark red wine poured into polished bronze cups. For men who have crossed the edge of the world itself, such ordinary comforts feel almost miraculous. Sometimes history forgets that ancient heroes also appreciated a good meal. Quite enthusiastically. That evening, while the fire burns low, Circe speaks quietly to Odysseus. Her voice carries none of the mystery that surrounded her when they first met. Instead, she sounds almost like an experienced sailor explaining dangerous coastlines to a younger captain. The journey ahead, she warns, cannot be avoided. Every route home contains danger. The question is not whether Odysseus will suffer. The question is how much. It is a surprisingly realistic philosophy. Ancient myths often understood something modern life occasionally tries to deny. There are no perfect choices, only better ones. The first danger she describes is perhaps the most famous after the Cyclops. The Sirens. Even today, the word siren has become a symbol for irresistible temptation. Yet Homer's sirens differ in fascinating ways from later artistic traditions. Modern paintings often depict beautiful women with fish tails, something like mermaids. But early Greek art usually portrays them quite differently. They have the bodies of birds, large wings, sharp talons, and the faces of women. They belong not to the sea itself, but to lonely rocky shores where sailors meet their end. Like many myths, their appearance slowly changed over centuries. The essential danger remained the same. The sirens do not kill with claws, or teeth, or arrows. They sing. That is all. A song so beautiful, so irresistible, so perfectly suited to the deepest desires of whoever hears it, that no sailor wishes to leave. Ships drift toward the rocky coast. The sea quietly completes the work, with splinters against hidden reefs. The waves claim another crew. The sirens simply wait for the next one. There is something wonderfully psychological about this myth. Notice that Homer never actually tells us what the sirens' song sounds like. Instead, they promise knowledge. They promise understanding. They promise answers. Come here, famous Odysseus. We know everything. We know what happened at Troy. We know every sorrow. We know every secret. What a remarkable temptation. Not wealth. Not power. Knowledge itself. Perhaps that is why the story has endured. Human curiosity is almost impossible to silence. Modern historians and psychologists have offered countless interpretations. Some believe the Sirens symbolize dangerous coastlines where strange echoes carried across the sea. Others compare them to sailors hallucinating after long voyages. Exhaustion, loneliness, the endless rhythm of waves, sleep deprivation. Any experienced sailor will tell you that the sea can play extraordinary tricks upon the mind. Or perhaps, the Sirens simply represent every distraction pulling us away from the things that truly matter. Every beautiful voice saying, "Stay. You don't need to keep going." Circe offers precise instructions. Every sailor must plug his ears with beeswax. No exceptions. Odysseus, however, may listen, but only under one condition. He must be tied securely to the mast. If he begs to be released, tie him tighter. If he screams, ignore him. If he gives orders, pretend not to hear. There is something oddly comforting about this advice. Even the cleverest person sometimes needs trusted friends willing to protect him from himself. Morning arrives. The crew quietly prepares. Warm beeswax softens over small cooking fires. Each sailor carefully presses it into his ears. One by one, the ordinary sounds of the world disappear. Only silence remains. Imagine rowing across the sea, unable to hear the splash of your own oar, unable to hear the wind, unable even to hear your companion's breathing, only your heartbeat, and the movement of the ship beneath your feet. Then comes Odysseus. He wraps thick ropes around his body, across his chest, his arms, his legs. His companions knot every line tightly around the central mast. He checks each knot personally. One cannot be too careful when voluntarily sailing towards supernatural singers. It is perhaps not the most relaxing travel itinerary ever devised. The coastline slowly appears ahead. Low cliffs rise from calm water. Wildflowers grow among pale rocks. At first glance, nothing seems unusual. Then, the singing begins. Homer never describes the melody. Perhaps because every listener hears something different. Imagine a song composed entirely from your own memories. The voice of someone you miss. A forgotten childhood afternoon. The promise that every question keeping you awake at night could finally be answered. The Sirens do not merely sing beautifully. They sing exactly what each person most longs to hear. Odysseus feels it immediately. Every thought of caution vanishes. Every warning disappears. He struggles violently against the ropes. He shouts, commands, pleads, orders his men to release him. His face twists with desperation. He no longer cares about Ithaca, or Penelope, or his son. Only the song matters. The sailors cannot hear him. Thankfully, they remember Circe's instructions. Without hesitation, they pull the ropes even tighter. Imagine the trust required. Watching your king apparently begging for freedom, knowing that obedience means refusing him. Sometimes loyalty means saying no. Gradually, the music fades. The cliffs disappear behind them. The spell weakens. Odysseus slumps against the mast, breathing heavily. Only now does he understand what almost happened. The beeswax is removed. Ordinary sounds return. The creaking of wood. The splash of waves. The cries of seabirds. Simple noises. Beautiful because they are real. The Sirens vanish into the distance. Their song remains behind, not in the air, in memory. Perhaps that is where all temptations truly live. There is an interesting historical possibility hidden within this story. Certain coastlines in southern Italy and western Greece contain dangerous reefs combined with unusual wind patterns. Ancient sailors approaching these areas sometimes heard strange echoes created by waves striking sea caves. Combined with exhaustion and poor visibility, the experience could certainly have inspired extraordinary tales. As always with the Odyssey, history and imagination sail remarkably close together. Yet there is little time for reflection. Circe warned that another danger waits almost immediately. This one cannot be escaped through cleverness alone. Ahead lies a narrow strait. On one side, Scylla. On the other, Charybdis. Between them, barely enough room for a single ship. Scylla lives high upon a rocky cliff. According to Homer, She possesses 12 dangling feet, 6 impossibly long necks, each ending in a terrible head filled with rows of sharp teeth. She reaches downward from her cave whenever ships pass beneath, taking sailors almost casually, like an eagle snatching fish from shallow water. The horror lies partly in her indifference. To Scylla, human beings are merely food. Across the strait waits Charybdis, not exactly a creature, more like the sea itself become monstrous. 3 times each day, the water disappears into an enormous whirlpool. 3 times it erupts again. Any ship caught directly above it is doomed. Many scholars believe Charybdis preserves memories of dangerous tidal currents in the Strait of Messina between Sicily and mainland Italy. Even today, those waters produce powerful whirlpools and unpredictable currents. Ancient sailors understandably gave such places names. Eventually, those names became monsters. Circe's advice is painfully clear. Steer closer to Scylla. Lose a few men. Save the ship. Attempting to avoid Scylla entirely risks Charybdis swallowing everyone. Odysseus hates this advice. Every instinct tells him to fight, to draw his sword, to defend his crew. Circe gently explains, some disasters cannot be defeated, only survived. It is one of the hardest lessons any leader must learn. The narrow passage approaches. The cliffs seem almost to lean inward. The sea grows strangely restless. Currents push unpredictably against the hull. The sailors row with every ounce of strength they possess. Eyes fixed ahead. None dare glance upward. Odysseus does. Sword already drawn. Watching the cliff. Waiting. Nothing. Nothing. Then suddenly, 6 enormous necks explode downward from the rocks. The attack happens too quickly for anyone to react. 6 sailors disappear screaming into the darkness above. Gone. Almost instantly. The ship surges forward. No battle. No rescue. Only terrible silence. Odysseus watches helplessly. Later he will call it the most horrifying sight of his entire journey. Not because it was the bloodiest, because he could do absolutely nothing. There are moments in history when courage changes everything, and moments when courage changes nothing at all. Knowing the difference may be the greatest wisdom of all. Behind them, Scylla disappears. Ahead, the sea opens once more, but grief settles heavily across the deck. 6 empty places remain where friends once rode. No victory song follows survival, only quiet. Sometimes surviving carries its own sorrow. Yet the voyage continues, because it must. Far ahead, beyond another stretch of glittering sea, lies a peaceful green island. Cattle graze lazily beneath the sun. They appear harmless, beautiful, ordinary. But these are the sacred cattle of Helios, the sun god. And Tiresias gave one warning above all others. Do not touch them. Unfortunately, human hunger has a way of overwhelming even the clearest instructions. And the greatest mistake of Odysseus' companions is still waiting just beyond the horizon. The cattle of the sun and the shipwreck of hope. The sea grows quiet again, not because danger has disappeared, rather because danger has become familiar. There is a peculiar kind of silence that follows great hardship. After enough storms, enough funerals, enough impossible escapes, even the survivors stop speaking about what has happened. The mind simply grows tired. Odysseus and his remaining companions know that feeling well. Behind them lie the Sirens. Behind them lies Scylla. Behind them lies the underworld itself. Surely, they think. Surely nothing worse can still be waiting. History has a gentle way of smiling whenever people say that. Morning sunlight spreads across the sea like melted gold. Ahead rises a broad green island. Rolling meadows. Fresh streams. Gentle hills. The air itself seems peaceful. After weeks of terrifying coastlines and hostile shores, this place almost resembles paradise. Cattle graze lazily beneath wide blue skies. Fat sheep wander through fields rich with wildflowers. Everything appears wonderfully ordinary, almost comforting. This is the island called Thrinacia, the sacred island of Helios, the sun. To ancient Greeks, Helios was not merely a symbol. Each morning, he drove his shining chariot across the heavens, carrying daylight from east to west before descending beyond the horizon each evening. Long before people understood astronomy, this image made perfect sense. Someone, after all, had to carry the sun. Who better than a god? His cattle, according to myth, were equally extraordinary. Immortal, perfect, never growing old, never decreasing in number. 7 herds of 50 cattle, 7 flocks of 50 sheep, 350 of each, one for every day of the ancient year. Whether symbolic or literal hardly matters. The numbers quietly remind us that these animals belonged to the rhythm of time itself. Circe had warned Odysseus. Tiresias had repeated the warning. Do not touch the cattle. No matter what happens, no matter how hungry you become, no matter how desperate circumstances appear, leave them alone. Some instructions seem wonderfully simple, until life makes them difficult. Odysseus gathers his crew before landing. His face is serious, perhaps more serious than at any point since leaving Troy. He reminds them of every prophecy, every warning, every promise they have made. No one will kill the cattle. Everyone agrees immediately. Of course, after everything they have survived, why would anyone invite another disaster? It seems almost impossible. The ships anchor. Fresh water is collected. Shelters are built. Small fires burn beneath cooking pots. At first, everything proceeds exactly as planned. The men eat the supplies still remaining aboard. They catch fish. They gather shellfish. They forage carefully. It is not luxurious, but it is enough. Then, the wind changes. Or rather, it refuses to change. Day after day, fierce storms batter the island. Dark clouds gather across the sky. Rain lashes the coastline. Powerful waves crash endlessly against the rocks. The ships cannot sail. No captain, however skilled, could safely leave. 1 day becomes 2. 2 become 5. 5 becomes several weeks. Eventually, the food begins disappearing. Imagine waiting. Not fighting. Not traveling. Simply waiting. The rain never seems to stop. Every morning looks exactly like the one before. The sea remains impossible. The wind screams through the rigging all night. Supplies shrink steadily. Hunger quietly changes people. Anyone who has ever gone without food for long enough understands this truth. The body begins making decisions the mind once rejected. The sailors become thinner. Faces grow hollow. Conversations shorter. Laughter disappears entirely. Some spend long hours staring silently at the grazing cattle. The animals seem almost deliberately healthy. Golden sunlight occasionally breaks through the clouds just long enough to illuminate their glossy hides before disappearing again. As if Helios himself wishes to remind everyone exactly what cannot be touched. Temptation often grows strongest when it remains constantly visible. Odysseus continues resisting. He organizes fishing expeditions, hunting parties, anything to avoid the forbidden herds. But fish become scarce, wild birds difficult to catch. The storms refuse to end. Even the strongest leader cannot manufacture food from empty skies. One afternoon, exhausted from constant worry, Odysseus walks inland alone. He wishes to pray, to ask the gods for favorable winds, perhaps simply to escape the worried faces of his men for a little while. He climbs a quiet hillside beneath ancient olive trees. The rain has finally stopped. Warm sunlight touches the earth. The air smells fresh. Birds sing again, for the first time in weeks. He falls asleep. It is a peaceful sleep. Deep, earned, and tragically timed. Back at the camp, Eurylochus gathers the remaining sailors. He has become increasingly skeptical throughout the journey. Not cowardly. Practical. Sometimes painfully practical. He speaks quietly, reasonably, almost persuasively. What choice do we have? If we remain here, we starve. If we kill a few cattle, perhaps the gods will forgive us. And if not, better to die quickly than slowly. Notice how temptation rarely announces itself dramatically. It often arrives sounding entirely sensible. The others hesitate. No one truly wishes to offend Helios. Yet hunger has become relentless. Ancient poets understood starvation intimately. Crop failures were common. Famines devastating. People facing real hunger make different calculations than those with full stomachs. Eventually, the decision is made. Several magnificent cattle are led away from the herd. Prayers are offered. Apologies whispered. The animals are sacrificed. Meat begins roasting over open fires. The smell drifts across the island. Warm, rich, impossible to ignore. Odysseus awakens suddenly. Perhaps because the wind has shifted. Perhaps because instinct itself has sounded an alarm. He smells smoke. Not ordinary cooking smoke. Something heavier. Something unmistakable. Roasting beef. His heart sinks before he even reaches the camp. Deep down, he already knows. The scene waiting for him is heartbreaking. His companions sit around the fires, eating. No one meets his eyes. No one speaks. The roasted meat crackles softly above glowing coals. Odysseus says nothing at first. There are moments when disappointment becomes too large for anger. He simply looks at them, then looks toward the remaining cattle still wandering peacefully across the fields. The silence lasts longer than any speech. Far above the earth, Helios notices. Whether we interpret this literally or symbolically, the effect remains powerful. The sun sees everything. Ancient people often believed crimes committed beneath open sky could never truly remain hidden. Helios appeals directly to Zeus. Punish them, or the balance of the world itself is broken. The request sounds dramatic, yet perhaps it reflects something universal. Actions have consequences, even delayed ones. Especially delayed ones. The storms finally end. Almost mockingly, the wind becomes favorable. The sea calms completely. Exactly what everyone had been praying for. The sailors eagerly launch the ship once again. Hope cautiously returns. Perhaps the gods have forgiven them after all. Perhaps nothing terrible will happen. People have always been wonderfully optimistic immediately after making regrettable decisions. For several hours, the voyage proceeds peacefully. Blue skies, gentle waves, a perfect sailing wind. The island slowly disappears behind them. Then, without warning, the horizon darkens. Black clouds rise with astonishing speed. The sea begins changing color. Blue becomes gray. Gray becomes almost black. The air itself feels heavy. Every experienced sailor aboard recognizes what is coming. Too late. Zeus hurls his thunderbolt. Lightning strikes the mast directly. Bronze fittings explode. The great sail bursts into flames. Wood splinters violently. The ship shudders beneath the impact. Ancient vessels depended entirely upon structural balance. One devastating strike is enough. The hull begins breaking apart. Waves rush across the deck. Men cling desperately to floating timbers. One by one, the sea claims them. Not in glorious battle. Not before cheering crowds. Simply swallowed by water. As countless sailors have been throughout history, Odysseus alone survives. Not because he is stronger. Not because he is favored. Because fate still has work remaining for him. He lashes together broken pieces of mast and keel. A crude raft. Hardly more than floating wreckage. The sea carries him away from the sinking ship. Behind him, the last of his companions disappear beneath the waves. There are no speeches. No final embraces. Only silence. The silence that follows after everyone else is gone. Think about what has happened. When Odysseus left Troy, he commanded 12 ships. Hundreds of loyal companions. Now, one man remains. One survivor drifting alone across an endless sea. The prophecy of the Cyclops has begun unfolding exactly as promised. Late. Alone. Having lost every companion. The tragedy feels almost unbearable. Yet the sea is not finished with him. The currents drag his fragile raft back toward a familiar terror. The narrow strait. Scylla and Charybdis. This time there is no ship. No crew. Only one exhausted man clinging to broken wood. Charybdis begins swallowing the sea once again. The whirlpool grows larger. The water rushes downward with terrifying force. Odysseus abandons the raft at the final moment, leaping upward, grabbing the branch of a wild fig tree growing from the cliff above. He hangs there, alone, suspended between sky and sea. Below him, the whirlpool consumes the wreckage. Patiently, he waits. Hours pass. Eventually, the sea spits the broken timbers back to the surface. Odysseus drops into the water, grasps the floating mast once more, rows away with his bare hands. Sometimes survival consists of nothing more heroic than refusing to let go. For 9 more days. The currents carry him. No sail. No oars. No destination. Only waves. Stars. And exhaustion. Then, at last, another island appears upon the horizon. Green. Quiet. Beautiful. He believes it may finally offer rescue. He is correct. though not in the way he expects. Because this island belongs to Calypso, a goddess who will offer Odysseus everything he thought he wanted. Comfort, safety, even immortality. Everything, except the one thing he has spent 20 years searching for. Home. Calypso, the island of stillness, and the price of immortality. The sea has become strangely quiet again, not with the peaceful silence of a sheltered harbor, nor the tense stillness that comes before a storm. This silence feels deeper, older, the kind of silence that settles over places where almost nothing changes. For 9 days, Odysseus has drifted alone. No companions, no sail, no destination. Only the endless rise and fall of the Mediterranean beneath a sky that seems far too large for one exhausted man. His hands are torn and blistered. Salt has dried white across his skin. His clothes are little more than rags. Every muscle aches. His kingdom feels impossibly far away. There comes a point during every long journey when the traveler begins to wonder whether home still exists at all. Odysseus has reached that point. Then, land. At first it appears as a dark green line against the morning horizon. Slowly it grows larger. Tall trees, steep cliffs, hidden beaches, mist curling through dense forests, freshwater streams spilling down moss-covered rocks, birdsong drifting across still air. After so much violence, the island looks almost unreal. It is called Ogygia, or perhaps, depending on how one reads the myth, it is called nothing at all, because places outside ordinary maps often refuse ordinary names. Few locations in Greek mythology possess quite the same dreamlike quality as Ogygia. Unlike Troy, unlike Ithaca, unlike Mycenaean. No archaeologist expects to discover it. No ruins wait beneath the soil. Instead, Ogygia belongs to a different landscape entirely. The landscape of longing. The place where time itself begins behaving strangely. Odysseus struggles ashore, too exhausted even to stand. He collapses beneath a tree while gentle waves wash quietly across the sand nearby. Imagine the relief. Solid ground beneath your body after weeks upon open water. The smell of pine instead of salt. Fresh grass. Warm sunlight. Simple things suddenly become extraordinary after prolonged hardship. History is filled with survivors who later remembered ordinary comforts more vividly than dramatic victories. When Odysseus awakens, someone is watching him. Calypso. Her name roughly suggests the one who conceals or the one who hides. An appropriate title. She lives hidden from both gods and mortals. Far beyond ordinary routes. Far beyond ordinary history. Later artists often portrayed her as breathtakingly beautiful. Homer certainly suggests as much. Yet what makes Calypso fascinating is not merely her beauty. It is her loneliness. Imagine living forever. Not for a century. Not for 1,000 years. Forever. The forests grow. Die. Grow again. Generations of birds build nests in the same branches. Empires rise somewhere beyond the horizon. Empires disappear. The stars themselves slowly shift across the heavens. And you remain. Always. Alone. Immortality sounds rather different once loneliness enters the conversation. Calypso welcomes the shipwrecked king. She asks for nothing, demands nothing, at least initially. She simply offers kindness, fresh water, food, shelter, soft clothing, rest. It is difficult not to sympathize with her. Unlike Circe, she never transforms anyone. Unlike the Cyclops, she harms no guest. Unlike Poseidon, she seeks no revenge. She merely asks one weary traveler to stay. Years pass. 7 of them. 7 entire years. The Odyssey mentions this almost casually, as though 7 years were simply another page turning. Imagine what 7 years truly means. Children become adults. Parents grow old. Kingdoms change. Harvest follows harvest. Meanwhile, Odysseus remains upon one beautiful island, watching seasons pass, listening to birds, walking beneath ancient cedar trees, eating fresh fruit, sleeping safely every night. No monsters, no storms, no hunger, no fear. At first glance, it sounds wonderful. Many readers have wondered the same thing. Why leave? Honestly, if someone offered endless peace after everything Odysseus endured, wouldn't most people accept? The question becomes even more difficult because Calypso offers something extraordinary. Not merely comfort, immortality. Remain with her forever. Never grow old. Never die. No king in Bronze Age Greece could possibly imagine a greater gift. Or so it would seem. Yet every evening, Odysseus walks down to the shore. He sits alone upon the rocks. He stares westward, toward a horizon he cannot cross. Homer repeats this image several times. Not because the poet lacks imagination, because repetition itself becomes meaningful. Every day, the same shore, the same sea, the same longing. Some griefs do not become smaller. They simply become familiar. This may be the emotional center of the entire Odyssey. Home is not defined by comfort, nor wealth, nor even safety. Home is the place where our memories belong. Calypso can offer eternity. She cannot offer Ithaca. She cannot become Penelope. She cannot replace the life Odysseus left behind. Some things cannot be exchanged, no matter how generous the offer. There may even be a historical echo here. Ancient sailors occasionally became stranded on distant islands for months or years. Some joined unfamiliar communities. Some married abroad. Some never returned. For those who eventually made it home, memory must have transformed those isolated years into something almost dreamlike. Half real, half imagined. Exactly like Ogygia. Back upon Olympus, the gods begin discussing Odysseus once again. Notice something interesting. Poseidon remains absent. He has traveled to distant Ethiopia, according to Homer. The sea god cannot object because he is not present. Even the gods occasionally miss important meetings. Athena sees an opportunity. She has never abandoned Odysseus. Patiently, she reminds Zeus. Enough is enough. The man has suffered sufficiently. He deserves to return. Zeus agrees. The decision is made. Hermes receives another journey. Imagine Hermes descending through brilliant morning clouds, his winged sandals barely touching the air. Far below, Ogygia shines emerald green amid endless blue sea. He lands quietly beside Calypso's cave, one of the most beautiful homes described anywhere in Greek mythology. Vines heavy with grapes cover the entrance. For crystal springs flow nearby. Meadows bloom with violets. Fragrant cedar and cypress trees perfume the air. Owls perch among branches. Falcons circle overhead. Even Hermes pauses briefly to admire it. The gods themselves appreciate beauty. Calypso understands immediately why Hermes has come. She is not pleased. In one remarkable speech, she complains about the double standards of Olympus. Male gods frequently pursue mortal women. No one objects. But when a goddess loves a mortal man, suddenly everyone becomes concerned. It is a surprisingly modern observation. Homer, or perhaps generations of storytellers after him, allows Calypso a genuine voice. She is not merely an obstacle. She is a person with understandable feelings. Nevertheless, Zeus has spoken. Odysseus must leave. Calypso could refuse. Perhaps. But even immortals rarely challenge the king of the gods directly. She finds Odysseus sitting where he always sits, on the shore, looking toward home. She gently tells him the news. At first, he does not believe her. After so many disappointments, hope itself feels dangerous. Only after she swears a solemn oath does he accept the truth. Notice his reaction. He does not leap with joy. He does not celebrate. Instead, he grows cautious. Experience has changed him profoundly. Every previous promise has concealed another hardship. Surely this one will too. He asks careful questions. How? There is no ship, no crew, no sail. Calypso smiles sadly. They will build one. Together. For several days, Odysseus works once more with his hands. He fells great trees, shapes beams, drills joints, fastens timbers, constructs a sturdy raft. The details Homer includes here are surprisingly practical, almost technical. It reminds us again that Odysseus is not merely a warrior. He is an experienced craftsman. Bronze Age kings often possessed practical skills modern rulers rarely require. Knowing how to build mattered. Calypso helps. She provides bronze tools, strong cloth for sails, fresh water, food, wine, even favorable clothing for the voyage. She does everything possible to ensure his success. This is not a bitter farewell, only a sorrowful one. Sometimes love means allowing someone to leave, even when every part of you wishes they would stay. On the morning of departure, the sea lies perfectly calm. The raft slides gently into the water. The sail catches a steady breeze. Odysseus turns once. Calypso stands upon the shore, watching silently. No dramatic speeches. No desperate pleas. Only two lonely figures understanding that some journeys cannot be avoided. The island slowly grows smaller behind him. Eventually, it disappears beneath the horizon. 7 years fade into memory. For 17 peaceful days, the voyage continues beautifully. The stars guide him westward. He navigates by the Great Bear, just as Calypso instructed. Every sunrise brings Ithaca closer. Every sunset fills him with cautious hope. Perhaps, this time, the journey will finally end. Then, far away across the sea, another god notices a solitary raft. Poseidon has returned, and he is still very angry. The sea begins changing color. Dark clouds gather once more. The waves rise. The wind screams. One final storm approaches, and Odysseus' greatest test upon the open sea is still waiting. The last storm, the stranger without a name, and the shore of the Phaeacians. The sea remembers. That may sound like something an old sailor would whisper beside a harbor fire after drinking a little too much wine. But if you spend enough years on the Mediterranean, it begins to feel true. The sea remembers every careless captain, every broken promise, every ship that vanished beyond the horizon. And if Homer is to be believed, it remembers every insult spoken to the gods. Odysseus has sailed peacefully for 17 days. 17 beautiful, quiet days. The stars have guided him faithfully. The winds have remained gentle. Each sunrise has carried him a little closer to Ithaca. He has begun allowing himself something he has not truly felt in many years. Hope. The sea, unfortunately, has other plans. Far across the eastern horizon, Poseidon returns from Ethiopia. He glances across the waters that belong to him. Then he notices something small. A single raft. One lonely man. Immediately he recognizes him. Odysseus, the king who blinded his son. The man who escaped. The man foolish enough to announce his own name afterward. One moment of pride, now stretching across nearly 10 years of suffering. Ancient myths often exaggerate consequences. Real life occasionally does exactly the same. Poseidon does not summon monsters. He does not hurl lightning. Instead, he commands the oldest weapon in his kingdom: weather. Dark clouds gather almost instantly. The blue Mediterranean disappears beneath layers of rolling gray. Cold wind sweeps across the sea. The first wave strikes the raft broadside. It shudders violently. Odysseus grabs the mast with both hands. Then comes another, and another. Soon the ocean has transformed into chaos. If you have never experienced an open water storm, it is difficult to appreciate how completely it dominates every thought. There is no horizon, no up, no down, only water rising where sky should be. The raft climbs one enormous wave, then plunges into a valley of black water so deep that daylight almost disappears. The wind howls constantly. Rain stings like thrown gravel. Every piece of wood groans beneath impossible strain. Ancient sailors feared storms far more than enemy fleets. One cannot negotiate with waves. Homer describes the sea beautifully here, not as evil, simply indifferent. Nature has never hated humanity. It simply continues being nature. There is something oddly comforting in that realization. The storm is not personal, except, unfortunately for Odysseus, this one actually is. Poseidon himself stirs the sea. He drives together every wind from every direction. North, south, east, west. Even experienced captains would struggle to survive such confusion. Odysseus has only a raft. For 2 full days, he fights simply to remain alive. No sleep, no food, only hands gripping wet timber until his fingers bleed. During the 3rd morning, another goddess quietly intervenes. Leucothea, once a mortal woman, now transformed into a sea deity. Greek mythology is full of figures who blur the line between humanity and divinity. Perhaps because ancient people believed extraordinary compassion never truly disappeared. Leucothea rises from the waves like a seabird. She speaks calmly. Leave the raft. A terrifying instruction. The raft is the only thing keeping him alive. Yet she offers a magical veil. Wear it. Trust the sea. Swim. Sometimes survival requires abandoning the very thing that previously saved us. A difficult lesson. One history teaches repeatedly. Odysseus hesitates. Quite sensibly. Gods have not always improved his situation. Eventually, the raft breaks apart anyway. The decision is made for him. As often happens in life, he ties the veil around his chest, leaps into the raging sea. The waves immediately swallow him. For 2 more days he swims. Imagine the exhaustion. Every muscle burning, salt filling your mouth, eyes stinging, the shoreline always appearing just beyond reach. The currents constantly pulling sideways. Even modern marathon swimmers would struggle under such conditions. Odysseus survives because he simply refuses to stop. Not quickly, not dramatically, stroke after stroke, hour after hour. Sometimes greatness consists only of continuing. Finally, land. Real land. High cliffs rise directly from the sea. White foam explodes against jagged rocks. Beautiful, completely impossible to climb. The current pushes him relentlessly toward the cliffs. One impact would shatter bones. He desperately searches for another landing place. The coast stretches endlessly. Rock after rock. Wave after wave. Hope almost disappears again. Then he notices something. A river. Fresh water flowing gently into the sea. The current weakens. The shoreline becomes sandy, almost welcoming. Odysseus prays to the river itself. Modern readers occasionally smile at such prayers. Yet rivers sustained every ancient civilization. Treating them with respect hardly seems unreasonable. The current softens. The exhausted swimmer reaches shore. Collapses. Once again, he kisses the earth. Imagine that moment. After 20 years of wandering, simply feeling solid ground beneath your hands. The smell of wet sand. Fresh water. Trees moving gently in the wind. No waves. No storms. Only silence. Sometimes survival deserves no grand speech. Only quiet gratitude. Odysseus now faces an unexpectedly ordinary problem. He has no clothes. No food. No shelter. No idea where he is. Kingship means surprisingly little when standing naked on an unfamiliar beach. History possesses an excellent sense of humor. He gathers fallen leaves beneath 2 olive trees. One wild. One cultivated. A lovely little detail. Nature meeting civilization. He buries himself beneath the leaves like an animal preparing for winter. The earth still holds warmth from the day's sunlight. Soon, for the first time in many days, he sleeps. Not comfortably, but deeply. Sometimes exhaustion is the finest blanket. The island belongs to the Phaeacians, perhaps one of the most mysterious peoples in Greek mythology. Who exactly were they? Historians have debated this question for centuries. Some identify them with the island of Corfu. Others see echoes of Minoan Crete. Some believe they represent idealized seafaring societies remembered from the Bronze Age. Others think they belong entirely to myth. Like Atlantis, a civilization existing more comfortably in imagination than archaeology. Whatever their origin, they occupy a fascinating position. Almost human, almost magical. That same night, Athena begins working once more. Unlike Poseidon, she rarely solves problems through overwhelming force. She prefers strategy, planning, gentle persuasion. She enters the dreams of a young princess, Nausicaa, daughter of King Alcinous. Athena appears disguised as one of her friends. Tomorrow, she suggests, would be an excellent day to wash clothes by the river. Entirely reasonable advice, especially for someone approaching marriageable age. Even divine interventions occasionally involve laundry. The gods, it seems, appreciated clean clothing. Morning sunlight fills the valley. Nausicaa and her companions arrive beside the river carrying baskets of garments. Imagine the scene. Bright woven fabrics spread across smooth rocks. Young women laughing together. The sound of water flowing gently. After washing the clothes, they enjoy a simple meal. Then begin playing ball beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. For a little while, the world feels wonderfully ordinary. A mist catch changes everything. The ball bounces into the river. One of the girls cries out. The sound echoes through the trees. Odysseus awakens, confused, disoriented, covered in leaves. He slowly stands. Imagine what the princess sees. A wild-looking stranger emerging from the forest. Hair tangled with salt. Skin darkened by sun. beard untrimmed, clothes almost non-existent. He resembles less a king than someone who has wrestled the sea itself. Which, to be fair, he has. The young women panic. Most flee immediately. Only Nausicaa remains. Athena quietly strengthens her courage. Odysseus pauses. He faces another important decision. Approach too boldly. He frightens them. Remain too distant. He receives no help. Once again, words become his greatest weapon. He speaks gently, respectfully, comparing Nausicaa to the goddess Artemis. Not excessively, not foolishly, just enough. He asks only for clothing, directions, nothing more. Notice how much Odysseus has changed. The man who once boasted to the Cyclops now chooses humility. 20 years have taught him lessons no palace ever could. Nausicaa listens carefully, then smiles. Hospitality once again triumphs over fear. She orders fresh clothing brought, food prepared, oil provided so the stranger may wash. The transformation is remarkable. After bathing in the river, Odysseus appears almost regal once more. Athena quietly helps, adding just enough dignity that everyone notices. Not magic exactly. More like confidence returning after years of hardship. Nausicaa gives careful instructions. She cannot escort him directly into the city. People gossip. Ancient towns excelled at gossip just as modern ones do. Instead, she advises him to follow later. Seek her mother first. Queen Arete. Earn her favor. Then the king will surely help. Practical advice. Diplomatic advice. The sort of wisdom that often changes history. As evening approaches, Odysseus walks slowly toward the shining city of the Phaeacians. Its walls gleam in the fading sunlight. Its harbor shelters magnificent ships unlike any he has seen before. Somewhere inside those walls waits the first true kindness he has received from strangers in many years. More importantly, someone there possesses the fastest ships in the world. Ships capable of carrying him home. Home. The word feels almost real again. But before Odysseus reaches Ithaca, he must finally tell his entire story. And around the fires of the Phaeacian palace, one weary traveler will become the greatest storyteller of the ancient world. The palace of the Phaeacians and the story that became immortal. Night settles gently over the island. Lanterns begin glowing along the harbor, their reflections trembling across perfectly still water. Fishing boats rock softly against polished wooden piers. Somewhere beyond the city walls, waves whisper against smooth, white stones, while a warm breeze carries the scent of olive trees, salt air, and fresh bread baking in ovens. For the first time in many years, Odysseus approaches not a fortress, not a battlefield, not a monster's cave, but a home, a real home, not his own. Yet perhaps, for one evening, close enough, the city of the Phaeacians almost feels unreal. Homer describes it with unmistakable affection. Broad stone streets, strong walls gleaming in the moonlight, gardens overflowing with fruit, ships drawn neatly into sheltered harbors. Everywhere, evidence of peace. That alone makes the place extraordinary. Most of the Odyssey has unfolded in landscapes shaped by survival. This city has had enough time to become beautiful. Beauty usually requires peace. Scholars have puzzled over the Phaeacians for centuries. Were they based upon an actual Bronze Age maritime kingdom? Perhaps the wealthy traders of ancient Crete? Maybe an idealized memory of the Minoan civilization before its decline? Or perhaps Homer intentionally created a civilization that exists somewhere between history and fairy tale. The Phaeacians seem almost too perfect. Excellent sailors. Prosperous. Hospitable. Wise. Their ships require no rowers. They seem to know their destinations almost by themselves, as if navigation has become instinct, almost magic. Perhaps that is precisely the point. After 20 years wandering through increasingly dangerous landscapes, Odysseus has reached the closest thing Greek mythology possesses to paradise built by human hands. Not immortality, not divine perfection, simply a society where people treat one another well. Ancient audiences probably found that just as miraculous. Athena meets Odysseus one final time before he enters the city, once again disguised. This time as a young girl carrying a water jar. Gods in Greek mythology rarely appear wearing crowns and thunderbolts. They seem to enjoy disguises. Perhaps because wisdom often arrives dressed as ordinary conversation. She quietly guides him through unfamiliar streets. The people around him barely notice. A mist, woven by Athena herself, conceals the weary traveler until the proper moment. The palace rises at the center of the city. Its bronze doors shine beneath torchlight. Golden dogs stand guard. Not living animals. Magnificent statues crafted by the divine smith Hephaestus. Imagine approaching such a place after years spent sleeping beneath overturned ships, inside caves, or under piles of leaves. The contrast must have felt almost overwhelming. Inside, everything glows. Tall columns support cedar roofs blackened slightly by fragrant smoke. Golden lamps burn steadily without flickering. Rich tapestries cover polished walls. Musicians play quietly while servants move gracefully through the great hall carrying roasted meats, fresh bread, figs, olives, cheeses, and shining cups of wine. The atmosphere feels wonderfully calm. No one shouts. No one reaches for weapons. The greatest luxury in the ancient world was often simple safety. Odysseus follows Nausicaa's advice precisely. He ignores the king. He walks directly toward Queen Arete. Then, without speaking, he kneels, places his hands gently around her knees. This gesture, known as supplication, carried enormous significance in Greek culture. To reject a helpless supplicant was dangerous, not merely socially, religiously. Hospitality belonged to Zeus himself. Even kings hesitated before violating it. Only then does Athena lift the mist. Suddenly, everyone notices. A stranger has somehow appeared in the center of the hall. Conversation stops. Musicians lower their instruments. Servants freeze. Every eye turns toward the exhausted traveler kneeling before the queen. One elderly nobleman finally speaks. "Surely," he says, "this man deserves a chair. And food. No guest should remain upon the floor." Sometimes civilization reveals itself through remarkably small acts. Offering someone a seat, a meal, time to breathe. King Alcinous immediately agrees. Odysseus is welcomed, fed, given wine. No questions yet, only kindness. Notice how often Homer repeats this pattern. Food first, questions later. Ancient hospitality recognized something modern life occasionally forgets. Hungry people rarely tell good stories. The feast continues. Music fills the hall once more. Then enters Demodocus, the palace bard, blind, respected, carrying his lyre. His presence fascinates scholars. Many wonder whether Homer quietly inserted something of himself into this character. Tradition later claimed Homer was also blind. Whether true or not, the comparison feels meaningful. The storyteller honoring storytellers. Demodocus begins singing. His first tale concerns Troy. The arguments between Achilles and Odysseus. The battles. The suffering. The victories. Imagine listening to songs about your own past while sitting anonymously among strangers. Odysseus lowers his head. Tears begin running silently down his face. He hides them beneath his cloak. No one notices. Except the king. Alcinous says nothing. Instead, he wisely changes the mood. Athletic games are announced for the following day. Running, wrestling, boxing, discus throwing, jumping. Healthy competition often improves uncomfortable evenings. Some traditions never disappear. Morning arrives bright and warm. The entire city gathers near the harbor. Young athletes compete enthusiastically. The Phaeacians excel at nearly everything, especially running. After all, successful sailors spend much of their lives developing remarkable balance and endurance. Odysseus watches quietly, content merely observing, or so he believes. One young nobleman, broad-shouldered and perhaps just a little overconfident, notices the silent stranger. His name is Euryalus. He smiles. Though not kindly. "You don't look like an athlete. You seem more like a merchant." The words sting. Ancient honor could be surprisingly fragile. Odysseus has tolerated monsters, storms, shipwrecks, but mild public embarrassment. Apparently that remains unacceptable. He rises slowly. Without another word, he accepts a discus. Not the ordinary one, the heaviest available. The crowd watches curiously, perhaps even skeptically. After all, this stranger hardly resembles a legendary warrior anymore. Odysseus swings once, twice, then releases. The discus sails astonishingly far, far beyond every previous throw. It lands with a tremendous crash. Athena, disguised among the spectators, quietly marks the spot. No one else has thrown farther. The crowd erupts in admiration. Odysseus has spoken without speaking. Sometimes actions remain wonderfully efficient. Fortunately, his temper cools quickly. He declines further contests, instead praising the Phaeacians for the skill they value most. Sailing, not war. There is wisdom in recognizing another culture's strengths. Every civilization measures greatness differently. That evening, another feast begins. Demodocus returns, this time singing something lighter. The amusing story of Ares and Aphrodite trapped together by Hephaestus. The gods themselves becoming subjects of comedy. Ancient Greeks evidently enjoyed laughing even at Olympus. Honestly, it probably kept the gods humble, or at least entertained the audience. Later, Odysseus requests another song. The Wooden Horse, the final deception that ended Troy. Demodocus sings beautifully. He describes hidden warriors, burning towers, crying families, the fall of a civilization. Again, Odysseus cannot stop weeping. This time the king notices clearly. Enough mystery, enough politeness, enough guessing. Who is this man? Alcinous speaks gently. My friend, you know the songs of Troy too well. You weep as though you were there. Tell us, who are you? What is your name? Where have you wandered? What sorrow has brought you here? One simple question, one impossible answer. Until this moment, listeners have experienced the Odyssey from outside Odysseus' memories. Now, the hero himself finally begins speaking. My name, he says quietly, is Odysseus, King of Ithaca, destroyer of cities, the man the Cyclops cursed, the wanderer the sea refused to release. The entire hall falls silent. They know the name. Stories of Troy have spread across the Mediterranean, yet none expected the legend himself to arrive half-starved upon their shore. Then something extraordinary happens. For the next several evenings, Odysseus tells his story. The Cyclones, the Lotus-Eaters, the Cyclops, Aeolus, the Laestrygonians, Circe, the underworld, the Sirens, Scylla, Charybdis, the cattle of Helios, Calypso, the storm. Every adventure the audience has already heard now becomes a story within the story. It is one of literature's earliest and most brilliant framing devices. The hero becomes his own narrator. This reminds us of something quietly profound. History survives because someone tells it. Without storytellers, even the greatest journey disappears. Odysseus escaped monsters through intelligence. He achieved immortality through memory, and memory requires listeners willing to hear difficult tales. When he finally finishes, silence fills the palace. No one rushes to speak. Some stories deserve quiet afterward. King Alcinous rises. His decision has already been made. Tomorrow, the finest ship in the Phaeacian fleet will carry Odysseus home. No delays, no conditions, no bargains. Simply because helping strangers remains the noblest tradition his people possess. After 20 years, home is now only one voyage away. But even the happiest endings carry one final shadow. For Poseidon has not forgotten the Phaeacians' kindness, and every act of mercy sometimes asks for a price. The last voyage, the sleeping king, and the long-awaited shore of Ithaca. The sea is calm, not merely calm in the ordinary sense, but calm in the way only myths can imagine. The moon hangs low over the Mediterranean, silver light spilling across the water until the entire sea resembles polished glass. Every star seems reflected twice, once in the heavens, once beneath the ship, as though the world itself has become perfectly symmetrical. It is the kind of night sailors dream about. No wind screaming through rigging. No black clouds gathering beyond the horizon. No monsters waiting beneath the waves. Only quiet. After everything Odysseus has endured, the silence almost feels miraculous. At dawn, the harbor of the Phaeacians comes alive. Servants carry gifts down to the waiting ship. Bronze cauldrons, fine woven cloaks, golden cups, beautifully crafted chests filled with treasure. King Alcinous insists upon generosity. Queen Arete personally ensures every gift is packed carefully. Nausicaa watches from the palace steps. She says little, Some farewells become smaller because emotions are too large. Odysseus thanks her with deep sincerity. Without her courage beside the river, none of this would have happened. History often remembers kings. It should remember kind strangers too. The ship itself seems almost alive. Homer describes the vessels of the Phaeacians with something approaching wonder. They require no captain shouting commands, no navigator studying the stars. Somehow they know every harbor, every current, every destination. Modern readers may think immediately of magic. Ancient audiences perhaps imagined something different. A civilization whose knowledge of navigation had become so advanced it seemed supernatural. Either interpretation works beautifully. Sometimes extraordinary skill looks exactly like enchantment. Odysseus steps aboard. The sailors welcome him warmly. No ceremony. No speeches. Simply quiet professionalism. Experienced mariners have always understood that the finest voyage begins with fewer words and better preparation. The ropes are cast off. The ship slips silently from the harbor. The Phaeacian coastline slowly disappears behind them. Something remarkable happens almost immediately. Odysseus falls asleep. Not the restless sleep of a frightened traveler. Not the exhausted collapse of a shipwreck survivor. A deep, peaceful, complete sleep. The kind that arrives only when the heart finally believes danger may actually be ending. Homer compares it to death, not because it is frightening, because it is utterly still. Imagine carrying 20 years of fear inside your body, then suddenly setting it down, even for one night. While the king sleeps, the ship flies across the sea. Stars will slowly overhead. The sailors row effortlessly, or perhaps the ship moves entirely by itself. The line between human effort and myth grows wonderfully blurred here. Either way, the voyage becomes astonishingly swift. The same Mediterranean that spent years delaying Odysseus now quietly carries him home in a single night. Time itself seems eager to finish the story. Just before dawn, a familiar coastline appears. Rocky hills, olive groves, small beaches tucked between gray cliffs. This is Ithaca. At last, the island Odysseus has not seen for 20 years. Imagine those sailors looking toward shore. To them, it is simply another destination. To the sleeping man lying beneath his cloak, it is everything. Carefully, almost tenderly, the Phaeacians carry Odysseus ashore. Still asleep, they lift him exactly as he lies, blanket and all. Beside him they place every treasure, every gift, every chest. Nothing is forgotten, nothing stolen. Hospitality completed perfectly. Then, without disturbing him, they quietly return to their ship and sail away. It is perhaps one of the gentlest departures in all of ancient literature. Morning sunlight gradually warms the shore. Birds begin singing among olive branches. Gentle waves lap softly against smooth stones. Odysseus opens his eyes. For a long moment, he has no idea where he is. Can you blame him? After years of waking upon unfamiliar islands, strange beaches, enchanted forests, and hostile coastlines, why would this morning feel any different? He sits upright, looks around. Something feels familiar. The smell, the hills, the shape of the distant mountains. Yet Athena has wrapped the island in mist, partly to protect him, partly to test him. Nothing appears entirely recognizable. Odysseus frowns. Has the Phaeacians betrayed him? Have they abandoned him somewhere else? Even now, experience makes trust difficult. A shepherd approaches, or so it seems. In reality, Athena once again wears another disguise. She has become remarkably fond of disguises throughout the Odyssey. Perhaps wisdom always prefers subtle entrances. Odysseus immediately invents an elaborate false identity. Old habits remain surprisingly durable. He claims to be a traveler from Crete. A complicated story involving murder, escape, and unfortunate weather. Quite impressive, honestly. Entirely unnecessary. Athena listens patiently. Then, she laughs. The disguise disappears. The shepherd becomes the gray-eyed goddess once more. Odysseus, she says with unmistakable affection. Even now, you cannot resist telling clever lies. It is a wonderfully human moment. Not criticism. Almost admiration. She appreciates exactly what makes him unique. Achilles won glory through unmatched strength. Odysseus survives through imagination. Then she gestures toward the landscape. The mist slowly begins lifting. Olive trees emerge first, then familiar paths, then rocky hills, then the harbor. Odysseus recognizes everything. Every cliff, every valley, every shoreline. This truly is Ithaca. He kneels, kisses the earth. Again, but this time, he knows whose earth it is. Home. Imagine returning to the place where you grew up after 20 years. Every tree taller. Every stone somehow smaller. Memory has a curious relationship with time. Places remain themselves, yet never exactly as we remember. Odysseus experiences that strange feeling all at once. Joy mixed with uncertainty. Recognition mixed with loss. Athena quickly explains the situation. Not everything is well. Far from it. Inside Odysseus' palace, more than 100 young noblemen have gathered. Suitors. They believe Odysseus dead. Every day they feast, drink his wine, eat his cattle, waste his wealth, and compete to marry Penelope, his wife. The queen has resisted them for years, using patience every bit as remarkable as Odysseus' cleverness. Yet her options grow fewer each day. Time itself has become another enemy. Meanwhile, their son Telemachus has grown into adulthood. The tiny child Odysseus kissed goodbye before sailing to Troy now carries a beard. Imagine that realization. Your child becoming a man while you wander the sea. There are losses no victory can repay. Athena offers one final gift. Disguise. She touches Odysseus lightly. Instantly, his body changes. His skin wrinkles. His shoulders stoop. His clothes become ragged. His hair thins. He now resembles an elderly beggar. Almost unrecognizable. Some readers find this surprising. After 20 years of hardship, why hide it all? Because Odysseus has learned something crucial. Knowledge before action. Observe first. Strike later. The same lesson that saved him inside the Cyclops cave. The treasure is hidden safely inside a sacred cave dedicated to the nymphs. Practical matters first. Even heroes need secure storage. Athena then outlines the plan. Go first to the hut of Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd. One servant has remained faithful throughout 20 years. There. Wait. Watch. Learn. Telemachus will soon return home as well. Father and son will meet. At last, Odysseus begins walking, not toward his palace, toward a humble farmhouse. Notice how completely the Odyssey reverses ordinary expectations. The returning king does not ride triumphantly through cheering crowds. No one even knows he has arrived. Instead, he limps along dusty paths disguised as a poor old man. His kingdom surrounds him, yet he cannot reveal himself. Not yet. Along the way, Homer quietly allows us to see Ithaca through different eyes. Terraced fields climbing rocky hillsides. Ancient olive groves twisting beneath centuries of wind. Goats wandering among stone walls. Small vineyards catching the morning sun. Simple farmhouses built from local limestone. This is not a vast empire. Not Egypt. Not Babylon. Not mighty Mycenaean. It is a small island kingdom, hardly impressive by imperial standards. And yet, Odysseus crossed the edge of the world to return here. Because home is measured differently than power. The swineherd's hut finally appears. Smoke curls gently from its chimney. Dogs bark from the yard. Pigs root contentedly beneath oak trees. The scene feels wonderfully ordinary. After gods, monsters, magic, and immortal islands. A farm. There is something deeply comforting about that. Civilization, after all, survives because ordinary people continue caring for ordinary things. Eumaeus steps outside. His beard has turned gray. His hands are rough from years of work. He notices only an old beggar approaching. Nothing more. Yet without hesitation, he welcomes the stranger, offers food. A place beside the fire. Simple hospitality. The same sacred tradition that has quietly guided the entire Odyssey. Unknown to both men, master and servant now sit beneath the same roof for the first time in 2 decades. Neither reveals the truth. Not yet. Outside, evening settles gently over Ithaca. The fire crackles softly. The pigs settle into sleep. Above them, the stars begin appearing one by one. The long voyage across the sea has finally ended. Now begins an even more dangerous journey. The journey home. The faithful swineherd, a son returns home, and the longest embrace. The fire burns low. Its orange light flickers across the rough wooden walls of the swineherd's cottage, dancing over hanging bundles of herbs, well-used tools, clay cooking pots, and simple woven blankets. Outside, the pigs settle quietly into their pens while the evening breeze carries the scent of damp earth and olive trees through the open doorway. For the first time in 20 years, Odysseus sleeps on his own island. Not in his palace, not in his own bed, but in Ithaca. Sometimes the first step home is enough. There is something wonderfully ordinary about Eumaeus. Unlike Achilles, unlike Agamemnon, unlike Helen or Menelaus, he commands no armies. No poets celebrate his victories. He possesses no magical gifts. He simply keeps pigs, day after day, year after year. While kings disappear and heroes become legends, someone still has to feed the animals. History quietly depends upon people exactly like him. Homer clearly loves this character. That affection shines through every description. Eumaeus works honestly, speaks kindly, treats strangers generously despite having very little himself. The irony, of course, is delicious. The disguised king receives better hospitality from his own servant than many wealthy rulers offered throughout his journey. Sometimes greatness wears muddy boots. As dawn breaks across Ithaca, sunlight slowly spills over the hills. Roosters crow from distant farms. Shepherds begin leading goats toward fresh pasture. The island awakens exactly as it has every morning for generations. While Odysseus wandered through enchanted forests and argued with gods, life here quietly continued. Olive trees still produced fruit. Children still grew older. Rain still fell each winter. History often focuses on extraordinary people. Most lives unfold through ordinary mornings. Over breakfast, Eumaeus begins talking. Not because the stranger asks many questions, simply because lonely people often appreciate someone willing to listen. He speaks about his absent master, King Odysseus, always with respect, always with hope. Though 20 years have passed, Eumaeus still refuses to believe him dead. There is something deeply moving about loyalty surviving longer than evidence. Then he speaks of Penelope, patient, intelligent, constantly surrounded by arrogant suitors who consume the palace stores as though they owned the kingdom already. Every day they slaughter cattle, drink precious wine, demand she choose another husband. Every day she delays, always politely, always cleverly. Ancient audiences knew exactly what kind of strength this required. The famous weaving trick has become one of literature's greatest acts of quiet resistance. Penelope announces she will choose a husband only after finishing a funeral shroud for Odysseus' elderly father, Laertes. Every day, she weaves diligently. Every night, she secretly unravels her work. Imagine the patience. Hour after hour, night after night. For nearly 3 years. History often celebrates warriors. It should celebrate persistence just as enthusiastically. Eventually, one disloyal servant betrays the secret. The deception ends. Yet Penelope continues finding new ways to delay. Questions, competitions, carefully chosen promises. Anything to buy one more day, one more week, one more season. Hope itself becomes her greatest weapon. Meanwhile, Telemachus is sailing home. The boy who was an infant when Odysseus departed now returns as a young man. Earlier in the Odyssey, Athena encouraged him to visit Nestor and Menelaus, seeking news of his father. The journey accomplished something perhaps even more valuable: confidence. He left as a hesitant prince. He returns understanding how kings carry themselves. Travel has educated another generation. Unfortunately, the suitors have learned of his return. Several impatient young nobles prepare an ambush, hide near the harbor, kill Telemachus before he reaches the palace. Their behavior has grown increasingly desperate. Notice how greed often escalates into violence once patience disappears. Athena intervenes quietly again. Weather shifts. Routes change. Telemachus lands safely elsewhere upon the island. Instead of sailing directly home, he wisely visits Eumaeus first, exactly as the goddess advised. Sometimes the shortest road proves the most dangerous. Late that afternoon, footsteps approach the cottage. Eumaeus looks outside, then smiles broadly. Telemachus, the old swineherd, embraces the young prince almost like a father greeting his own son. It is a beautiful reunion. Simple, honest. Without ceremony, Odysseus watches silently from beside the fire. Imagine his emotions. His child stands only a few steps away, fully grown, speaking with a man's voice. The last memory Odysseus possesses is of a toddler reaching tiny hands toward him. Now, a stranger with familiar eyes. How does one measure 20 lost years? Missed birthdays, missed first words, missed lessons, missed laughter. The Odyssey rarely dwells dramatically upon these losses. It hardly needs to. The silence carries enough weight. Telemachus greets the old beggar courteously. Good manners remain expected toward strangers, even poor ones. Already we see the difference between him and the suitors. Character reveals itself through treatment of those possessing no obvious power. A lesson that remains surprisingly useful. 3,000 years later. Soon, Eumaeus receives instructions to visit the palace. Penelope wishes to know whether her son has returned safely. Reluctantly, he prepares to leave. Before departing, he asks the old beggar to remain comfortably by the fire. Food, shelter, warmth. Again, hospitality. Always hospitality. As soon as Eumaeus disappears down the path, Athena arrives. Invisible to Telemachus. Visible only to Odysseus. She steps quietly into the cottage, touches him lightly with her golden staff. Instantly, the disguise vanishes. Wrinkles disappear. His shoulders straighten. His eyes brighten. His strength returns. The ragged beggar becomes once more the king of Ithaca. Telemachus turns, sees the transformation, immediately steps backward. His face fills with astonishment, then fear. Surely, this must be a god. No ordinary man changes so completely. Odysseus smiles gently. No, I am your father. The words hang quietly in the little cottage. 20 years compressed into one sentence. Telemachus cannot believe it. How could he? Every rumor, every passing sailor, every failed hope, every year without news. Logic insists this must be impossible, yet emotion whispers otherwise. The resemblance becomes undeniable. Athena's work is complete. Recognition slowly dawns. Then, father and son embrace. Homer describes them weeping together like birds whose nestlings have been stolen. A curious comparison, yet strangely appropriate. Birds mourn loudly, openly, without embarrassment. Perhaps human beings should do the same more often. Imagine everything contained within that embrace. 20 years of separation. One lifetime of stories waiting to be shared. Questions without number. Neither knows quite where to begin. Sometimes joy proves just as overwhelming as grief. Eventually, practical matters return. Odysseus explains everything. The Phaeacians, the disguise, Athena's plan, the palace, the suitors. Telemachus listens carefully. He has inherited something important from his father. Patience. Not every battle begins immediately. Together they count the enemy. More than 100 armed men. Only 2 of them stand against such numbers. The situation appears almost hopeless. Yet Odysseus does not despair. He has escaped Polyphemus, survived Poseidon, returned from the underworld. Large numbers alone have never frightened him. The strategy unfolds carefully. Telemachus will return openly to the palace. Behave normally. Reveal nothing. Odysseus, still disguised as a beggar, will arrive later. Observe everyone. Identify friends. Identify traitors. Wait for the proper moment. Again, knowledge before action. The same lesson repeated throughout the Odyssey. Athena restores the disguise. The powerful king vanishes once more beneath the appearance of an elderly wanderer. It is almost symbolic now. Greatness hidden beneath humility. How many remarkable people throughout history have gone unnoticed simply because they looked ordinary? Probably more than we imagine. Telemachus departs first, walking steadily toward the palace that rightfully belongs to his family. Servants rush to greet him. Penelope embraces her son with tears of relief. News spreads rapidly through Ithaca. The prince has returned. Not everyone welcomes this development. Across the great hall, the suitors exchange uneasy glances. Their first plan has failed. The heir still lives. They will need another. Meanwhile, far behind him, an old beggar begins the slow walk toward the same palace. No one pays much attention. Just another poor traveler seeking food. No one recognizes the king. No one notices that history itself is quietly approaching their front door. By tomorrow evening, the balance of power in Ithaca will begin changing forever. The beggar at the gate, the faithful dog, and the palace that forgot its king. Evening settles softly over Ithaca. The last light of the sun slips behind the western hills, turning the olive groves into dark silhouettes against a sky painted in lavender and gold. Smoke rises lazily from farmhouses. Goats wander back into their stone enclosures. Crickets begin their nightly chorus, while somewhere in the distance, the sea whispers against familiar shores. For Odysseus, everything is familiar. Everything has changed. There is perhaps no stranger feeling than returning to a place you know by heart and realizing it no longer knows you. Eumaeus and the disguised king begin walking toward the palace. The old swineherd carries a simple sack across his shoulder. Odysseus leans upon a rough wooden staff, every movement carefully slowed to resemble an elderly man. His disguise is astonishingly convincing. Athena has not merely altered his appearance. She has transformed the way others see him. People notice what they expect to notice. A tired beggar attracts very little attention. Kings, on the other hand, always do. As they climb the final hill, the palace comes into view. Odysseus stops walking. For a long moment, he simply looks. There it stands, built from pale limestone gathered from the island itself. Strong wooden beams supporting its broad roof. The courtyard where Telemachus took his first uncertain steps. The great hall where feasts once celebrated harvests and victories. The olive trees surrounding the walls. 20 years disappear, then immediately return. Memory is kind like that. And cruel. Imagine the emotions moving through him. Joy, relief, sorrow, anger, nostalgia, all at once. No poet could possibly separate them neatly. Neither can the human heart. Outside the palace gate lies something unexpected. An old dog, curled upon a pile of manure, almost hidden beneath dust. Thin, weak, his fur once beautiful, now tangled with age. His eyes barely open. Most servants pass without noticing him. The palace has grown careless. Even its oldest companions have been forgotten. His name is Argos, one of the smallest characters in the Odyssey, and one of the most unforgettable. 20 years earlier, Odysseus himself had raised this hunting dog. Before leaving for Troy, Argos never joined a hunt with his master, never chased deer beside him, never grew old beneath the familiar sound of his master's voice. Instead, he waited. Dogs measure time differently than people. Their lives pass quickly. Entire generations fit inside one human lifetime. Argos has lived almost entirely in expectation, watching every arriving ship, listening to every approaching footstep, perhaps wondering each evening whether tomorrow would finally bring the familiar scent he remembered from puppyhood. Odysseus walks closer. He says nothing. He cannot. To reveal himself now would endanger everything. Yet, Argos knows. Not through magic. Not through divine intervention. Simply recognition. The old dog's ears lift slightly. His tail moves once. Very gently. His tired eyes brighten for just a moment. He has recognized his master. After 20 years. Without disguise meaning anything at all. Animals have always possessed an uncanny ability to ignore appearances. Odysseus cannot kneel beside him. Cannot call his name. Cannot stroke his head. He simply turns his face slightly away. So Eumaeus will not see the tears filling his eyes. It is one of the quietest moments in all of world literature. No speeches. No dramatic music. Only an old dog finally seeing the person he has waited his entire life to see. Then, Argos dies. Peacefully. Content. His waiting finished. Readers have wept over those few lines for nearly 3,000 years. Perhaps because loyalty asks for so little. Only recognition. Only one last look. Modern historians often point toward this scene as evidence of Homer's remarkable understanding of ordinary emotion. Empires rise and collapse. Cities burn. Kings fight wars. Yet one of the Odyssey's most memorable moments belongs entirely to an elderly dog. History lives not only through great battles, but through small acts of love. Eumaeus notices nothing unusual. He simply remarks that the dog once belonged to Odysseus, a magnificent hunter in his youth, now neglected because careless servants have forgotten him. The comment carries quiet symbolism. Not only the dog has been neglected, the entire kingdom has forgotten its rightful master. The palace doors stand open. Music pours into the courtyard. Laughter, drunken shouting, the smell of roasted meat, wine flowing freely. At first glance, someone unfamiliar with the situation might mistake the gathering for a joyful celebration. It is anything but. The suitors have transformed hospitality into occupation. Originally, they arrived seeking Penelope's hand. According to custom, noble guests might remain for a reasonable period. A few days, perhaps weeks. Instead, they stayed for years, eating another man's livestock, drinking another man's wine, ordering servants about as though already kings themselves. Ancient audiences would have viewed such behavior with genuine disgust. Hospitality depended upon balance, generosity from the host, respect from the guest. The suitors possess only appetite. Odysseus quietly studies them. 108 men, some lounging comfortably upon carved wooden chairs, others gambling, others arguing loudly over cups of wine. A few musicians attempt to entertain the increasingly noisy crowd. Servants hurry constantly between tables. Faces exhausted, movements hurried. This palace no longer feels like home. It feels occupied. Among the suitors, one stands above the others. Antinous, proud, wealthy, handsome, entirely convinced the future belongs to him. If arrogance could wear a bronze helmet, it would probably resemble Antinous. He has gradually become the unofficial leader. Not through wisdom, simply confidence. History contains surprisingly many such people. Another man sits nearby, Eurymachus, different from Antinous, less openly cruel, far more dangerous. He smiles often, speaks politely, makes promises easily. Charm, Homer quietly reminds us, should never be mistaken for character. Meanwhile, Penelope remains upstairs. She rarely joins the feasting. Instead, she spends long hours weaving, thinking, remembering, listening carefully whenever strangers arrive. Because every traveler might carry news. Hope has become a habit she no longer knows how to abandon. Eumaeus leads the old beggar into the great hall. Conversation barely pauses. Most suitors glance briefly toward the newcomer, then lose interest. Poor people tend to become invisible among the wealthy. An unfortunate habit that history has never entirely overcome. Telemachus notices immediately. His father, still disguised. Their eyes meet for the briefest moment. Neither smiles. Neither speaks. The performance has begun. Sometimes courage consists of pretending not to recognize someone you love. Telemachus quietly instructs a servant. Bring food to the old man. A generous portion. The prince understands exactly what his father wishes to observe. How everyone treats the weakest person in the room. Nothing reveals character faster. Odysseus begins walking slowly among the tables, begging politely from each suitor. Not because he needs the food, because he needs information. Who shares? Who insults? Who remains silent? Every response matters. Every reaction becomes evidence. A king gathering intelligence, disguised as a beggar. Some men offer scraps. Others laugh. A few ignore him completely. The palace has become an experiment in human nature. Power, after all, often reveals rather than creates personality. Eventually, Odysseus reaches Antinous. The leader looks down with visible irritation. Already drunk. Already impatient. The beggar politely asks for something small. Bread. A little meat. Nothing unreasonable. The request seems almost too ordinary to provoke anger. Yet arrogance rarely requires much encouragement. Antinous sneers. He mocks the old man's appearance. Questions why servants allowed him inside. Then, without warning, he grabs a heavy wooden footstool and throws it. The stool strikes Odysseus hard across the shoulder. The impact echoes through the hall. Silence follows. Even several other suitors look uncomfortable. There remains something deeply shameful about striking a helpless guest, especially inside one's own host's house. Odysseus steadies himself. He does not retaliate. Not yet. Instead, he speaks calmly, almost sadly. If you treated a poor man this way, imagine how you would treat your equals. The words linger. Not loud, not dramatic, simply true. Ancient wisdom often arrives dressed as ordinary observation. Upstairs, Penelope hears what has happened. She is outraged. A stranger has been abused beneath her own roof. Whatever else has become of the palace, hospitality still matters to her. She immediately requests that the old beggar be brought to her chambers later that evening. She wishes to speak with him personally. Perhaps he has news of Odysseus. The irony is almost unbearable. She longs to question a stranger, without realizing she is inviting her own husband. Down below, Odysseus quietly accepts the invitation. Another step, another careful move. The game is nearing its end. But before husband and wife finally recognize one another, one more night of patience remains. And in the halls of Ithaca, patience has always been the greatest form of courage. The queen who waited, the secret of the olive tree, and the night before justice. Night settles gently over Ithaca once more. The palace glows with the warm light of oil lamps, their flames dancing against polished stone walls that have witnessed 2 decades of waiting. Outside, the stars gather quietly above the island, just as they did on the evening Odysseus sailed away for Troy. They have crossed the sky thousands of times since then. Stars, unlike people, rarely seem to notice the passing of years. Inside the palace, every year has left its mark. The feast continues below. Wine flows freely. The suitors laugh louder than necessary. Musicians play melodies almost drowned beneath careless conversation. Roasted lamb fills the air with rich aromas. Servants hurry from table to table. Everything appears festive. Yet beneath the music, the entire house feels tired, almost weary. A home can become exhausted too. Ancient Greek homes were never merely buildings. They represented families, memory, ancestors, future generations yet unborn. Every stone carried meaning. Every doorway connected past and future. Watching strangers slowly consume such a place would have felt like watching someone erase your own name. Odysseus understands this. Even disguised as a beggar, every careless laugh echoes painfully inside him. Another unexpected visitor arrives. Not a nobleman, not a messenger, a beggar. His name is Iris, or more formally Arneas. The nickname Iris comes from his habit of carrying messages around the town. Ironically, he spends very little time delivering wisdom. Instead, he delivers insults. Life as a beggar in the ancient world was difficult enough. Apparently, competition made it even harder. Iris sees Odysseus and immediately grows angry. There is only so much generosity available from wealthy households. Another beggar means another rival. He orders the old stranger to leave immediately or face the consequences. It is almost comical. 2 apparently helpless old men arguing over territory inside a palace full of armed aristocrats. Because of course they are. Human beings have always managed to create rivalries under the most improbable circumstances. The suitors notice. Their boredom evaporates instantly. A fight. Entertainment requires very little encouragement after several cups of wine. They begin shouting, cheering, making wagers. One suggests the 2 beggars should box. Another promises sausages to the winner. Bronze Age aristocrats, it seems, occasionally behaved exactly like modern spectators at an unexpected street fight. Odysseus sighs inwardly. This is hardly how he imagined returning home. 20 years of wandering. The fall of Troy. The Cyclops. The underworld. Only to end up participating in a boxing match with another homeless man for the amusement of drunken nobles. History possesses an excellent sense of irony. Still, refusing would attract suspicion. Accepting creates another opportunity. Slowly, Odysseus removes his ragged cloak. The hall falls strangely quiet. Beneath the beggar's clothing, powerful shoulders, strong arms, muscles hardened by decades of rowing, climbing, sailing, fighting, and surviving. Age has touched him. Hardship has certainly marked him. But strength remains. Real strength rarely disappears entirely. Iris suddenly regrets every decision leading to this moment. His confidence evaporates almost instantly. Ancient poets possess a delightful talent for describing bravery leaving someone's body. His knees shake. His face turns pale. Several suitors laugh. Not kindly. The crowd always enjoys confidence collapsing. The fight lasts only moments. Odysseus carefully calculates his strike. Not enough to kill. Only enough to finish the contest immediately. One clean blow beneath the ear. Iris collapses. The spectators roar with laughter. The defeated beggar is gently dragged outside by his feet. Bruised, embarrassed, but alive, Odysseus has demonstrated something important. The old man may appear weak. Appearances remain unreliable. Among the suitors, one man quietly notices. Amphinomus. Unlike Antinous, unlike Eurymachus, Amphinomus still possesses traces of decency. Throughout the Odyssey, Homer treats him with surprising compassion. He behaves respectfully, speaks thoughtfully, even discourages some of the others from murdering Telemachus. Not every man sitting in that hall is equally guilty. History rarely divides people perfectly into heroes and villains. Odysseus calls Amphinomus aside, still disguised, still speaking as an anonymous old traveler. He offers strange advice. Leave this palace. Go home. Something terrible is coming. The warning is sincere. Perhaps Odysseus genuinely hopes at least one innocent life can be spared. Amphinomus listens carefully. He almost obeys. Almost. Yet fate, Homer gently reminds us, often proves stronger than good intentions. He returns to the feast. His decision quietly seals his destiny. Later that evening, Penelope descends into the great hall. The entire room grows silent. Even after 20 years of grief, she possesses extraordinary dignity. Not the dramatic beauty later painters imagined. Something quieter, more enduring. The beauty of intelligence, of patience, of resilience. Some forms of grace grow stronger with suffering. The suitors immediately begin competing for her attention, each eager to display wealth, jewelry, fine fabrics, precious gifts. Notice Penelope's remarkable strategy. She accepts every gift, without accepting any proposal. Ancient diplomacy occasionally looked exactly like excellent negotiation. If they insist upon behaving like suitors, they can at least behave properly. Odysseus watches quietly. He studies his wife. Time has changed both of them. Lines now frame her eyes. Silver threads appear within her hair. Yet something remains unmistakably familiar. The calm way she observes people before speaking. The thoughtful pauses. The quiet strength. 20 years disappear for just a heartbeat. Eventually, Penelope withdraws upstairs once more. Before sleeping, she sends a message. Bring the old stranger. She wishes to question him privately. The invitation finally arrives. The conversation both have unknowingly awaited for decades. Odysseus enters her chamber. Simple oil lamps cast warm shadows across woven tapestries. Servants quietly withdraw. Only one elderly nurse remains. Euryclea, the woman who cared for Odysseus as an infant, who held Telemachus when he was born, who has served this family longer than anyone alive. She has known Odysseus almost from his first breath. Memory, sometimes, lives inside ordinary people more faithfully than monuments. Penelope greets the stranger kindly, then asks the question she has asked countless travelers over 20 years. Have you seen my husband? Odysseus feels the weight of every word. Imagine speaking to the person you love, while pretending not to know them. It may be one of the hardest performances any human being could attempt. Carefully, very carefully, he constructs another story. He claims to have met Odysseus years earlier. Describes his clothing, his appearance. Details so precise only someone who truly knew him could provide. Penelope begins crying. Fresh tears. After 20 years. Grief, it seems, does not expire. It merely learns patience. Then Odysseus offers comfort. Not false comfort. Real comfort disguised as prediction. Your husband lives. He is near. He will return soon. Every word is true. Yet she cannot recognize the speaker. Truth occasionally hides behind impossible circumstances. At last, Penelope asks Euryclea to wash the old man's feet. A simple act of hospitality. The elderly nurse kneels, places the stranger's feet into warm water. Then, her fingers pause. There, across one leg, a long white scar. Instantly she remembers. A hunting accident during Odysseus' youth. A wild boar. Sharp tusks. Blood upon the mountainside. No one else possesses that scar. Her hands begin trembling. She looks upward, into the old beggar's eyes. Recognition explodes across her face. She almost cries out. Odysseus reaches forward immediately, gently placing one hand over her mouth. Silence. His whisper barely disturbs the quiet room. Not yet. Tears fill the old nurse's eyes. She nods. Sometimes loyalty means carrying impossible secrets for just one more night. Penelope notices only that the nurse seems strangely emotional. Nothing more. The secret survives. Barely. When the washing is finished, the queen describes a dream. 20 geese feeding peacefully in her courtyard. Suddenly, an eagle descends, kills them all, then reveals itself as her husband. She asks the stranger what the dream might mean. Odysseus answers softly, "It needs no interpretation. The eagle will return. The suitors will fall." Again, the truth spoken openly, hidden only because reality seems too extraordinary to believe. Before retiring, Penelope announces one final decision. Tomorrow, she will hold a contest. The great bow of Odysseus. The bow only he could string. Whoever bends it, whoever sends an arrow cleanly through 12 axe heads, will become her husband. She believes no man can accomplish it. Neither do the suitors. Neither, perhaps, does she. Yet somewhere deep inside, hope quietly whispers. Downstairs, the old beggar smiles. Tomorrow, for the first time in 20 years, Odysseus will place his hands upon his own bow, and the long night of waiting will finally come to its end. The bow of the king, the judgment of the hall, and the end of an age. Morning arrives gently over Ithaca. Soft mist clings to the olive groves before the rising sun slowly dissolves it into golden light. Roosters announce another ordinary day. Shepherds guide their flocks toward the hills. Fishermen push narrow boats into the calm sea. To the people beyond the palace walls, nothing unusual is happening. History often changes on mornings that begin exactly like every other. Inside the palace, the air feels different. No one says so aloud, yet everyone senses it. The servants move quietly. The musicians speak in whispers. Even the laughter of the suitors sounds forced, as though the house itself has begun listening. Sometimes buildings remember before people do. Odysseus awakens before dawn, still disguised, still sleeping upon rough blankets instead of the bed he built with his own hands decades earlier. He listens. The familiar sounds of his palace drift softly through the walls. Footsteps upon polished stone, water being drawn from the well, bread baking in clay ovens. These are the sounds he has dreamed about for 20 years. Not victory, not glory, ordinary mornings. Down in the courtyard, Telemachus prepares quietly. His role today will be every bit as dangerous as his father's. He must remain calm, say the right words, wait for the proper moment. Young men often believe courage means acting immediately. Today, courage means waiting. Like his father, like his mother, patience has become the inheritance of this family. Athena watches unseen. She has intervened many times throughout this long journey. Yet today she remains strangely quiet. Wisdom knows when to guide. It also knows when to step back and allow human beings to shape their own destiny. Meanwhile, the suitors awaken with healthy appetites. They know nothing. Some complain about the wine. Others argue over hunting dogs. One laughs loudly at a joke no one else finds amusing. Their confidence remains complete. People rarely notice the ground beneath them beginning to crack. Only one thing disturbs the morning. Birds. An eagle circles above the palace, clutching a white dove in its talons. Several older servants quietly exchange nervous glances. Ancient Greeks paid careful attention to birds, not because they believed every bird carried prophecy, but because nature often seemed wiser than people. The suitors laugh. Ignoring signs has always been easier than interpreting them. Penelope enters the great hall. She carries something wrapped carefully in embroidered cloth. The room gradually grows silent. Everyone recognizes the object. The great bow of Odysseus. No one has touched it for 20 years. It has rested undisturbed inside the palace, waiting almost as patiently as its owner. Imagine the craftsmanship. A bow carved from polished horn, smooth from years of careful use, powerful enough that few men could even bend it. Bronze Age bows were not sporting equipment. They were serious military weapons. Strength alone was never enough. Skill mattered. Technique mattered. Experience mattered. The bow remembers its owner. Beside it, servants carefully arrange 12 axe heads in a perfectly straight line, each one fixed upright, their narrow sockets facing forward. The challenge appears almost impossible. String the bow. Then send one arrow cleanly through every opening. 12 perfect shots, with a single release. It sounds like myth. Perhaps it is. But myths often reveal character more effectively than measurements. Penelope addresses the gathering. Her voice remains calm, almost detached. The man who strings this bow and shoots through the 12 axes will become my husband. No one cheers. The words carry too much weight. Everyone understands. This is the end of waiting, one way or another. Telemachus steps forward unexpectedly. I will try first. An interesting moment. Some scholars believe he genuinely hopes to succeed. Others think he understands perfectly that only his father can accomplish the task. Either way, the attempt matters. He lifts the bow, feels its familiar weight, places one end against the floor, begins pulling. The wood bends slightly, then stops. Again, he tries harder. His muscles strain. Sweat appears across his forehead. 3 attempts, each unsuccessful. On the 4th, Odysseus catches his eye, almost imperceptibly. He shakes his head. Not yet. Telemachus immediately stops, claiming youth as his excuse. The performance continues. Now the suitors begin, one after another, confident, smiling, entirely certain success belongs only moments away. Antinous tries first. Nothing. The bow refuses to bend. His smile fades. Eurymachus attempts next. He grips harder, pulls harder. The bow remains unmoved. Others follow. Strong men, experienced hunters, warriors. None succeed. Soon frustration replaces confidence. Hands begin blistering. Faces redden. One suitor suggests warming the bow beside the fire. Another recommends rubbing it with animal fat. Perhaps the wood has simply become stiff with age. The excuses grow increasingly creative. Failure often inspires remarkable imagination. All the while, Odysseus watches quietly from the shadows. His expression never changes. Only once does he rise, leaving the hall briefly. Outside, he meets 2 loyal servants. Eumaeus, the faithful swineherd, and Phaeacians, the loyal cowherd. For years both men have remained true. Despite hardship, despite uncertainty, despite believing their king might already be dead, Odysseus asks one simple question. If your master returned, whose side would you choose? Neither hesitates. Their answer comes instantly. The king. Always. Then, the disguise briefly disappears. Only for them. Athena allows it. They stare in stunned silence. Then tears. Then embraces. 3 old friends reunited at last. No speeches. Only relief. Odysseus quickly gives instructions. Lock every door. Secure every gate. No one leaves the hall. No one enters. The trap quietly begins closing. Inside, the contest continues. Still no success. Finally, Odysseus rises. The old beggar clears his throat politely. I would like to try. The hall explodes with laughter. Some nearly choke on their wine. Others pound the tables. Even after all his strange confidence. Surely this has become ridiculous. If mighty warriors cannot bend the bow, how could an old beggar? Antinous immediately objects. Absolutely not. The weapon might embarrass him. Or worse, he might somehow damage it. The excuses sound rather desperate now. Penelope surprises everyone. If the stranger wishes to try, let him. Hospitality demands fairness. The queen still believes kindness matters. Even toward beggars. Especially toward beggars. Telemachus intervenes. With unexpected authority. The bow belongs to this house. And I decide who may touch it. His voice has changed. Not louder. Simply stronger. For the first time, the hall hears a king's son. Reluctantly, the suitors fall silent. Penelope quietly withdraws upstairs. Perhaps she cannot bear watching. Perhaps Athena gently encourages her departure. Either way, she leaves before the contest reaches its conclusion. Some moments become too sacred even for those most deeply involved. Eumaeus carries the bow across the hall. Several suitors mock him. He ignores them. His hands tremble slightly. Not from fear, from hope. 20 years of hope. Odysseus accepts the bow. For a long moment, he simply holds it, running weathered fingers across polished wood. An old musician recognizing a beloved instrument. A craftsman touching familiar tools. Some objects remember the hands that shaped them. Carefully, he examines every curve, every string notch, every layer of horn, exactly as a master archer should. No haste, no dramatic flourish. The room grows strangely quiet. Laughter fades. Even skeptics begin watching closely. There is something deeply unsettling about complete confidence. Then, with effortless grace, Odysseus bends the bow. The wood curves smoothly. The string slips into place with a clear musical note. A single sound. Bright. Perfect. Homer compares it to the song of a swallow. No struggle, no strain. As easily as a skilled musician tunes a lyre. 20 years disappear in one graceful movement. Without another word, Odysseus selects an arrow, draws the string. The bow hums softly. He aims, releases. The arrow flashes across the hall, through the first axe, the second, the third, then all 12. Without touching a single blade, the shaft buries itself deep within the far wall. Silence. Complete silence. Even the fire seems quieter. Odysseus lowers the bow, then looks directly at Telemachus. One small nod. Nothing more. The signal they have awaited. Telemachus quietly walks toward the weapons rack, removes every spear and shield except those already hidden for themselves. The loyal servants lock the great doors. Heavy wooden beams slide into place. The sound echoes through the palace. Several suitors turn uneasily. Something feels wrong. Very wrong. Then, the old beggar stands to his full height. His voice changes. The disguise begins fading. Wrinkles disappear. His shoulders straighten. His eyes burn with unmistakable purpose. No longer a beggar. No longer a stranger. The King of Ithaca has returned. And after 20 years of wandering, justice has finally arrived home. The Hall of Reckoning, Athena's shield, and the end of the suitors. The great hall becomes impossibly still. Not the peaceful silence of dawn. Not the gentle quiet that settles over sleeping villages. This silence feels heavy. The kind that arrives one heartbeat before everything changes. Oil lamps flicker against bronze shields hanging on the walls. The fire crackles softly in the great hearth. Outside, the wind stirs the olive branches. Inside, 108 men slowly begin to understand that the world they thought they controlled has vanished. Odysseus stands at the center of the hall. The bow rests comfortably in his hands. Not as a relic, not as a memory, as a weapon. The same weapon that had slept patiently for 20 years now seems almost eager to speak again. Across from him, the suitors stare in disbelief. No one reaches for a cup. No one laughs. Even the musicians have frozen. Somewhere, a dropped piece of bread rolls quietly across the stone floor. Tiny sounds often become strangely loud during moments of great consequence. Antinous rises first. Of course he does. He has spent years behaving as though the palace already belonged to him. He intends to speak, perhaps to mock the stranger once more, perhaps to demand an explanation. He never gets the chance. Odysseus draws the string. The movement is smooth, practiced, effortless. The arrow flies. For one brief instant it glitters in the firelight. Then, it strikes Antinous cleanly in the throat. The cup of wine slips from his fingers. Red wine spills across the floor, mixing with darker red. The symbolism would not have been lost on Homer's audience. The man who consumed another's wealth dies holding another man's wine. Antinous falls backward. His chair crashes loudly against the stone. The hall erupts into confusion. Some men leap to their feet. Others stumble backward. Several believe it must have been an accident. Surely no one would deliberately attack so many armed nobles. Not alone. Odysseus answers before anyone can speak. His voice fills the hall. Clear. Steady. Every word carrying the weight of 20 years. Dogs. You believed I would never return. You devoured my household. You dishonored my servants. You harassed my wife. You plotted against my son. Now, your reckoning has come. The disguise has disappeared completely. There is no old beggar anymore. Only the king. Panic spreads instantly. The suitors rush toward the walls, searching desperately for weapons. Spears, swords, shields. Nothing. The racks stand nearly empty. Telemachus has done his work well. One of the quiet lessons throughout the Odyssey becomes obvious once again. Victory belongs not merely to strength, But preparation. Eurymachus steps forward. Unlike Antinous, he chooses words instead of violence. He speaks quickly, persuasively, blaming everything upon the dead leader. Antinous was responsible, not the rest of them. Surely compensation can be arranged. Gold, silver, livestock, anything. Ancient societies often accepted payment instead of blood. The offer sounds reasonable. Almost. Odysseus listens. His expression never changes. Then he answers. Even if they filled his halls with treasure, even if they emptied every kingdom in Greece into his palace, justice cannot be purchased. There are moments when consequences finally arrive. No amount of wealth delays them. Eurymachus understands. Negotiation has failed. He shouts for the others to attack. If they must die, better fighting. The remaining suitors surge forward. Tables overturn. Chairs crash. The peaceful banquet dissolves into chaos. What follows has often been misunderstood. Modern readers sometimes imagine a glorious battle. Homer describes something quieter, more controlled, almost methodical. Odysseus possesses the advantage. His enemies remain trapped, confused, poorly armed. This is not Troy. This is judgment. Arrow after arrow leaves the great bow, each carefully aimed. Years of hunting, years of warfare, years of survival. Every lesson now finds its purpose. One by one, the suitors fall. Telemachus joins the fight. So do Eumaeus and Phaeacians. For defenders, against more than 100 opponents, the odds still appear impossible. Yet discipline steadily overcomes panic. The suitors cannot organize themselves. Too many leaders have already fallen. Too much confidence has vanished. History repeatedly demonstrates this truth. Armies collapse long before every soldier is defeated. They collapse when belief disappears. At one point, Telemachus makes a mistake. A very human mistake. He forgets to secure the weapons room completely. One servant, Melanthius, a disloyal goat herd, slips inside. Returns carrying armor for the remaining suitors. Suddenly the balance shifts. Even perfect plans occasionally contain small cracks. Odysseus notices immediately. Instead of panicking, he adapts. Always adapting. Eumaeus and Phaeacians quietly ambush Melanthius. Capture him. Bind him tightly with ropes. Suspend him helplessly from the ceiling beams. The flow of weapons stops. The advantage returns. Flexibility, Homer reminds us, often matters more than flawless planning. Then, Athena herself appears. Not openly. At first, she stands high above the battle disguised as Mentor, an old friend of Odysseus. Several suitors desperately beg for help, believing they address only another elderly man. Athena remains silent, watching, testing. Even divine allies sometimes wait to see whether human courage truly exists. Only after Odysseus and his companions continue fighting without hesitation does she intervene. Her shield shines above them. The famous Aegis. Terror sweeps through the hall. The remaining suitors lose heart completely. Fear spreads faster than any spear. One by one, the last resistance ends. The great hall grows quiet once more. The smoke from overturned lamps drifts lazily toward the roof. Broken tables lie scattered across the floor. Wine mingles with dust. The feast has become history. Only a single suitor survives. Phemius, the palace bard. He falls to his knees, explaining he never chose this life. He sang because they commanded him. Force and loyalty are not the same thing. Odysseus listens carefully. Telemachus confirms his innocence. The bard is spared. So is Medon, a faithful herald who served unwillingly beneath the suitors. Justice, Homer insists, requires discernment. Not everyone standing in the same room shares equal guilt. The disloyal servants are summoned. Those who willingly betrayed the household. Those who mocked Penelope. Those who aided the suitors. Ancient justice could be severe. Modern readers often struggle with this portion of the Odyssey, and understandably so. It reflects the values of the Bronze Age rather than our own. For Homer's audience, restoring order meant punishing betrayal as decisively as violence. Whether we approve is another question entirely. History does not ask us to celebrate every ancient custom, only to understand the world that produced it. When everything is finally over, Odysseus lowers his bow. His arms suddenly feel very heavy. 20 years of wandering. One afternoon of judgment. The palace belongs to him again. Yet victory rarely feels exactly as people imagined beforehand. There is relief, certainly, but also exhaustion, grief, reflection. So many familiar faces will never return. His companions are gone. His youth is gone. Even triumph carries quiet shadows. The old nurse, Euryclea, hurries into the hall. She sees the king standing alive before her. Joy overwhelms her. She wants to shout, to celebrate. Odysseus gently stops her. No, do not rejoice over the dead. The words reveal how much the journey has changed him. The young warrior who sailed proudly to Troy might have celebrated loudly. The older man understands that death, even deserved death, deserves silence. Wisdom often speaks more softly than victory. The palace must now be cleansed, not merely scrubbed, purified. Ancient Greeks believed bloodshed left spiritual traces. Fresh water is carried through the halls. Smoke from burning sulfur drifts through every chamber. Doors stand open while the evening breeze carries away the lingering scent of battle. Symbolically, the house itself breathes again. Outside, the people of Ithaca still know almost nothing. The stars rise peacefully over the island. Shepherds return from the hills. Fishing boats glide quietly into harbor. The kingdom sleeps, unaware that its history has just turned a page. Only one person has not yet seen the truth. Upstairs, Penelope waits. She has heard strange sounds. Whispers, footsteps, then silence. Soon, someone will tell her an impossible story. That Odysseus has returned. After 20 years. She will hear the words. But hearing and believing are never quite the same thing. The secret of the olive tree, the queen's last test, and the home that waited 20 years. The palace has fallen silent. Not empty. Not abandoned. Simply quiet in a way it has not been for decades. The loud laughter of the suitors has vanished. The endless arguments over wine have disappeared. No drunken songs echo through the great hall. Only the soft crackling of the hearth remains. Outside, Ithaca sleeps peacefully beneath a sky crowded with stars. The island has no idea that its king has finally come home. Servants move carefully through the palace. Buckets of fresh water splash across worn stone floors. Smoke from burning sulfur curls into the rafters, carrying away the scent of blood and spilled wine. The great tables are lifted upright once more. Broken cups are gathered. Shattered furniture is removed. The house itself seems to breathe. Ancient Greeks believed a home could become polluted by violence. Before joy could return, the house itself had to heal. Perhaps homes really do absorb the emotions of those who live within them. Anyone who has walked into an old building filled with memories might understand exactly what Homer meant. Odysseus sits quietly beside the fire. The bow rests against the wall nearby. His sword lies within easy reach. For the first time in 20 years, there is nowhere left to sail. No storm to outrun. No monster waiting beyond the horizon. And yet, his heart beats faster now than it did before facing the Cyclops. Because there remains one final journey. The distance between two people. Sometimes, it is the longest voyage of all. Euryclea can wait no longer. The elderly nurse climbs the palace stairs with surprising speed. Her hands still tremble. Not from age. From joy. She enters Penelope's chamber almost breathless. The queen. He has returned. Odysseus is here. He has defeated the suitors. He is alive. Penelope looks at her quietly. She does not stand. She does not cry. She does not rush downstairs. Instead, she simply watches the old nurse. For a very long time. Then she shakes her head. No, you have been deceived. Imagine hearing such news after 20 years. How many false reports had already reached her? How many sailors claimed to know something? How many travelers invented hopeful stories in exchange for food? Hope can become dangerous when disappointment repeats often enough. Eventually, the heart learns caution. Euryclea insists. She speaks of the scar from the wild boar hunt. The scar only Odysseus possesses. She speaks of the battle, of Antinous, of the bow. Every detail. Still, Penelope hesitates. Not because she lacks love, because she possesses wisdom. People who survive long years of uncertainty learn one painful lesson. Never trust joy too quickly. Slowly, she rises, carefully smoothing her robe. Every step toward the staircase feels impossibly heavy. What if it is true? What if it is another cruel mistake? Which possibility hurts more? The hope or the disappointment? No poet can fully answer that question. Downstairs, Odysseus waits. Athena has restored his true appearance. His hair once again dark and thick, his shoulders straight, his face carrying the quiet strength of a king. Yet 20 years remain written across his eyes. Some journeys leave marks no goddess can erase. Penelope enters the great hall. Everyone watches. Servants, Telemachus, Eumaeus, Phaeacians. Even the fire seems quieter. Husband and wife stand facing one another. 20 years. Only a few steps apart. Neither moves. Telemachus cannot understand. His emotions overflow. Mother, why do you stand so far away? If this is truly my father, why not embrace him? Youth often mistakes caution for coldness. Age understands the difference. Penelope says only one sentence. If he truly is Odysseus. We have signs known only to ourselves. No accusation. No rejection. Only a test. A final one. Perhaps the greatest. Odysseus smiles very slightly. Of course. He expected nothing less. This woman held an entire kingdom together for 20 years through intelligence. Why would she abandon that wisdom now? If anything, her caution confirms exactly who she is. Then Penelope quietly turns toward a servant. Almost casually. Prepare the marriage bed. Move it outside the chamber. The room becomes strangely still. Most servants simply nod. It sounds like an ordinary instruction. Only one person reacts. Odysseus. He stands abruptly. His voice changes. Almost shocked. Move the bed. No. No one can move that bed. His breathing quickens. Unless someone has cut down the olive tree. The palace falls completely silent. Now comes one of the most beautiful passages in all of ancient literature. Years before the Trojan War, when Odysseus built their bedroom, a living olive tree grew through the center of the room. Instead of removing it, he shaped the entire chamber around its trunk. One corner of the house literally grew from living wood. He carved the bed from the rooted tree itself. One post remained alive, its roots deep beneath the earth. The bed could never be moved, not without destroying both tree and home together. Imagine building a marriage around something living. Not portable, not temporary, rooted, growing stronger each year. The symbolism hardly requires explanation. Their marriage was never meant to wander. Only Odysseus did. No stranger could know this. No imposter. No clever storyteller. Only the man who carved the bed with his own hands. Only the woman who slept beside him upon it. The secret belongs entirely to them. Penelope finally smiles. The careful walls surrounding her heart begin falling away. The tears she has denied herself for years finally arrive. She runs toward him. Not like a queen. Not with ceremony. Simply as a wife embracing the man she thought lost forever. Homer compares them to sailors reaching land after surviving terrible storms. An appropriate image, because both have crossed different oceans. Odysseus crossed the sea. Penelope crossed time. Both journeys required extraordinary endurance. Neither speaks for a while. Sometimes language becomes too small. 20 years cannot fit inside ordinary conversation. Instead, they simply hold one another. The palace watches quietly. Even Telemachus steps away. Some reunions deserve privacy, even when witnessed by history itself. Eventually, words return. Slowly, awkwardly, tenderly. Odysseus begins describing his travels. Not boastfully, almost like someone remembering strange dreams. The Cyclops, Circe, the underworld, Calypso, storms, shipwrecks. Each story sounding almost impossible. Penelope listens carefully, every tale confirming what only she already knows. No ordinary man survives 20 years of wandering. Only her husband. Yet the Odyssey remains wonderfully realistic. Reunion does not erase everything. 20 years cannot simply disappear overnight. They must learn one another again. The young couple who once ruled Ithaca together no longer exists. In their place stand two older people. Wiser, sadder, perhaps kinder. Love itself has matured. Athena quietly notices the passing hours. Morning approaches. Too quickly, she performs one final miracle, holding back the dawn, stretching the night itself, allowing husband and wife a little more time together. It is a remarkably gentle intervention. No battles, no monsters, simply one goddess understanding that some conversations deserve longer evenings. Before sunrise finally arrives, Odysseus remembers another responsibility. His father, Laertes, still lives, old now, living quietly upon a small farm rather than inside the palace. Grief drove him away years earlier. He believes his son died at Troy. Another reunion still waits. Another old heart still carries 20 years of sorrow. Homecoming, it seems, arrives in chapters. Not all at once. Outside, the first birds begin singing. Softly. The eastern sky grows pale. The longest night of waiting has finally ended. But the Odyssey is not quite over. One last meeting remains. One final act of reconciliation. And then, the wandering king can finally lay down both his weapons and his memories. The last reunion, the peace of Athena, and why the Odyssey never truly ends. The first light of dawn spreads gently across Ithaca. Mist gathers in the valleys before slowly drifting upward through the olive groves. Dew clings to grapevines. The sea, calm at last, reflects a sky painted in pale blue and soft gold. Somewhere beyond the hills, shepherds call quietly to their flocks, and the smoke of breakfast fires begins curling into the cool morning air. It is an ordinary sunrise. Perhaps that is exactly what Odysseus has been searching for all along. Not another glorious battle. Not another miraculous escape. Simply, an ordinary morning at home. Inside the palace, servants move carefully through rooms that seem almost unfamiliar without the voices of the suitors. Silence has returned. Not the silence of emptiness. The silence of peace. The great hall smells once more of fresh bread instead of spilled wine. Windows stand open, allowing the sea breeze to wander through every chamber. The palace itself seems lighter, as though it has finally awakened from a long, unpleasant dream. Yet one final duty remains. Odysseus cannot simply sit upon his throne. One person still waits without knowing. His father, Laertes. Long before the war, Laertes ruled Ithaca. He was never described as the greatest warrior in Greece, nor the richest king. He was something perhaps more difficult. A careful ruler. A patient farmer. A man who loved orchards almost as much as politics. When Odysseus left for Troy, Laertes gradually withdrew from public life. Not because he had become weak, because grief quietly hollowed him. For 20 years, he worked alone among fruit trees, pruning olive branches, digging irrigation channels, planting vines. Many kings seek comfort in power. Laertes sought comfort in work. There is something timeless about that choice. Odysseus walks toward the old farm. Not with soldiers, not with servants. Only a few loyal companions accompany him. The path winds through familiar hills. Every stone carries memories. Every tree reminds him of childhood. How strange it must feel to become a stranger inside the landscape that raised you. The orchard appears just as he remembered. Rows of pear trees. Ancient olives with trunks twisted by centuries of wind. Apple trees heavy with fruit. Figs ripening beneath the morning sun. Bronze Age Greece was not merely a world of warriors. It was also a world of farmers. The Odyssey never forgets that. Civilizations survive because someone keeps planting trees. There, working quietly among the vines, stands Laertes. Age has bent his back. His beard has become entirely white. His hands remain stained with soil. He wears simple clothing patched many times over. No one would mistake him for a king. Yet dignity has never depended upon expensive robes. Odysseus stops. For a moment, he simply watches. The old man moves slowly now, each step deliberate, each motion careful. 20 years have transformed them both. One wandered across the world. The other hardly left his garden. Both carry scars. At first, Odysseus cannot resist one final test. Perhaps old habits truly die hardest. He approaches disguised once more, inventing another story, claiming to have once hosted Odysseus years ago. Watching carefully, Laertes listens, then quietly begins crying. Not dramatically, not loudly, simply the exhausted tears of someone who has mourned too long. He bends down, scoops dust into his hands. lets it fall slowly across his own head. Ancient mourning possessed powerful physical rituals. Grief was something people expressed with their whole bodies. Odysseus can bear no more. The disguise disappears. He steps forward quickly, embraces his father. "I am Odysseus. I have come home." Laertes stares, almost unable to breathe. The human mind sometimes protects itself from impossible happiness just as carefully as it protects itself from sorrow. Recognition arrives slowly. Then suddenly, the old king's strength seems to return for a moment. He holds his son tightly. Neither man speaks. The orchard says enough. To prove himself completely, Odysseus reminds his father of every tree given to him during childhood. The 13 pear trees, the 10 apple trees, the 40 fig trees, the rows of grapevines promised when he became old enough to care for them. Only father and son shared those memories. Not battles. Not kingdoms. Gardens. Perhaps Homer quietly suggests something profound here. Families are remembered less through great victories than through ordinary afternoons together. Meanwhile, news spreads rapidly across Ithaca. The suitors are dead. The palace belongs once more to Odysseus. Not everyone celebrates. The fathers, brothers, and relatives of the dead gather together. Many demand revenge. Ancient justice often produced cycles of retaliation. One death invited another, then another. Entire generations could disappear beneath such feuds. Soon, armed men begin marching toward Laertes' farm. Odysseus sees them approaching. The journey home is apparently determined to include one final battle. Because of course it is. The gods, it seems, have excellent dramatic timing. Laertes surprises everyone. Athena grants the old king renewed strength. He lifts a spear, his hand steady once more. For one brief moment, the elderly farmer becomes the warrior he once was. He throws. The spear strikes Eupeithes, father of Antinous. The leader of the attackers falls immediately. It is a symbolic ending. The father of Odysseus defeats the father of the chief suitor. One generation answering another. The fighting threatens to grow. More spears rise. More swords leave their sheaths. History seems ready to repeat itself once again. Violence preparing to create still more violence. Then, Athena intervenes. Not quietly this time. Her voice rings across the valley like thunder. Enough. One word. Simple. Absolute. Even Zeus supports the command. Peace. Not because every wound has healed. Not because every question has been answered. Because endless revenge destroys everyone eventually. Someone must decide the cycle ends here. Athena chooses that moment. The weapons lower. Men step backward, breathing heavily. No one quite understands how close another civil war had come. Sometimes history changes because someone finally refuses to continue fighting. That lesson remains remarkably modern. Athena establishes peace throughout Ithaca. Old grievances are set aside. The kingdom begins rebuilding. Fields need tending. Fishing boats need repairing. Children continue growing. Life quietly resumes. History often ends its stories with treaties. Real life usually ends them with ordinary work. And so, the Odyssey reaches its final lines. Not with the conquest of an empire. Not with unimaginable wealth. Not with immortality. It ends at home. Yet perhaps this is where our own story truly begins. Because for nearly 3,000 years, people have continued asking why the Odyssey still matters. After all, the Bronze Age vanished long ago. The palaces of Mycenaean collapsed into ruins. The kingdoms Homer described became dust. The gods of Olympus no longer receive sacrifices. The world has changed almost beyond recognition. And yet, Odysseus still feels strangely familiar. Perhaps because every generation understands what it means to be far from home. Home may be a place, or a person, or a language, or simply a version of yourself that you hope still exists somewhere beyond the horizon. Everyone, sooner or later, becomes a traveler. The Odyssey is not really about monsters, though it has unforgettable monsters. It is not truly about war, though it begins because of one. It is not even mainly about the sea, though waves carry nearly every chapter. It is about endurance, about remaining yourself while the world continually demands that you become someone else. The Cyclops represents brute force without civilization. Circe represents comfort without purpose. The Sirens represent knowledge pursued without restraint. Calypso offers eternal life without freedom. Each temptation asks Odysseus to stop becoming himself. Each time, he chooses home instead. Again, and again, and again. Historians still debate whether there was a real Trojan War, whether a historical Odysseus ever ruled Ithaca, whether Homer was one poet, or many, whether the Bronze Age collapse inspired every page. Those questions matter. They always will. But perhaps they are not the most important questions. A better question might be this: why did people preserve this story for almost 30 centuries? Copied by hand, memorized by singers, studied by philosophers, translated into hundreds of languages, read by emperors, by sailors, by schoolchildren, by soldiers longing to return home. Why? Because every civilization eventually discovers that the longest journey is rarely across oceans. It is across time, across loss, across grief, across change. Perhaps that is why the final image of the Odyssey feels so peaceful. Not a warrior raising a sword, not a king wearing a crown, but an old olive tree, its roots buried deep beneath the earth, growing quietly through the center of a home. Season after season, storm after storm, waiting patiently for those who wander, to finally find their way back. So tonight, as the fire grows dim, as the sea grows quiet, as the stars continue their endless journey over the ancient Mediterranean, imagine Ithaca resting peacefully beneath the moonlight, the palace windows glowing softly, Penelope finally sleeping without fear, Telemachus dreaming not of absent fathers, but of the future, Laertes walking slowly through his orchard at sunrise, and somewhere beyond the olive groves, a weathered ship pulled safely onto the shore, its sails furled forever, its voyage complete. The sea is still there. It always will be. But for Odysseus, at long last, there is nowhere left to go. Only home. End of the Odyssey documentary script.